Hey everyone, welcome back. I'm Michael and we're going to be getting right back into some more Reddit stories. If you enjoy the video, make sure to leave a like and subscribe. Now, without further ado, let's begin. This story was posted by a user named Tunafish in the Relationship Advice subreddit. The post is titled, "My boyfriend and his female best friend are going on a week-long vacation. They uninvited me. My boyfriend wanted to go on vacation this summer to his mom's friend's house in Hawaii with me and his two best friends, 25M and 29F. We had been planning this all spring, but at some point, 25M dropped out of the trip, leaving just the three of us. For context, my boyfriend and I have been together since November, and it's been serious. We had been talking about moving in together, and he has said, and I agree, that this is a long-term situation and that we are in it for good. In early June, once 25M unexpectedly dropped out of the trip, 29F called my boyfriend and told him that now that it was just the three of us, she didn't feel comfortable with me going on the trip since she didn't know me that well and didn't want to be a third wheel. She said that if I were to go, she wouldn't go on the trip. Without telling me that this was happening, they changed the plans to make it a trip just for the two of them and moved the location to a beach in Costa Rica. I was trying to figure out when to ask for time off this summer and hadn't heard any news about the plans, so I asked my boyfriend which week in August I should set aside for the Hawaii trip. He let me know that he had talked to his friend and that she didn't want to go if I were going, so he was going to go alone with her to Costa Rica. He said that we could maybe go another week later to Mexico City or something. I was upset and tried to talk with him about how the situation made me feel, especially since this wasn't a case of a separate trip being set up ahead of time. This was a case of me being invited and then uninvited from a week-long tropical vacation with a girlfriend of his whom I had never met before. We eventually decided to do a trip together to Copenhagen, which we have both wanted to visit, as some sort of compensation. I also asked to meet her so that I could feel more comfortable with the situation. We spent the 4th of July visiting her and her boyfriend in the city where they live. Although it was nice to put a face to a name, it ultimately felt like a very cold trip, and she was not at all welcoming to me. My boyfriend remarked on how unfriendly she was to both of us, he thought, and said he was surprised that she didn't act warmly toward me. I went out of my way to try to get to know her and her boyfriend, but it didn't really click even after several days. They were somewhat cold toward each other as well. They bickered a little about their future and his own 3-week trip without her that was scheduled for the same time as their trip. This had been my effort to feel better about the trip, so I told my boyfriend that I still didn't feel comfortable with things and that I was feeling insulted by the way it was handled. I had tried to make things smooth between all of us, and I asked him to please come up with something that could help me feel better about the trip. During a visit to his family, they asked about the trip and were all shocked that he would have arranged it this way. They let me know that they would have been furious if they were in my position, which triggered a fight in which I asked him to please help come up with a strategy to make me feel better and more secure about them going together without me. He said that he would never do this kind of thing again, which feels like not much to offer since this is kind of a once-in-a-lifetime trip to begin with. He somewhat offered to not go on the trip, but he had already paid for the tickets and made arrangements, and I didn't want to stop their trip and be resented by both him and his best friend. He asked me to give him ideas on how to make me feel better and wanted me to just tell him what to do. He stalled and stalled until it was finally the day of the trip. He bought me a bag of peanut butter cups and I drove the two of them to the airport. I feel so disregarded and disrespected in this situation. I want to break up with him, but I don't want to ruin something that has otherwise been really good. A week later, OP gave us an update. I was really upset the day I dropped him off and he was texting me, but I wasn't responding. I wasn't sure what I wanted to do, but I didn't want to do anything at all in the state I was in. I waited until the next day and then I sent him a thoughtful text letting him know that I didn't feel safe or loved in the way the trip was handled and that I would be dropping his things off at his place and leaving his keys with the neighbor. He called but didn't leave any messages, and then he messaged me that he didn't understand. For the rest of the week, he called and messaged me, but I couldn't bring myself to pick up or text back. On Thursday, I think he realized that I was serious, and he asked me some questions about logistical things. I told him which neighbor had his key, etc. When he got back and saw all his things at his place, he became pretty frantic and called, leaving me a long message. I was working all day, but also I still didn't want to respond. He asked me to explain because he didn't understand what was going on. The next day, I sent another text making it clear that it was over. He got upset and sent me a bunch of texts in a row about how he didn't understand why I was throwing away everything we had built. He left me a voicemail that was really angry, saying he had no idea why I was upset and that he did not accept the breakup because he had no say in it. He wanted me to tell him the evil story that I had made up about him to his face. I wasn't going to respond to him and I wanted to remain calm, but this upset me, so I sat down to write him this letter. It's long, so skip over it if you want. I tried to call him, but I started crying and told him I'd just send him an email instead. This is what it said. The time that we have had apart has given me some good space and time to think. I have had a chance to reflect on the things that are important for me in a relationship, and I see that we should not be together. I am sorry that I have been asking you to change things about your life that you shouldn't have to change at my or anyone else's behest. From the very start, this trip was arranged in an incredibly disrespectful way, starting with you being given an ultimatum by your female best friend, whom I had never met. Either she goes or I go on this trip and you picked her. You didn't offer to have her meet me, you didn't encourage her to find someone else to come along, and you didn't consult me at all. That's enough for most people to consider a deal breaker right there. However, I stayed. This is a person with whom you have a history that is not entirely clear to me. Here is what I understand. Some bad rumors started about the two of you in which you spent an entire night out with her on an acid trip while you were dating someone else. Nothing happened. The other thing I understand is that you were interested in her romantically at some point, but then she started dating her boyfriend, which closed the door on things for you. According to what I also understand, it took a long time for 29F's boyfriend to feel comfortable with you being around, but you apparently worked to ultimately make him feel comfortable with you after I'm not sure how long. This is the completely unknown person who shut me out of a trip that I was originally going to go on. You did not tell me this was happening until I asked when the trip to Hawaii would be. You purchased tickets in another very disrespectful situation. I had cooked dinner and had guests present, and you chose to go into my room for well over an hour to select tickets with her, during which I repeatedly asked you to please come to dinner because you said it would just be a few more minutes each time. There was absolutely no reason for doing it at that time and in that situation, especially since she is in the same time zone as us and has a job. This makes me feel sick to my stomach. To make myself feel better about this whole arrangement, I told you that I wanted to meet this person. At my request, we arranged a trip to meet her and her boyfriend, a brief visit in which they were inexplicably cold. The first conversation we had was one in which 29F and her boyfriend argued about how she DM'd him while he was already in a relationship and got him to date her instead. You told me about conversations that 29F has had with you recently, implying that there is some real instability in their long-term relationship, stuff about kids and dogs. I discussed this with you and let you know that I see it and that it worries me. Meanwhile, I still want all of this to work out for you, for me, and for her. At this point, I am planning on being with you for the long term and see no benefit in telling you not to go on a trip with your best friend. I want it to work out, but each and every interaction surrounding this trip chips away at my ability to handle it. The conversations that seem to go nowhere, etc. Your dad, your mom, and your grandparents are all very surprised when we tell them about this trip. It is becoming very obvious that this is a dangerous trip to make given the fragility of our relationship. 29M, we had only been together for 9 months. How long did it take before 29F's boyfriend was comfortable with you hanging around? Much less going on a one-on-one international tropical vacation from which he was uninvited because of your request. We go over it with friend at the rock climbing gym. We go over it in the car. We go over it while we're booking our Airbnb for Copenhagen. We go over it when I tell you that I still feel uncomfortable and do not feel good about the trip. Talk about repeatedly saying something. Although I ask for your help, you actually ask me instead to come up with what would make me feel better. Surprisingly, I have no ideas either. Ultimately, it appears that the original plan to meet at my place, hang out, and have a game night before you two go on the trip has been cancelled. Instead, 29F will be staying at my place but not hanging out with us at all beforehand. You attribute this to not bringing it up with her early enough. This was apparently not something that was discussed even 2 nights before the trip, which upsets me. You do not know what to do. I don't blame you. At this point, it has spiraled out of hand. I don't know what to do either. There is no good solution that I can think of besides waiting for the trip to be over. I tell you that either I have to get over it or I have to break up with you, and that I don't want to break up with you, but my ability to get over it is rather worn down. She arrives at my place very late, and we wake up the next morning for me to take the two of you to the airport. After all of this lead up, I know you can tell how unhappy I am. I fully and absolutely know you can tell how unhappy I am. You leave, and when I don't respond to your text messages, you text me to say that you hope I'm okay and that you're going to bed, no call. The rest of the week was rough. My text to you was met with essentially, I'm sorry you feel this way. You tell me that I'm being unfair. There is no acknowledgement that this trip to a honeymoon destination, as we have discussed before, could be a crazy and horrible thing to go through, even with my quasi-blessing. This is not something that people in relationships have to deal with. This is not something that people in relationships do, besides 29F, I guess. In the end, all of this is to say that I have felt serious emotional needs go unmet in a way that is a deal breaker for me. There have been some wonderful, very positive times, but there has been an unnecessary amount of heartache and suffering for me over things that come down to what I can only assume are personal differences. I cannot handle your relationship with 29F, and while I suppose I could ask you to pick between her and me, that's not what I want to do. I want you to have your best friend, and I want to leave. I did love you, but I am not about to fight this fight and hear you tell me that I'm crazy for not seeing how totally platonic everything is for the rest of my life. It seems like trying to convince someone to like different food or have a different favorite color. I am not happy in this situation, and I do not want to feel these feelings any longer. There is no need for this to be mutual. I do not need your permission to break up with you. He wrote me back an apologetic email in which he accepted responsibility for most things without any argument, except he denied anything that had to do with his relationship with her making me feel uncomfortable and denied that I would not be able to handle their relationship. He said that the only thing that made their trip bad for me was my own perspective. I wrote him back that trust has to be built and that he put too much strain too early on a relationship in which we had not developed that trust. He agreed and apologized. For me, it ended on a pretty amicable note, but this style of relationship really doesn't work for me, and I don't feel like his responses to me really healed or changed anything significantly. I stand by my decision at this point. User KMA13 said, sounds like the friend just wants this guy under her heel. She doesn't want him, but she also doesn't want anyone else to have him. Yuck. To this user, Snapdragon said, I remember reading this. He is 100% her backup plan and will probably continue to be the other woman in any other relationship he enters. This was a hard read. I'm mad all over again. User MioCleo said, I think she dodged a bullet. I also believe she has the patience of a saint without being a pushover. She really gave him every chance to see that what he was doing was absurd and remained communicative, but I'm most glad that she chose her own sanity in the end. I doubt that he will ever understand just how badly he screwed up. His loss. Sven Hoek said, how do you make it 28 years on this earth and not have the common sense to see what kind of strain this would place on a relationship that is less than a year old? This next post was made by a user named Odd Dot in the AITAH subreddit. The post is titled AITAH for not wanting to raise my NB daughter's baby. My daughter came to me at 16 and said she was non-binary, but only sometimes. Some days she would feel more male than female, and other days she would feel like neither. She wanted me to ask her every day what day it was and then refer to her by the pronoun of the day. I told her that wasn't going to fly. I told her that I would call her the pronoun she wanted and do my best to remember it day to day, but she was going to have to tell me what she wanted for that day. I wasn't going to play a daily guessing game, though she still identifies as non-binary. Fine. So that's the pronoun story, and looking back, I think things started to go off the rails. Here's my real question. My daughter is now 18, pregnant, and seems to have lost her mind. Or maybe I'm the asshole. You choose. This year has been a struggle. She wanted to take a gap year before going to community college, but can't keep a job. Apparently, retail situations are too phobic against her non-binary identity. She's been through 4 or 5 jobs this year and quit all of them. She won't consider call centers that aren't face-to-face because she doesn't like talking on the phone and is apparently looking for a remote job without any luck. She's been unemployed since Thanksgiving, and I was on the verge of laying down the law, telling her she either needs to go to school full-time this upcoming semester or get a full-time job or move out with her friends. But now she's come to me and revealed that she's 5 months pregnant. She's very angry at me and says it's my fault because I didn't put her on puberty blocking hormones when she came to me 2 years ago. She believes I am trying to feminize her by getting her birth control. She's been throwing her prescription away. This is where I might be the asshole. I called her a little idiot. We don't use that sort of language in my house, and I never call people names, especially my own child. But at that moment, I could just see red. The hormone issue is a non-issue in my opinion because this is the first time I ever heard of her wanting hormones. What was I supposed to do? Go back in time? As for the birth control, it's also the first time I'm hearing anything about this. There are non-pill options that don't contain estrogen. If that was what she wanted, all she had to do was ask and I would have driven her to the doctor myself. Or she could have taken the car she has and done it. She even has her own medical card. Though to be fair, I don't know how she would have managed the copay without a job. I know for a fact that her old high school gave out free condoms like candy because her friends were always giggling over flavored sample packs and even blew a few of them up like balloons and left them around the house one time. She had all the birth control she could ever want and used none of it. It gets worse. We're way past the date for an abortion. She's known she was pregnant for about 2 months and has come to think of her baby like a sibling. She expects me to raise it as if it were mine. In fact, she says it is my duty because she believes my refusal to accept her non-binary identity led to her being pregnant. So now she thinks she is going to get a brother or sister and I am going to have another child. You can say my language grew sterner. And I told her that I would absolutely not raise her baby for her. She also refused to say who the father is. Now that I've cooled down, I'm really hoping she has a secret boyfriend. She does have some friends who were born male, but now don't identify that way. We didn't even get there because I lost my mind when she said she thinks of her own baby as a sibling and wants me to raise it like my own child. She's locked herself in her room, loudly wailing. I feel like crap warmed over. She's been in there for 12 hours, and since she has an attached bathroom, she probably won't be coming out until she gets hungry. Considering it's been half a day, I think she has snacks stored. I also don't know where to go from here. Being pregnant sucks and messes with your head, so I'd like to blame that and the fear she must be feeling, but I have a bad feeling I either raised a spoiled brat or someone with an emerging personality disorder. So I need to know from people who aren't emotionally involved and maybe from some who are more in tune with this whole non-binary thing than I am. What do I do to help while also making her responsible for her own child? How can I help my daughter accept that she must do basically the most feminine thing you can do while being sensitive to the fact that she's non-binary? Am I just a big asshole here? Typing all this out, it feels like my daughter is lost in crazy town. I'm still not raising her baby, but at what point do I drag a legal adult to the hospital? Edit. You might disagree with my choices or wording, but I'm reporting people who call this bait. It's not. Edit 2. It's the middle of the night and she has decided to pack some of her clothes and stay with one of her friends. Before she left, she told me that she had already called the police and let them know that she was leaving of her own free will and was not in danger. Like I was going to report an 18-year-old adult as a runaway or something. It was insulting. I told her she needs to work out the details if she wants to adopt with the father, and she is welcome back home when she has a plan in place. It was short because I heard her on the way out. I think she just meant to leave without saying anything. Thank you for your kind comments and advice, Reddit. I'm going to sleep. User Everybody Wants To said NTA, your child is in fact a little idiot, and her behavior would be an absolute nightmare had you not been her parent. Also, birth control isn't a form of feminization. It's a form of responsibility when you're born in a body with a uterus and want to have sex that can result in pregnancy. To this, OP said, I wish I had those words when she hit me with that one. I sort of sputtered for a few minutes. User Beneficial Breath said NTA. Even if she is non-binary and doesn't want to take hormonal birth control, many CIS women don't like hormonal birth control either due to the numerous side effects. But does she know about the wonderful option called condoms? They are available everywhere, easy to use, and safe for preventing pregnancy and diseases. She still has a regardless of the gender she identifies with, and accepting inside it without birth control means risking getting pregnant. User Diablito said NTA. Apparently, your daughter expected you to somehow read her mind. It's sad that she doesn't appreciate everything you've done for her and only wants more and more from you. Also, she's an adult now and should take responsibility for her own child by herself. I'm sure you'll be there for her anyway when she gives birth. You are her mom after all, and hopefully she'll grow up and understand what was wrong with her behavior. To this, OP said, thanks. It is hard because a part of me does want to step in and make it go away, but wow, has she dug herself into a deep, deep hole. I'm still reeling emotionally. Update. So this happened a few days ago, but I didn't update because I needed to get my head around it. It still doesn't make sense. My daughter finally unblocked me. She and the person who got her pregnant wanted to talk to me in a public place. Although I suspected I knew who her partner was, I was disappointed to find out because they have been a part of my daughter's friend group since high school and were the only one I ever had a problem with and kicked out of my house. They are trans now, but 2 years ago, the friend group was watching a movie in the living room, and every time I'd pass by, he would lock eyes with me and make really obnoxious, loud orgasm. Sounds like that scene in When Harry Met Sally. I told him to knock it off and grew sterner when he did it again. Then, when I was in the kitchen, he somehow snuck up behind me and was miming jack-off movements with his hand. I turned around and caught him at it. He was still fully clothed, but it was startling and freaky. I kicked him out. So now I'll just call them sperm donor because that's what they are. I'm still calling my daughter, and she because I still haven't been told not to by her otherwise. So get off my case on that. Anyway, the IHOP meeting was a shit show. Sperm donor sat with my daughter and went on the attack. Sperm donor's points were, I was poisoning my daughter by making her take birth control. It will take years to fix my daughter after all I did. Abortion is a sin and I am a monster for suggesting it. It's past the date anyway. I am further abusing her by not taking care of the baby while she fixes herself. So apparently, even though I'm an abusive monster and a bad mother, I'm even worse for not taking in their baby. At least no one suggested that I raise it like my daughter's sister anymore. That might have been my daughter's thought on it. Sperm donor did most of the talking while my daughter just sat and glared at me, nodding along. It was kind of a whirlwind. Sperm donor pounded the table a few times and even the waiter knew not to bother us after drinks. I'm surprised we weren't asked to leave. There was a lot said, mostly by the sperm donor who really seemed to be steering the ship. I asked why sperm donor couldn't take care of the baby, and sperm donor said his parents were even worse than me. I guess my daughter and sperm donor taking care of the child they created is out of the question. I told them that I would not be raising their baby for them and that adoption is the best option. They said that if I don't agree to raise it, they'll make sure I'll never see the baby again. I won't raise their child for them. So that's that, I guess. I feel so many flavors of worried and angry and then worried all over again. I've been around the block and it's never a great sign when the person you're with makes an enemy of your family. That's what sperm donor has done by painting me as an abuser and failed mother who also won't take in their baby. It sounds like sperm donor has cut themselves off from their own family too. So I'm worried my daughter is in a very controlling relationship with someone who convinced her to stop birth control because they think hormones are too feminizing somehow and that she needs to be fixed. But they still want me to raise their baby. I'm angry that my daughter can just hear this crap and nod along as if to say, yeah, that makes total sense. She is not stupid. I think she's love blinded. I'm sad and worried for the baby. A couple of commenters suggested I wanted nothing to do with the baby because I wouldn't agree to raise it as my own. No, in a perfect world, I would want a normal grandmotherly relationship, or at least know that the child is safe and has been adopted into a loving family. I don't care what my daughter does with her gender or her body as long as she doesn't hurt herself. I want her to be in a happy relationship with someone who values her for who she is. Sperm donor kept using the word fix, which I see as another terrible sign. It's bad all around. My house is empty. It feels like my adult daughter has run off to join some weird church or cult that tells her that up is down, that not using birth control, not getting an abortion, and then expecting others to take care of the child is all okay, and oh, that she's a problem who needs to be fixed. I texted her and said I would be there for her, but sperm donor was still not welcome in the house. I think I'm blocked again. She's a legal adult. I'm not sure what else I can do at this point. In my low moments, part of me thinks maybe I should agree to take the baby and then immediately make sure it's adopted into a loving home. But I get the feeling that sperm donor won't make that easy, and right now my daughter does what he says. Also, I'm not sure if that plan is even possible. It sounds Hollywood. I have an appointment to speak with a counselor, but the soonest I could get is in April. Some of my friends think I should take the baby in, either to get them away from the parents or because they think it's my duty, or both. The only silver lining in this situation is that they both seemed sober. I don't think there are drugs involved. Am I reading this wrong? Am I the jerk here? Update 2. All this shook out a couple of weeks ago, but I hesitated to post because of my own emotions and the fact that I know Reddit will be all over my case for the deep anger, shame, and disappointment I have for my daughter. I came home from grocery shopping to find a strange pregnant woman at my door. That woman used to be my daughter, but she had changed so much that she felt like a stranger. She chatters constantly, so you can't get a word in. She has several small face tattoos, and forgive me for saying this, looks like she has aged 20 years. She had been living rough. She was angry that I locked her out and basically expected to move back into her old room with no problem, as if it were just another day from back in the winter when she lived here. Of course, I wasn't going to turn her away, so I guess in a way she was right. She had been living in a homeless camp with the sperm donor, and I insisted she take a shower because it looked like she hadn't since leaving. She also smelled bad. She had no shame about blocking my number or what she put me through by disappearing. All she wanted to talk about was the grand fate that she and sperm donor are building. They're creating a community of new people, and she went on and on without mentioning the baby once. I don't know how anyone can stand them, but sperm donor has multiple partners, and my daughter is one of them. She is perfectly happy being his broodmare. The term broodmare is mine. Hers is much more royal. Frankly, based on what she overshared, sperm donor seems like a complete sex fiend. Finally, I broke in and asked about the baby. She said she had been to the doctor regularly and that all was well with the baby. At this point, I knew she had to be on drugs. If she was awake, she was talking, and none of what she said had an end or a point. Also, a lot of it came from Crazy Town. What I gathered from her was that she and several other ladies were to carry the next generation of new people. Yes, the men, yes, biological men. Sperm donor was sort of the center of the wheel with the spokes, as she described it. I've met him before, and I'm surprised he was able to get one girlfriend, much less whatever grouping is going on now. Anyway, sometimes she said she wanted to keep the baby, and sometimes she wanted to adopt it out, not for the good of the baby, but to spread the new people. This part is going to upset the internet. Apparently, the new people are without gender expectations, which is why she didn't know the baby's gender yet. Oh yeah, and some of the wheel were empathic and could communicate their feelings through another world. As a house guest, she was absolutely the worst. It was like she had gone feral out in the camp. She wouldn't clean up after herself to the point where she mostly didn't even flush the toilet after using it. She ate everything, which was to be expected, but never cleaned up after herself and kept asking, demanding is too mild a word, for me to take her out to restaurants. I did a couple of times because I missed her and was trying to make a connection, but then once afterward, I took her to the store to get baby supplies and she was weirdly detached. She sort of picked up the first thing she saw on the shelf, all the while yakking about her true family of new people and their grand fate. Anyway, I finally got out of her that she expected the baby in mid-July. I had it on my calendar. I was obsessed with the possible due date because I didn't know if she was going to find a baby on my doorstep or what. And yes, she was under the care of a doctor, both lies. Getting her to focus on one subject was impossible. She would only stop talking long enough to take a breath and only listen long enough for you to stop for your own before she'd launch into a new topic, usually about sperm donor, whom she loved but who was nowhere in sight, chilling back at the camp with the rest of his breeding stock or whatever. Basically, I was waiting for her to come down off whatever high she was on when she went into full-blown labor. It was a complete shit show. She was having pains, but her water hadn't broken yet. At the hospital, it came out that she had not been to the doctor once for the baby, which put her at high risk, so she was admitted immediately. That's when the switch flipped and she became hateful toward the nurses and doctors. She said the worst things and they were absolute saints in return. She also had delusions of grandeur and told them she was their queen while accusing them of trying to punish her. It was so wild. I can't even describe the monster she became. Racist, vicious, and saying the worst things you can say to people. She said them all. She wasn't in hard labor yet, so it wasn't entirely due to pain. I pulled one nurse aside and told her where my daughter had been living and that I suspected drugs, though I hadn't caught her using yet. They were so professional and gave her painkillers that helped her mood. Imagine my surprise when her blood work came back clean. I wasn't there for the birth because she didn't want me in the room with her, but I did talk to a social worker on staff to let them know everything I did. The woman was very nice, but couldn't speculate officially on my daughter's mental state. I said she had to be bipolar or manic or something because her behavior was not normal, but the social worker asked if my daughter had threatened to kill herself or harm the baby, and she hadn't. They can't step in until there's a threat. Miraculously, the child was born at a good weight and healthy. I don't want to give too much information about them because the internet is forever and one day they may search for their own past. My daughter lucked out big time and had a normal delivery, all things considered. She didn't give sperm donor's name as the father. She up and left her baby that evening without officially checking out, without saying goodbye to me or her newborn. Because the hospital is a safe surrender point, she won't be charged with abandonment. CPS asked if I wanted to take the child, and though it tore me up inside, I said no. There are many reasons for this decision. A big one is that I don't want to be held hostage to my daughter's whims, especially those of sperm donor. I don't want to be on the hook for more children that are likely coming. Also, just look at my daughter. I did my best and she still turned out this way. Maybe I shouldn't try again. I know getting a new family is almost the best thing that could have happened for the baby. Even with problems in the foster system, it has to be better than living in a camp. But I feel like dog shit about it even now. I also suspect they'll have a sibling soon as my daughter can arrange it. I know my daughter is not well. I know she's in a cult and probably in danger and also likely an abuser herself based on the stories she casually dropped about other members. She is also a selfish liar, and it is luck or the grace of God or whatever that her baby was born healthy. She is rolling the dice on her life and the lives of her future children. She's sick and under a sex fiend's control and now thinks she has magical powers, but she has some responsibility in this too. All the rest of the transgender stuff with her partner and whether she identifies as non-binary or not from the past doesn't matter. She's an adult and is making some bad choices. It's hard for me to type this out, but the way she treated the hospital staff was so cruel. It showed me that whatever else is going on, she thinks other people are below her. It's more than just mania. I'm just there to serve her whenever she sees fit. She knew she would be giving birth soon, so she came home and expected me to take care of her. I did, of course, because she was 9 months pregnant. And the second she no longer needed me or the baby she had just given birth to, it was easy for her to take off again. I listened to her for days, and she expressed no feelings of hope for the baby other than seeing it as a vehicle to spread their movement. There was no worry about their future life. She made the choice to leave and go back to sperm donor's harem or wheel or whatever. Sick or not, I'm ashamed to have raised someone with these kinds of values. Mentally ill people aren't bad people, but she has gone beyond merely making bad choices. I haven't totally written her off, she may come back to sanity. But since all indications are that I'm blocked again, I'm going to think long and hard about boundaries and possibly moving. I'm worried about one day finding a bunch of cult-like weirdos on my porch. So that's it. I don't know what to do. It's not like I have the resources to pay someone to deprogram my daughter. That sounds very Hollywood. I need a realistic goal. It's more than just a cult. She needs a checkup from the neck up, and I don't have the legal standing to do anything about it. At least the baby is safe. That's the one bright spot. Thoughts are welcome, and forgive me for asking for any realistic suggestions or just telling me if I'm way off base and if I'm the asshole here. This has been a hell of a year. A real spiral. A year ago, I had somewhat of a slacker teenager under my roof. Now, all of this has happened. This story was posted by a user named Klutzy Crab in the relationships subreddit. The post is titled, "My boyfriend and I have too much sex and I can't handle it anymore. How do I explain to him that it exhausts me? How do I negotiate new intimacy with him? My boyfriend and I have been together for 2 years now. He is my first relationship and even my first kiss. We met during university through activities, became friends, and then started dating. He is so polite and kind, as well as really sweet and smart. We can talk about our common interests and hobbies for hours on end. Since I was a virgin in the relationship, we took it slow and only had sex when I was ready, which was about 8 months after we became a couple. After that, we had sex about once every 1 or 2 weeks, depending on whether we found the time during our studies and if we were exhausted. Sometimes during exam time, we only had it once a month or every 5 weeks. But slowly, he started to initiate more and more. At first, I didn't mind and loved the attention he was giving me. I felt attractive and beautiful, which helped my body image issues a lot. Soon, it turned into him asking for it every single day, sometimes twice a day on weekends, or if we had a slow day with little work and studies. A month ago, we went on vacation together and he basically jumped on me as soon as we got into our hotel room. We barely got to do anything else as he wanted to have sex 2, if not 3 times a day. I came back so exhausted from the vacation. I even started saying no to him eating me out, or role-playing, or switching positions, just to get it over with sooner. At this point, sex does nothing for me anymore. The mere action and physical stimulation feel enjoyable, yes, but just without anything else just isn't worth the time or effort for me. I need a story and emotion with it. Lots of dirty talk and role-playing in some hot situations. I know that takes time and effort to prepare, but it gets me going wildly. But even if I could have that every day, I wouldn't want it. It's literally physically too exhausting. Also, I feel like too much sex kind of destroys the magic. I know that he derives a lot emotionally and sexually from sex. It makes him feel loved and desired, and I don't want to take that away from him. But I actually caught myself not doing any makeup anymore and not wearing tight or short clothing, opting for baggy ones instead, to maybe deter him from wanting sex so much. User Mystic Pizza said, you need to say no to him and then deal with whatever comes up together. Stop running away from what you imagine he might feel. Unloved, rejected, sad, angry, and face it together. If he believes he needs to feel connected to you, he needs to learn to use his words. He's not going to learn that if you keep avoiding a conversation about how you don't feel able to say no to him. I am still new to navigating romantic relationships and I don't want to reject him. He always respects me and I never felt like he did anything without my consent. It's just that this consent seems to exhaust me a lot. I definitely plan on having an honest discussion with him, but I am also aware that I could benefit from help in navigating a negotiation of intimacy. I thought about proposing a schedule that combines having sex with date nights while also creating date nights with no expectation of sex. User Business Ad said, you don't owe him sex. Being in a relationship doesn't mean you have to have sex with him all the time. Stand up for yourself. Tell him no. Sit down with him and share everything you just wrote. If you don't want to have sex, say it. User Grave Raider Girl said, your body is not his fleshlight or an object for his pleasure solely. It's a shared experience. Your body and spirit are connected in the experience together. My long-distance ex wanted to play all the time on the phone, which cost me sleep and cut into my time management and schedule. It was so frequent that I became swollen down there, and it took a long time to heal. He knew I needed a break, but still wanted me to do things for him, even though it made my discomfort worse. He prioritized his wants over mine, and I let it happen. He also had a addiction that he was trying to address. While he managed to stay away from porn, I realized that I was becoming a replacement for him because he wanted access to me whenever he wanted. Update. I spent a lot of time reading through everyone's replies and reflecting on how I feel. I gathered my thoughts and spent a few days making a list of what I wanted to say when we had the big conversation. On a weekend when we had planned to spend the day together, I sat him down and told him the following points. I love him to the moon and back and want to show him that I love him, making him feel desired, loved, and appreciated. But having so much with such frequency is physically exhausting for me, which causes me to avoid sex and even sexual acts that I enjoy because I don't have enough energy or motivation to engage in them. This also means that I orgasm less often now. I need time to physically recover, as it can even start to become painful. I feel like sex has become the single defining aspect of our relationship, while many other parts, like doing activities together, going on romantic dates, just talking and cuddling, have taken a back seat. I also feel emotionally exhausted and underappreciated from giving as much as I can while receiving little in return from the other side of the relationship. I then proceeded to explain the things I enjoy during sex and what makes me go wild, hoping to show him that I still want to be intimate with him. I also made a few more compliments just to keep the vibe positive, and because I meant it. He reacted pretty well, all things considered. He listened and let me finish, but asked for a little time to think about it. Obviously, I gladly agreed. We spent the rest of the day together without him initiating once. At the end of the day, he said that he wants me to enjoy sex just as much as he does and that he loves me. I was really hopeful for the next week and a half. We spent our time together as usual, and he asked for sex about half as often as before our talk. We even had days without sex at all. He also started asking, do you want to have sex with me? Instead of physically initiating like he did before, such as touching me or hugging me from behind. He also stopped asking for pictures of me, and when he did ask, they were just selfies. I was so happy that I even took the initiative once, and he seemed to love it when I asked for sex. Then one day he sat me down with a stern look and said that he hated what this relationship has turned into. To him, it feels like we are now just roommates or platonic friends instead of lovers. He told me that when I initiated after our talk, he was overjoyed to finally nail me again, but his heart was broken because I suddenly wasn't as submissive as usual, and that all of this is not what he signed up for. He doesn't want to walk on eggshells waiting for when I am finally in the mood. He wants what he deserves in this relationship. Basically, he gave me an ultimatum. Either we return to how things were before our talk starting right now, or he leaves me. Guess who doesn't have a boyfriend anymore? I spent the last few days bawling my eyes out, eating lots of ice cream and watching some terrible shows. What he said hurt me a lot, and while I do not love him anymore, the feeling of loss and sadness is all too real. He was my first relationship, and for the past 2 years, he was my entire world. Now I have to gather up the broken shards he left behind. This next post was made in the True Off My Chest subreddit by a user named Candid Spot. The post is titled, "My foster family of 11 years is kicking me out by the end of the week. I have nowhere to go and I feel broken. I, 18M, was told earlier today that I need to pack up and leave by the end of the week. I still feel in shock. I was removed from my biological family when I was 7 due to issues with my parents. I was then placed in foster care and matched with a couple who I will call the Peters. It's not their real name. No matter how much I actually want to blast their real info, I won't. The Peters were always really nice to me, and since I moved in when I was pretty young, I eventually started to consider them my parents. I called them mom and dad and treated them as my parents, treating their biological son as my brother. I wasn't their only foster child. They also had a 9-year-old boy who had lived with us for a little over a year. I was never adopted by them, and I know why. They live off the fostering allowance. This never really bothered me. They told me that it didn't matter and that legality didn't make us a family, which I believed. I went on their agency website earlier today and found out that they were getting paid at least £2,400 for me per month. Or at least they were, since they stopped getting the allowance when I turned 18. However, they applied for a staying put arrangement for me, which meant they would continue getting paid something as they supported me and let me live with them. It wasn't as much. I think it was around $1,000 per month. They told me they had it approved until I was 21, so I thought I'd be able to stay at least until I finished university. They sat me down today and told me I had to leave. They said that fostering is a business and that they couldn't afford to keep me on just the staying put arrangement allowance. They told me I had until the end of the week, 4 days. How generous of them. They said they needed my room because they wanted to get a new foster placement. They literally told me it's not personal. Like, that makes me feel any better. They said they would still consider me like a son, but not their son anymore, just like a son. And that they want to keep in touch. What a joke. They chose to kick me out, an 18-year-old with no job, no income, nothing, about to start university. Yet their biological son, who is 25, gets to stay. So yeah, I guess screw me, right? I'm just the one no one ever wanted. I guess I wasn't ever truly part of their family. Mini update. Okay, thank you all for your advice. Honestly, I was in a state of shock yesterday and maybe still am today. I wasn't thinking straight. I only slept 2 hours last night and that's all, so I'm probably a little delirious today as well. Firstly, I have contacted my personal advisor. He'll be having an emergency meeting with me at 1:30 p.m., so I'll have more details about what's going to happen to me then. He'll hopefully be able to sort out emergency accommodation for me. Secondly, to those of you saying the Peters can't legally just give me 4 days notice to leave, I will definitely be mentioning this to my PA and getting his advice on it. I don't want to stay here any longer than I need to because since they told me, it's like I don't exist. They just look right through me, but I'm not going to move out until I have safe accommodation. I will outright refuse. I am not going to be made homeless. Thirdly, for those of you suggesting I contact my university, I have an offer from them, but it's only conditional on me achieving my predicted A-levels. Hopefully I will, but since I'm not technically a student yet, I don't know if they will actually provide any support at this stage. Finally, I am also going to ensure that the staying put allowance stops. I will tell my PA today that it should surely be stopped if I'm not living with them. Luckily, I have some money saved. Some people here have said I should be entitled to a bursary when I start university, and I'll have my maintenance student loan to help me. I've already started looking for a job. Update 3. It never bothered me that they were paid to keep me before. Genuinely, it never bothered me at all. I always knew I was a foster child. I was about 15 when I learned that they were paid money to look after me. I told myself it was a good thing, and it probably was. I got loving parents for 11 years, which is more than some people can say. I just never thought they'd make me move out when the payment stopped being as high. I found out that when I was still a child, they were paid £100 per day for me. That's $40K per year. I had never felt different from the family. I had always felt loved and secure. I don't understand why they have changed their minds about me. None of them will even look me in the eye anymore. And it's gotten to the point where I can't leave my room because all I feel is the absence of the love that used to be there. I didn't come down for any meal times, which used to be a rule that you had to follow. If I didn't go down, I wouldn't have gotten any food. But Mom brought it up to my room and knocked on the door to say she was going to leave it there for me. I've replayed that moment in my head 100 times, trying to convince myself that they still love me. I called her by her first name when I came home yesterday, not Mum, but Claire. She looked upset when I did that, and part of me is happy about it while another part feels cruel for doing it. I knew it would hurt her, and I did it anyway. In some ways, I wish she would wake up to the pain she's causing me. I hope she takes it back and says that it was a lapse in judgment and that she loves me and wants me to stay. But if that were going to happen, I think it would have already. I guess I'm not worth the £76 per day they lose by not replacing me with another foster child. When I feel bad about hurting them, I remind myself they're kicking me out to get an extra £76 a day. That's what I'm worth to them. Update 4. Basically, I got removed from my biological family when I was 7. I was taken into foster care and matched with a family called the Peters. I was then raised by the Peters for the remainder of my life, from 7 all the way until now. They originally told me that I could live with them indefinitely as I considered the Peters my family. They applied for a staying put order for me, which basically means they continue to receive about £250 from the government to recognize that they were continuing to support a former foster child after my 18th birthday. As I said before, I was always told by the Peters that I could stay as long as I needed to in order to set myself up in life. Their biological son is 25 and still lives with them. He doesn't work but graduated from university 2 years ago. I have a conditional offer at a local university where I'm studying classics with the aim of becoming a teacher. I start in October if I achieve my predicted A-levels, which I think I will. However, the Peters told me that I had to leave by the end of the week because they wanted to get another foster child. This is something they really sprung on me, and it's been extremely difficult for me. I had to get in contact with my social worker who spoke with the Peters, and now they're letting me stay until the end of August. But the whole family has changed. I explained all this to my best friend and mentioned that I was considering going no contact with them after I moved out. He ranted to me about how ungrateful I'm being to them and how they raised me for 11 years and now they want to give that opportunity to another child in a position like mine. I get that, and that's part of the reason why I feel so guilty. My friend isn't speaking to me now and is calling me selfish for wanting to stay with the Peters like I was promised. He thinks it's unfair for them to try to get rid of me with just 4 days' notice. There were plans they could have taken to transition me into independent living before I turned 18, but they chose not to participate because they told me I could always stay with them. The one time in my life when I needed my friend, he's gone too, and I feel so alone. I can't understand why he's taking their side over mine. I understand the argument that they will continue to help another child, but at the same time, I just wish they didn't have to throw me out to do so. When I suggested to my friend that they could have asked their biological son to move out instead of me, he just said I'm being selfish. I still don't even know if I'm going to go no contact with them, I just said I felt like doing it. And now I wish I hadn't mentioned it because I didn't expect it to cause such an argument. So am I the jerk? Update 5. The Peters' son Jamie has found my original Reddit post. I guess I should have been more careful with the details, but my mind was so frantic at the time of writing it that I just couldn't think straight. I'm not sure how he found it, but considering it has almost 10k upvotes and Jamie was the person who introduced me to Reddit, I guess it might have just popped up on his page. Does anyone know if it might have shown up for him because we're on the same network or in the same location? A few hours ago, Jamie came to my room. He showed me the original post and asked if I had written it. At first I tried to deny it, but I'm an awful liar, so he just knew. He asked why I didn't tell him about this, and I said I thought he knew. He told me he had no idea and would not have supported his parents throwing me out if he had known. He was told I requested to move out. He genuinely seemed shocked and appalled at the details in the post. Against my wishes, he shared the post in the family group chat. He did this out of a desire to defend me. Mom, Dad, I really think you should read this and see the impact this is having on, but I really wish he hadn't done it. They've both read the message, but neither has responded. I have not left my room since. I'm really anxious right now, like I'm at the level just before a panic attack. I can feel one coming on. Update 6. I wasn't even planning on posting from this account again. I haven't posted in almost 2 weeks and have no way of contacting the Peters, but they clearly watch this account. So I just want to put it out there that I will not be scared into silence. I will not be threatened or bullied. If I want to share my story, I will. I have not named any individuals or families in any of my posts. None of my posts have been lies, and I have always spoken only from my own perspective. I don't know why you've sent this letter to me, but I assume you're feeling empowered by the fact that my official complaint went nowhere. However, I want to remind the Peters that I have a screenshot of the post Jamie wrote about me on Reddit, exposing my legal first name and confidential private information about my life. I did not include this information in my initial complaint, but you know as well as I do that if I choose to pass that on, you will be in deep trouble. I don't want to be part of your lives anymore. You clearly do not want to be part of mine, so let's just leave it there. Do not try to threaten me again, otherwise I will expose everything I can. I will write a whole book about my experiences in care and publish it if that's what I want to do. Final update. I'm sorry everyone, it's true that I am not a good person. I have done truly awful things that I just want to forget, but I can't. All your support over the last month has meant so much to me, and I don't think I would be here writing this today without it. I have done terrible things in my past. Really awful things. Things I am so ashamed of. I wish more than anything that I could change my life. I wish I could alter the things I've done. People hear about my past and think I'm some monster, some unfeeling freak. Many times I don't know. The truth is, I don't deserve all the love you guys give me. I don't deserve any of it. No matter how hard I try to move forward, I know someone will always be there to remind me of my mistakes. It's so embarrassing when people talk about your trauma all the time, and I know I started it by posting here. I wish I had never done that. I am starting to think maybe I am having a psychotic break. I am really worried about myself. I hope you all understand that the things I did, that person wasn't me. It isn't who I am now. I don't expect people to forgive me because what I did to innocent people and animals is unforgivable. I am going to log off this account after today, and I don't think I will log back in again. It's too embarrassing to see my past mistakes brought up again and again and again. I just want to be left alone and forget that any of this happened. This story was posted by a user named I Love Waffles in the True Off My Chest subreddit. The post is titled, "Brother Framed Me for Essay 8 Years Ago." Now, the truth comes out. Hello Reddit, I'm using a throwaway account. I wanted some insights and guidance on the predicament I am in and how to navigate it further. Sorry for any mistakes, I'm just trying to put this out there. A bit about myself. I am the younger of 2 siblings. I'll go as chronologically as possible so you have all the details available. My brother Henry was always the golden child in the family. Growing up, he could do no wrong. Some of the more obvious displays of favoritism towards him were when he got bad grades in school. My parents would cheer him up and work with him to improve, while I always received the "I am so disappointed with this result" treatment, even though I managed to secure a decent score. For his high school graduation, he received a new car and a big party, while I got the equivalent of $500 and a pat on the back. He wasn't a bad brother, but most of the time we did our own thing. I didn't complain much, but I felt I had to move out and explore things on my own as well. For the next few years, I went to college in a different city and earned my MBA in 5 years. I managed to land a job back in my hometown. During this time, my contact with the family was minimal except for birthdays and holidays. My brother was never the brightest, he barely managed to get through high school, dropped out of college, and my parents helped him set up a small hardware shop so he could get on his feet. I was happy for him, but I had my own life. I also had a girlfriend, Jenny, whom I met in college and who was from the same city. When we returned home, we moved in together. She found a job soon enough, and we started focusing on our lives and each other. It was during the holidays of 2006 that I introduced my family to her. They were surprisingly warm and receptive towards her and made me feel more love than I had experienced in the past 22 years of my life. I noticed my brother looking at her during that entire gathering, but thought nothing of it. Since then, he started frequenting my apartment a bit too often. We went from meeting each other once every 3 months to almost daily very quickly. At that point, I had to draw boundaries and tell him that he was welcome occasionally, but that I did not like his presence in my place daily since he came during the evenings when Jenny and I were both at home trying to unwind after a hectic day at work. This erupted into a huge fight with my parents. In the end, he apologized and said that he would not bother me anymore. From then on, he only came once a month on weekends, which I was okay with, and made attempts to make small talk with Jenny, which was still fine by me as it never went beyond that. Things continued this way for some time, and in 2009, I proposed to her and announced our engagement to the entire family. My parents were happy for me, but my brother just shook my hand and left the small party I had organized for this occasion. After that, I didn't see him for a couple of weeks. We got married in 2010. During that time, I noted that my brother had a +1 at the wedding and told us he was dating her. I'll call her Kate for this story. I thought maybe now he could finally move past whatever feelings he had for Jenny and focus on his own life. They moved really fast too, getting married almost 9 months later in 2011. Our marriage was going great. We had our first daughter Alice in 2011 and our second daughter Sarah in 2013. However, my brother's marriage did not progress as they had hoped, and they separated in 2012. A few weeks after the divorce was finalized, Kate messaged me that Henry was obsessed with Jenny and that this was the biggest reason for their separation. I apologized to her and wished her the best. I also talked to Jenny about her interactions with Kate. She told me that Kate had always been a bit cold and distant towards her from the beginning. I decided to confront my brother in front of my family and asked him why he was destroying his life because of his obsession with my wife. He was blindsided by that question and denied everything. We had a massive argument that basically ended with me forgiving my brother and telling him that he was no longer welcome in my house. Both my parents and Jenny talked to me and convinced me that no matter what, he was still family. So for everyone's sake, I decided to be amicable. It was then that it felt like he was genuinely working on himself, and we went on with our lives. Fast forward to 2015, I can still recall that day vividly. It was the 25th of July, and I was running multiple errands. My wife took both our kids to see their grandparents. It was sometime after lunch that I got a call from my father telling me to come to their home with a lot of anger in his tone. As soon as I entered, I noticed a lot of tension in the air. My wife was a crying mess, and my parents were trying to console her. Some of my extended family members were there as well. I asked what happened, only to be called a sexual assault perpetrator by my parents. I was shocked and confused. They claimed that at a party I went to a couple of weeks back, I had sexually assaulted a girl and then texted her not to tell anyone, otherwise there would be consequences. I had known this girl Amanda for some time. We went to high school together and she was part of the larger friend group I occasionally hung out with. According to her, after the party, which was at a club, I followed her to her car and assaulted her. She shared screenshots of the alleged conversation with my wife and told her this entire story. My father slapped me hard, and my parents told me they never wanted to see my face again. Jenny was angry and said we were done. I tried to convince all of them that I never did that, but my pleas fell on deaf ears. I was basically kicked out of their house and told that neither Jenny nor the kids would be returning, and my father would be coming over to take their belongings to my apartment. When my father came, I begged and pleaded, but he packed a couple of bags and told me never to contact them again, threatening to personally hand me over to the police if I did. By evening, Henry had shared the screenshots and all the details in our extended family WhatsApp group, from which I was unanimously kicked. In the next few days, I had people from my friend group calling me to say they were disgusted with me and never wanted to contact me again. I was a mess during that time. I couldn't eat, I couldn't sleep, and I couldn't even work properly. My boss also heard the rumors going around, but couldn't do much until he saw some police action against me. He advised me to leave the organization on my own to keep my record intact, and assured me that he would ensure I wouldn't have to serve my notice period. I tried to argue my case, but he told me that if the police came knocking on my door, he would be kicked out anyway. Given the gravity of the situation, he warned that I wouldn't receive severance pay and my record would be tarnished. I grudgingly agreed to his request and left the organization in the following days. In mid-August, while I was still wallowing in my misery, I received 2 documents from the court. One was a letter of disownment and the other was divorce papers. I was quite drunk, but I went to my parents' place anyway, only for my brother to come and beat me up, telling me that I was a disgrace to the family and that it was good I had been disowned. By the time he was done with me, I had blood coming from my face and could barely stand. My parents and my wife looked at me from afar, but did nothing. After some time, I managed to get myself up, a crying mess, and realized that I had lost everything and everyone I knew. I stayed holed up in my apartment during the divorce proceedings, which went as amicably as possible. Since I was jobless and my now ex-parents stated that they would pay for the child, I didn't have to pay child support or any alimony. By January 20th, 16, I was divorced, but trying to pick up the pieces of what had once been my life was hard. During this time, I considered confronting Amanda, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized it could make matters worse for me due to the women-centric laws in my country. One phone call could lead to 5 to 6 years in jail. In February 20th, 16, I got into a major accident and spent a good part of 5 weeks in recovery. The staff informed me that they contacted my emergency number, which was still Jenny at that point. She hung up and no one showed up for me. Once I recovered, I realized that I had spent through a significant portion of my savings and needed to get back on my feet, if not for anything else than to have a roof over my head. However, I recognized that I wouldn't be able to do anything in the place where I was at that moment. So I sold all my furniture, paid off my remaining dues for the rented accommodation, and decided to start from scratch in a different location. I moved to a city 2 hours away and tried to find a job for some time, but had no luck. During this period, I also drank excessively, and thoughts of ending my life became recurring. Waking up from nightmares in a cold sweat almost became routine. For 4 months, this continued until I ran into an old acquaintance, James, from college. He had been the quiet kid back then and didn't really talk to anyone. Seeing him after so many years felt odd as he spotted me out of the crowd and called my name. We greeted each other and talked about our lives for a bit. When I mentioned that I was in the city looking for a job, he told me he had just quit his job and was planning on setting up a management consulting firm of his own. He then invited me for drinks later on. After discussing our professional lives extensively, he offered me an opportunity to work with him as he needed a couple of people who knew their stuff. At that point, I thought working hard would help get my mind off these dark thoughts. So I agreed, but told him that I wanted to meet him and his team first before we moved forward. 2 days later, he introduced me to another guy, Derek, and told me that currently it would be just the 3 of us going forward. I shook hands with Derek and told them that before they proceeded further, I had something to say. I then proceeded to spill the beans on everything that had happened to me during that time and how I was disowned and divorced because of it, with tears coming through in between. James and Derek told me that they felt sorry for me, but also mentioned that if there was no criminal record on my person, then there would be no issue. I stated that the police never came to my house and they were relieved. James did mention that to be on the safer side, he was going to ask someone to run a full background check, and I understood his position and agreed. During this time, I was living in a rundown place that I rented to minimize my expenses. I waited patiently for 2 weeks, but was still looking for jobs in other places in case things didn't work out. 2 weeks later, James called me and we met up later that day. He stated my record was clean of any assault and welcomed me to the team. After that, I threw myself into my work and started therapy sessions. On Derek's advice, I also joined a gym and vented a lot of my frustration on the punching bag, going from an average 70 kilograms to a buff 98 kilograms. Derek and I became gym bros, and I basically looked at him as an older brother since he was essentially Henry's age. By the end of 2018, I had a good amount of control back in my life. The consulting firm took off and the money rolled in. I rented out a nice apartment in a decent neighborhood. The band-aid also came off to an extent, and I realized I needed to take some necessary steps to move on. I went to a courthouse and officially changed my last name on record. I adopted Derek's last name after he and his parents gave their go-ahead, as they saw me as a nice guy and involved me in many of their family functions, including making me the best man at Derek's wedding, a way of thanking them as well. I tried dating, but it never worked out for me due to my emotional issues until I started dating Kim in 2019. She was half Korean and half Italian. I met her at a coffee place where I picked up my coffee and occasionally sat. She worked behind the counter. We saw each other only during orders, but once when Derek and I were there, he noticed she was constantly looking at me and told me I should ask her out. I approached somewhat hesitant and asked her out for drinks later that day. We had a nice date, and she said she hoped we could see each other again. I knew this would likely go the same way my other dates had, where I told them about my past and they ran off. However, during our second date, I decided to tell her about my past before we went further. I wanted her to make an informed choice. I told her that I never had and never could think about doing such a thing to anyone and that I was still struggling to move on from the aftermath. I wanted her to know what she was getting into before we considered going on further dates. A couple of days later, Kim called and asked to meet. We met at the same coffee place where she worked, and she told me she trusted me and wanted to give it a shot. At that point, I was skeptical and even cried a bit because I couldn't believe I could find a bit of normalcy restored in my life. We went out on a few dates and really enjoyed each other's company. It felt like I was finally able to start healing. I took my first vacation in years with her to Europe, and we had a great time overall. When the COVID-19 pandemic hit in 2020, we remained in contact over the phone and FaceTime. When things regained some level of normalcy in the latter half of the year, she asked if she could move in with me, and I agreed. She had been let go from her coffee shop and was trying her luck with job hunting. She was an amazing cook, so I suggested that maybe she could set up a place and get into the food business. By mid-2021, with the financial backing of her parents, she had set up a cloud kitchen that delivered food to nearby areas. Both our lives were going great. I still had a lot of emotional issues though. I no longer had thoughts of ending my life, but the nightmares still continued occasionally. In February 20th, 2023, Kim announced that she was pregnant, and a range of mixed emotions washed over me. From being overjoyed at starting all over again to crying for the loss of what I once had. I was all over the place. Kim comforted me, and we fell asleep in each other's arms. A couple of days later, I proposed to her and she was overjoyed. It felt like everything was finally moving toward a point where I could have some semblance of peace in my life. We were set to be married and all the preparations were in full swing for my wedding in mid-June this year. I apologize for the long post, but I needed to provide all the information possible for you to understand what a roller coaster things have been for me. At the end of May, I received a call from an unknown number. When I picked up, I could hear someone crying. She said, "Hi, it's Amanda." I instantly recognized that voice and hung up, trying to hold back my anger. Kim was with me and saw my face. She came over concerned. I was trying to suppress my mix of tears and anger and told her who it was. When the call came in again, this time Kim picked up the phone and put it on speaker. There was a guy on the other side who explained that he was Amanda's fiance and that she wanted to come clean about what she had said back then. She got on the phone and kept apologizing over and over again while crying continuously. Kim did most of the talking as I became a sobbing mess, unsure of what I wanted to do. Kim suggested that they would call back later. She immediately called Derek over. He listened patiently as Kim explained what had happened. He gave me a hug and advised that we should set up a meeting at a lawyer's office with her confession so that it could help in case of any future issues. I called my lawyer and explained everything to him. He said he would set up a meeting in his office and gave me a time and date. I called Amanda and told her that she needed to come over to my lawyer's office so we could discuss it there. 3 days later, we met at his office. Amanda looked half dead. Her expressions were hollow and her fiancé was the only person with her. My lawyer set up the meeting with a camera to record everything. I asked him to mediate and I invited Kim to come with me. We sat across the room and she started to explain in detail what had happened back then. A lot was said and discussed, but here's the crux of it. She and my brother had been dating in 2015, but no one knew. He was the person behind the entire assault plan. She went along because she really loved him and would do anything for him. He got a new phone and stole my profile picture from my WhatsApp number back then, and they used it to create fake screenshots by chatting back and forth with Amanda. I went from crying to being filled with rage. I can honestly say that if it wasn't for Kim, I might have been charged with assault. Kim was pretty furious and worked up as well, partially due to the pregnancy, and she verbally lashed out at Amanda, though my lawyer tried to maintain civility. It was clear that Kim was extremely angry. She went further to tell Amanda's fiance that if he still marries this human garbage, then he deserves what's coming to him. Fighting back anger and tears, I asked them why they were coming out and telling me this now. Her fiancé Mark came forward and explained. He said that they were pretty drunk a couple of weeks back, and she blurted out how she helped an ex destroy a marriage. That stuck with him, and after asking non-stop and pushing her, she finally came clean to him. It was then that he pushed her to own up to her mistakes if she wanted peace in her life. Apparently, after she helped Henry, he started becoming cold and distant with her and eventually broke it off 6 months later. At that point, she felt terrible but was too scared to come clean and spent a lot of time in therapy trying to work through her issues. After everything was laid out on the table, my lawyer stepped in and said, "Let's take a 30-minute break and meet back again." Amanda and Mark stepped out, and our lawyer discussed that if I wanted, he could go after her and my brother for defamation. The evidence available was more than enough for me to do what I wanted. I was feeling a lot of rage, but I decided I didn't want this to spoil the wedding, and whatever I wanted to do would have to wait until after everything was done. I told Amanda that I would be in contact with her, but for now, I didn't want her telling anyone else. I didn't want any drama from my ex-family to impact my wedding. After that meeting, Kim hugged me and told me that she was right in trusting her gut, and now she felt like a weight had lifted off her shoulders. I shared her sentiment. We had a small wedding with both James and Derek being the best men and a 3-week-long honeymoon covering Europe. It was an amazing time for both of us. Thankfully, I was able to work through what I had heard, and Derek suggested that I should put this on the back of my mind. It didn't spoil the honeymoon too much, though the nightmares were coming more frequently than before during that time, and Kim was always there to support me. I also had a discussion with my therapist, who told me that I would need to confront my ex-family sooner or later, if not for anything else, then for closure. After thinking a lot about all that had happened, I decided to reach out to Amanda in July and told her what she needed to do. I told her that I would be taking legal action based on her statement, but if she wanted to avoid being financially ruined, she needed to follow what I told her next. She needed to talk to Jenny alone and explain everything she had told us back in the lawyer's office. She was crying while listening to me and told me that Mark had left her. I told her that I wished I could feel sorry for her, but I don't. Then I stated that karma hits everyone hard. It hit her, and now it's coming for my brother. A couple of days later, I received a text. It was from Jenny. Despite being blocked, I'd been sending her birthday wishes, holiday greetings, and messages on both our daughters' birthdays over text. This was the first message I had received in 8 years. She basically asked if we could talk. I didn't want to be alone when I had this conversation, so I told her I would call her in a few hours. I reached home and was with Kim when the call took place. I could immediately hear Jenny sobbing uncontrollably for a while before she told me how sorry she was and how terrible she felt. Somehow, I was able to maintain my composure during this time. I told her that it hurt terribly knowing that she thought so little of me that she so easily fell into Henry's trap. I asked about my girls and she said they were doing well. Then I asked when she had met Amanda. She said she met her 2 days ago. It took a long time to process how wrong she was and how quickly she had moved away from me. She immediately brought it to the attention of my ex-parents, and they were just as stunned. They all wanted to contact me, but she said she wanted to connect first and apologize. I told her that what she had done was beyond hurtful. I asked what had happened to the golden child, and she stated that he had been kicked out of the house. I chuckled a bit. She told me she had married Henry a year after the divorce was finalized, as he was the one who supported her through this. Suddenly, it all made sense. It looked like he never got over her. She also mentioned that she had a daughter with him. After our discussion, I basically told her what was going to happen and detailed what I wanted. First, I wanted her to reach out to all my former extended family so they would be aware of what a piece of work he is. Secondly, I made it clear that I only wanted to co-parent my 2 girls and had no intention of reconciling with her beyond what it takes to maintain a relationship with my daughters. Thirdly, I would text her the date and time when I wanted to meet my ex-parents in person. After that, I hugged Kim. Knowing she was pregnant and that her mood could be all over the place, I kept my emotions in check. But I guess she was crying for both of us and we fell asleep on the bed. When I woke up the next morning, my phone was shut off. When I put it on charge, I noticed a barrage of messages coming through. I had over 50 missed calls and hundreds of messages. I was also added to the family group chat where every single one of them was apologizing. Over the next few days, I started receiving messages from some friends who were apologizing for what had happened and how they jumped the gun on everything. The only reply I gave was in the family group chat. Since I had been disowned almost 8 years ago, I considered myself an outsider in this group and wished to remain so. Whether or not I forgave them would happen on my terms and timeline, not theirs. I further told them not to add me back here and left the group. Some family members tried to call me out by messaging me that they were disappointed in my reaction. I shut them down by saying they were not in a position to judge me after being so quick to assume what happened and that they should not contact me again unless I reached out first. A couple of weeks later, I called Jenny and told her that I wanted her to bring my girls over for the weekend so that I could meet them properly. Kim, being as adamant and feisty as she is, said she wanted to meet her stepdaughters as well. We argued a lot. It was mostly me telling her that since she was pregnant, she needed to take care of herself, but the Asian in her was pretty adamant, so eventually I gave in. We met at a public park. Jenny looked a bit disheveled, but seemed to have made an effort to look as good as possible for this meeting. There, I saw Alice and Sarah for the first time in 8 years. They had grown so much. The only memories I had of them were on my phone, as I had been pretty much blocked from all social media and everywhere else. Jenny came crying, trying to hug me, but I put both my hands up to decline. I then introduced her to Kim as my wife, and she broke down into a sobbing mess in the park. Kim came forward to comfort her, and we sat down in a nearby spot. I grabbed both my girls and cried. My girls had never been told about me until recently, and they were pretty conflicted since they only knew Henry as their father. Seeing me suddenly brought out some emotions. There was a lot of crying and talking, and by the evening, we exchanged what had happened in our lives. She told me that she got married to Henry a year after our divorce was finalized. He took care of her for the first few years, but after that, things settled down. He still couldn't grow his landscaping business to a point where it was profitable, and then COVID-19 forced him to shut it down. His parents were now dipping into their savings in an attempt to make ends meet, and he never bothered to start something new despite his parents urging him to do so. She said she was filing for divorce from Henry because she couldn't stand the sight of him. I told her she was free to do what she wanted. It had nothing to do with me. I shared some details about moving forward. Essentially, I wanted Alice and Sarah to attend family therapy sessions with me so we could heal together. They had been robbed of their real father, and it was time to make it right. I wanted to be a part of their lives. I also wanted them to spend weekends with me and Kim, but I mentioned that would have to wait since we had a child of our own coming, and I wanted to focus all my energy on that for now. Lastly, she mentioned that my parents wanted to reach out to me. I corrected her, saying they were anything but my parents. I still had the letter of disownment they sent along with the divorce papers, and I wanted nothing to do with them. However, both she and Kim stated that it would help me get closure from them, so I agreed. I told her that I would let her know when and where I wanted to meet them. I booked her a hotel and told her that I wanted her to stay in this city for the night so that I could spend more time with my girls, with tomorrow being Sunday. We spent that Sunday together as well. This time, I took them around the sights in the city, and we really enjoyed our time together. Before leaving, both of them gave me a warm hug, and I told them I would see them next week. I assured Jenny that she didn't need to drive the girls for the family therapy sessions. I would come over to them. I received a good recommendation from my therapist for a therapist in that city, and we had a productive first introductory session. However, the therapist spelled it out. Sooner or later, they would need to know what my ex-brother did. I told her they would find out in due time. She suggested that I write out my experiences here and get some outside perspectives on my situation as well. I can honestly say that if it wasn't for Derek pushing me, I might not have made it to this point. This brings me to opening this forum for you. What should I do from here? I plan to confront my ex-parents sooner or later, and despite calling them ex, I still have emotions and feelings for them. I'm not sure if that makes sense. How do I deal with Henry? I don't think I ever want to see his face again, but should I go after him with a defamation suit knowing he has a daughter with my ex? Anything I do to him might impact her as well. If you have any questions, I'll try my best to answer them. User Dresden Mouse said, meet your parents, but at the first comment about being the bigger person in your brother's situation, get up and leave. He robbed you of your family and your children. Now karma is coming for him. He is an unemployed leech. If you go after him, it won't affect his daughter, as he has nothing to give her. User Agitated Phil said, legal action against the brother and Amanda. She was just as guilty in this as him. You would not be taking anything away from his daughter because he's already an unemployed leech. He doesn't have anything to give her, and honestly, she would be better off without him in her life. This next post was made in the same subreddit by a user named Manufacture Cookie. The post is titled, my ex told me he'd take his own life if I left. I did it anyway. They found his body yesterday. I dated my ex for 2 years. Worst 2 years of my life. There were some good times when he was smart, funny, and even kind. He was charming and courteous to everyone around us. He was friends with pretty much everyone, but he would hit me when he got angry, drunk, or just had a bad day and needed someone to take it out on. Our friends think I'm a klutz who kept tripping and falling, or bumping into doors, or falling off my bike. That's what I told them, and they believed me. He gaslighted me to make me doubt my own sanity. He called me fat and pushed me to diet to the point of a borderline eating disorder. Even so, I loved him. I wanted to leave, but every time I brought it up, he'd have some excuse. He'd beg for my forgiveness, promise to get therapy, give up drinking, pretty much tell me what I wanted to hear. He promised to change and never did. Last month, I told him I was leaving, and he told me he'd be so sad he'd kill himself. I fell for it and stayed. Last week, after he beat me up particularly badly, I tried to leave, and he said the same thing. I thought he was bluffing, I really did. He'd never made an attempt before, never self-harmed, always seemed to like himself too much to do anything like that. So I left, packed my stuff, and went to a motel. Yesterday, after a week of not showing up for his shift, his job contacted the police, who conducted a welfare check. He didn't answer the door, so they contacted his mom, who told them she hadn't seen him. She let them into the apartment using her spare key, and they found that he'd hanged himself from the ceiling fan in our bedroom. His mom is devastated, and our mutual friends are too. They never knew what he did to me. They thought he was a good man. I don't have the heart to tell them. I expected to feel something when I heard the news, but I don't. I feel kind of empty, but I'm not sad. I feel like a monster. He may have hurt me, but he was still human, and shouldn't I feel sad about the death of a fellow human? I don't know. I guess I just needed to tell someone about this. I can't tell anyone. I'm the one who caused his death. I basically murdered him, and I don't even feel anything. Is this what it means to be a psychopath? User OB4L said this was his final abusive act toward you. He wanted to hurt you and keep you tethered to him for the rest of your life. This wasn't your fault. Please find someone to talk to. User Profession Sanity said, I think a part of you might be in shock. He was abusive and wasn't going to change. This is all on him. Eventually, the pain will hit. It would be a very good idea for you to get a therapist. I'm so sorry you're going through this, but I'm glad your abuser can't hurt you anymore. User No Switch said, I highly recommend seeking out therapy of some kind, even if it is online. That's a lot to carry on someone's heart and mind. Regardless, it isn't your fault and nobody is blaming you. I can only imagine the pain and what ifs you are going through in your mind. I'm sorry this happened to you. This story was posted by a user named Stunning Mushroom in the AITAH subreddit. The post is titled AITAH for being annoyed that my wife allowed my brother to stay at our house. My brother lives with his girlfriend about an hour's drive away from my wife and me. My brother and I have never been close due to the age difference. Our parents had me young and then him later in life. He was always the spoiled one who got whatever he wanted. We see each other on holidays and special occasions, but other than that, we might talk on the phone once or twice a month. Last night I had to work late and could not be reached by phone. When I got off, I noticed that I had 2 missed calls from my brother and a few from my wife, but it was already close to 11 p.m., so I chose to just drive home instead of calling and possibly waking someone up. I walked into the house and saw my wife and brother on the couch playing Mario Kart. When I walked in, they both said hi and went back to their game. I went to the bedroom to shower and frankly, just sleep. I was exhausted. My wife came in a few minutes later and I asked her why my brother was there. She said he called her because he and his girlfriend had gotten into a pretty heated argument and he just needed to get away from the situation for a little while he figured out what he was going to do. They only have one car and it's in the girlfriend's name, so he couldn't take it. Apparently, he tried to call me and when I didn't answer, he called her and she went to pick him up an hour away, even though she hates driving at night. They also went out to dinner before coming home. I told her that I found it odd that she would pick up my brother and take him to dinner just because he got into an argument with his girlfriend. I felt that he is an adult and needed to work it out himself. She just rolled her eyes at me and said he would be staying in the spare room as long as he needed, that I was acting weird and that he is my brother. She had no idea why it was such a huge deal that he was here. I told her that if someone is staying at my house, especially my family, I should be the one who decides that he had no right to call her. He should have waited for me to call him back and I would be talking to him in the morning. She told me to deal with it and grow up, that he was always welcome here. My wife is now mad at me and I am stuck with my brother in the house for who knows how long until he figures out his life. We already have 2 teenagers. I don't need another kid here. I stand by what I said. My brother doesn't need to be here, but my wife is still mad at me today. AITA for saying that she should not have picked up my brother and allowed him to stay at the house. Update. I don't think that just because I believe a person should be out of the house at 18 and not rely on family for support makes me a bad person. People need to grow up and be adults. I expect the same from my children. They are expected to have a job and save money to move out when they are 18 and graduate from high school. If they go to college, they can stay but are expected to pay for it on their own and contribute a small amount of rent. My wife does not agree with this and says they can stay as long as they need. I am trying to make her see reason. As a kid, I was never taken to the zoo, museums, or out to eat. I was sent to a public school and not allowed to play sports or participate in activities because there was never any money. I had to get a job as soon as I could. My parents were 16 when they had me, and even when they got older and had more money, I still did not get the opportunities my brother was given. He got the best and I got nothing. It's time he stood on his own. Yes, my kids get to go to the zoo, park, museums, play sports, and attend activities. They receive a lot of what I didn't, but those are my kids, not my brother. I don't see why my wife would take him along with her. My brother has always loved her like another mom, so I had to share her with him too. I got home from work last night. Everyone was getting ready for dinner. After dinner, I told the kids to please go to their rooms so I could talk to my brother and wife. I asked my brother why he was there and why he felt the need to call us instead of working it out. He said that he just needed to get out of the house. He had found out that his girlfriend had cheated on him and that she was planning on leaving. She blamed him for her cheating because he wouldn't marry her or have a baby with her, which was what she really wanted. I said that what she wanted wasn't unreasonable and that he was being immature. If he could live with her, he could marry her. My wife said that not everyone wants to be married and have children at such a young age. He is an adult. Grow up. I said I didn't appreciate them making decisions without me. This could have been sorted out the next morning. No one needed to drive 2 hours or run away from home. I asked when my brother planned on leaving. He talked to his girlfriend. She was moving out by Sunday and then he would go home. He had 2 months left on the lease, so he was going to look for something smaller to move into. I said that I didn't like him staying that long. My wife replied, "He's your brother. A few days are not going to kill anyone." I agreed just to stop the fight. I didn't like it, but I felt backed into a corner. I still think he needs to go home and deal with his own problems. My brother said, "Thanks, I appreciate it," and walked off. My wife and I talked some more. Neither of us is really happy with one another. User Herding Cats said YTA. He's an adult, then he's a kid. Make up your mind, you were unavailable and he needed help. There's nothing weird about that. Long-term staying in the house? Yeah, you all should discuss that, but for a night or two, since you weren't reachable, it happened. You sound like a terrible brother. User B Clue said, YTA, you are 40 years old. Instead of being insistent about making decisions for your family, why not learn to care about your family instead? Your brother is going through a tough time and your wife is just trying to be nice. Why are you making this about yourself? This next post was made in the step-parent subreddit by a user named BigMac36. The post is titled, "Stepson with mental illness and severe behaviors is ruining my marriage and the little happiness I have." My 16-year-old stepson came to live with my husband and me a few years ago. At first, everything was transitioning fine, at least I thought it was. Over the past year, I feel like I'm going crazy. My stepson manipulates my husband, and it is driving a wedge between us in our marriage. My stepson has no respect for our home. He has destroyed things, draws on the walls, and carving in the wood floors is just a small part of it. It's to the point where I have removed things off my walls and shelves and packed them away just so things aren't broken or go missing. Everything has to be kept under lock and key because of stealing. He spills things and makes messes and refuses to clean up after himself. And then my husband gets upset with me and says, "Here we go again," when I say something. If I don't clean it up, it will never get cleaned up. And I've tried to just leave it, but I can't live like that. My stepson has been urinating on his bedroom floor and then blaming it on one of our family pets. If I try to correct him or confront him with something that happened or even ask him to clean up the mess he just made, he throws things, pulls his fist back, screams, yells, knocks things over, breaks stuff, gets in my face, tells me daily he hopes I die, and flat out refuses. I have tried to tell my husband that when he is at work and not around, it's a living hell. I had to quit my job because my stepson is not responsible enough and can't be trusted to be left alone for any amount of time. But when my husband is home, he acts all innocent and like this helpless person. He makes excuses after excuses or says, "I can't," or "I forgot." I feel like my husband doesn't care. For the past 2 years, I cry daily, sometimes several times a day. I feel like my husband doesn't care or support me with the things going on. He works against me and not with me. He makes excuses for his son or turns it around like it's my fault. Because all his son has to say is, "I didn't do it," and it's all forgotten about and nothing said about anything. I know this post is long, but this is not even the icing on the cake. I feel trapped and I've become depressed. My friends stopped coming over, my family has stopped coming over, I barely talk to anyone. I'm stuck in the house because I can't even take him to a store without him acting out. I barely sleep because I don't trust my stepson. And when my husband and I argue over stuff, he stands behind my husband and smiles. He has been diagnosed with ADHD and bipolar disorder, but I feel there's more going on. My husband won't hear of it. I love my husband and have been together almost 15 years. But I am not sure if it's worth fighting for anymore. My life is a daily hell. My stepson also has a picking problem and will pick his skin until there are sores and then picks the scabs off and eats them. He refuses to wash his hands, and everything he touches he leaves blood marks on. I am constantly cleaning and wiping things down. I am mentally and physically exhausted, and I don't know where to turn. I've tried to talk to my husband, but all he says is that I need to try and be a little nicer to my stepson. I've tried, bent over backwards, and it's only getting worse. Is there anyone with any kind of advice? User Lisa said, you need to move out, at least temporarily. There is no way you can think straight when you are under this amount of stress. Remove yourself from the situation and give yourself time to think and heal. You may realize that putting up with this and not getting the support you need from your husband may be a deal breaker. Maybe time apart will help him realize he has been taking you for granted, like really taking you for granted, even if it is subconsciously and he doesn't realize it. I'm quite sure he is very stressed too, but it is his child causing the stress, so it is his responsibility to do something about it. But giving up your life and job for a child that isn't yours? You are giving up way more than you should have to and taking on and sacrificing more than you need to. You need to look after yourself, and the first step in that is removing yourself from this situation and protecting your mental health and sanity. User Johnny Boy said, your stepson sounds seriously mentally ill. Those with ADHD and bipolar disorder aren't out to emotionally destroy other people, but this kid is. You're right to believe that there is more going on. User Blueberry Love said, it's outrageous that you were forced to quit your job to stay home and take responsibility for a kid who is not your child. In no world, under no circumstances, should this be acceptable. You have sacrificed everything for this man and his child, yet he does not even acknowledge the work you do or show you how much he appreciates you. Has he ever even said thank you? He does not have your back and lets his son get away with every single disgusting thing he is doing while you're forced to clean it up. Stop. Honestly, unless the house is yours, in which case you need to evict him and his son and file for divorce at the same time, you should just move out. Call your friends and family. They will understand when you tell them what has been going on. One of them has a couch or an extra bed you can sleep on while you get back on your feet. The good thing about divorce is that your husband will absolutely owe you alimony or spousal support because he forced you to quit your job to provide childcare for his son. The court will 100% order him to pay you alimony. You need to get your life back and divorce this man as soon as possible before you lose more of your precious time with him. Don't even give him the chance to talk you out of this. Tell him that you are not going to be his unpaid babysitter from now on and that you're done being taken advantage of. Start looking for a job too. Maybe see if you can be rehired at your last job and get your position back. Stay strong. Be firm. Do not hesitate to defend yourself. And if necessary, leave the house or run into a room and lock the door. If he tries to tell you that you're selfish and that you don't love him or his son because you don't want to help anymore, ignore him. If he tries to tell you that you're wrong because all step-parents are happy to do these things, tell him he's full of it and that no decent parent would force a step-parent to quit their job to babysit. This next post was made in the True Off My Chest subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, I cheated on my fiance at my bachelorette party. I don't know how to move forward. I don't even know why I'm writing this here. Everyone is going to say it's rage bait and I'll get banned. I just did the worst thing that I could possibly do and I just want to confess to everyone, but I can't. I know for a fact that the most important relationship of my entire life will be ruined. My fiance Alex and I have been together for 4 years and we're supposed to get married on the 28th of December. We had our bachelor and bachelorette parties last weekend because everyone was in town for the holiday. That's why we're having the wedding on the 28th. Everyone will be here anyway for the holiday, so coming to the wedding won't be a big thing. Alex is everything I want in a man. He's kind, he's funny and charming, he's tall and handsome, he's helpful, he's a leader, he's successful at his work with a great future. He's really thoughtful. One time we were shopping and I looked at this butterfly decoration just in passing and later on I got it for my birthday. He remembered that I liked it and went back and bought it for me and surprised me with it. Our Life is very satisfying to me, and I think to him as well. He's not perfect, of course, and we have our disagreements like any other couple, but we're great together. I feel safe and loved with him. When we first got together, the subject of our past partners came up. I didn't have a lot of past partners as all my relationships were long-term. I had 3 boyfriends before Alex. The previous one was Jake. Jake was gorgeous. He had a very magnetic personality and always dominated whatever room he walked into. I felt so lucky when he chose me to be his girlfriend. We had a very intense physical connection that I sort of lost myself in. In every other way, Jake was terrible. He cheated on me. He stood me up on multiple occasions. He forgot important events like my birthday and my best friend's engagement party. I finally broke up with him. He didn't seem to really care about it though, which hurt. He just ghosted me when I said enough. The reason I mention this is because I told Alex about Jake. At first, he didn't connect the dots, but when I described Jake, he asked me if it was Jake. I said, "How do you know?" And he told me that Jake had stolen his girlfriend from high school when they were all freshmen in college. It really hurt Alex as he thought he would marry this girl. Jake later dumped her and she tried to get back with Alex, but Alex rejected her, telling me that she was disgusting. Alex was quiet around me for a few days after that, but he came around thankfully. During my bachelorette party last weekend, one of my bridesmaids, Claire, invited a bunch of our old friend group to the Airbnb we were renting as a surprise. I thought they had all moved away, but they showed up and yes, you guessed it, Jake was there too. I was pretty drunk, but I can't say I didn't know what I was doing. Jake was still really good looking and he talked only to me that night. He only flirted with me and no one else. He was charming and my inhibitions were down and we eventually went to a bedroom and we had sex. The next morning I was mortified. I told Jake that it meant nothing and he needed to leave and not get in contact with me again. Jake told me that he changed and was a serious person and serious about me. I told him to go and to please just shut up and leave. He seemed sad, but he left. I made sure to make him swear to forget about it all, and he did swear. I told Claire to keep quiet about it and not to tell anyone about Jake. She was the only one who really knew about our past relationship, as she was part of the friend group. She agreed and said it was no big deal, just one last fling before marriage. I think she was the only one who saw us go back to the bedroom, but I can't be sure. All I know is that Jake and I were the least drunk people there and we were pretty drunk. Meanwhile, it's been eating at me all the time. I can't sleep or eat. I'm afraid my wedding dress will be too big for me because I have this fear in the pit of my stomach, and I throw up when I think about Jake and what I did, which is all the time. I think about it constantly. I have to confess to someone, so I think a bunch of internet strangers is the easiest way to do it. I know I'm terrible and I know I messed this up. I can't lose Alex. Why didn't I think of him when I was there last Saturday? Why didn't I consider Alex? I'm such a idiot. He's the best thing that ever happened to me, and Jake is the worst. Alex has started to notice my changed attitude. I lied to him and told him that I think I'm coming down with the flu and that he should stay away for a few days. Meanwhile, I'm crying my eyes out in bed and Alex is being his usual great self, bringing me homemade chicken noodle soup his mom made. I can't tell him, but I can't stand this. Does it go away over time? Feel free to demean me. I deserve it. It's not fake or rage bait. I honestly wish it were. I wish this was just a nightmare. User Ryan's Flying said, "You should tell Alex so he can find someone worthy of his love and respect and not waste his life on you. You don't love him, so don't lie to yourself or us about this. You don't. Claire is also a terrible person, but you two sound like 2 peas in a pod. Will it go away? For you, probably. It doesn't really sound like you have a conscience for it to bug you long term." User Clock A tier said he will find out. More people saw you 2 idiots go to that bedroom than you think. One of them will tell Alex, and rightfully so, because we all know your selfish self isn't going to do it. You might get lucky and Alex might not find out right away, but rest assured he will find out. You will have to live every day wondering if he has found out that you cheated on him. Every single time he comes home or calls you or texts you, you will think, did he find out? Hopefully, this angst will eat at you for the rest of your days. You have earned it. Alex has a right to know before he marries you because he deserves to make a decision about his future with all the facts. If you do not give him that opportunity, you do not love him. I mean, obviously, you do not love him because you let some other guy stick his dong in you, tramp. User Incense Cedar said, "You didn't just cheat. You consciously slept with a man you knew had seduced your fiance's former girlfriend, someone whom you already knew was a player because he had already played you. Well, now he screwed you again, in every way. Not gonna lie, that's a hard one to get over. Your only option is to tell your fiance everything, immediately. No minimization, no lies. Give him the empathy and respect you denied him through your betrayal. Give him back the right to choose his own path forward. It's the only way to start rebuilding your own integrity. Good luck, and I hope you can keep posting." A few days later, OP gave us an update. "I wanted to update everyone who read my original post, even though it's humiliating and painful. The truth is out. Alex knows, and the consequences have been worse than I could have imagined. I have no one to blame but myself." Thursday evening, Alex didn't come home after work. I thought maybe he was staying late, but around 9 p.m., I got a text from him. It was a photo of me and Jake kissing at my bachelorette party. No words, just the photo. I panicked and immediately texted Claire, asking if she told Alex. She replied that he deserved to know the truth. I don't think she did it to be malicious, maybe she was feeling guilty herself, but at that moment I was freaking out. I started spamming Alex's phone with calls and texts, begging him to talk to me. He left me on read. Then I logged onto social media and saw that Alex had posted that our wedding was canceled because the woman I thought I was marrying turned out to be someone I didn't know. People started calling and messaging me, asking what was going on. I didn't know what to say. I panicked and lied, telling them we had a huge argument but that we were working it out. Meanwhile, Alex was replying to comments under his post, saying things like, "She knows what she did and there's nothing left to say." Friday night, Jake showed up at my apartment. He said he was sorry, claimed he didn't know Alex was my fiance, and tried to explain himself. I told him it didn't matter. What we did ruined the best thing in my life, and I wanted Jake gone. I told him to leave and not come back. He tried to linger, saying something about how we could figure this out, but I slammed the door on him. He makes my skin crawl. Then on Saturday morning, the hammer dropped. Alex's older brother, Mark, showed up with 2 of Alex's groomsmen. They knocked, came in, and started packing up Alex's things, his clothes, his personal items, even some of the furniture that belonged to him. I tried to talk to them, begging them to tell me where Alex was or how I could reach him, but they just ignored me or told me they didn't know where he was, which was probably a lie. Mark kept repeating that there was nothing to talk about. When they were done, Mark told me that Alex wanted me to keep the engagement ring. He said Alex didn't want it back because he had no use for it, and selling it wouldn't make up for what had happened. He also told me Alex would be sending a check to cover my share of the canceled wedding costs and that his half of the lease was paid for. I begged Mark to at least put Alex on the phone with me and said that he deserved some kind of closure by yelling at me. At least I'd be able to apologize where he could hear my voice. He just said Alex has all the closure he needs and to stop contacting him and leave him alone, that I've done enough. Mark used to be so kind to me, like a big brother. He was excited about the wedding, calling himself the future crazy uncle. Now he was cold and distant, talking to me like I was a stranger. That was when it really hit me. Alex was gone and my life was gone too. I can't afford to stay in the apartment. Alex paid the rent and utilities while I handled groceries, cooking, and chores. I don't make enough as a personal trainer to cover everything on my own, and I let my certifications lapse months ago because we planned on me being a traditional stay-at-home wife and mother after the wedding, which is something I really wanted. I've started packing my things and will be moving back in with my parents. I haven't told them the full story yet, just that the wedding is off. They've been supportive, but I know the full conversation is coming and it's going to be excruciating. My friends are avoiding me too. Some have unfollowed me on social media, and Claire hasn't responded to any of my messages since she told Alex. I don't even know how to begin rebuilding my life from this. I've lost everything that mattered to me because of one selfish, stupid decision. Alex was my rock, my future, and the best thing that ever happened to me, and I threw it all away for nothing. I betrayed him in the worst way possible, and I'll have to live with that for the rest of my life. He won't even talk to me. It's driving me crazy that I can't at least apologize to him in person. I know you'll never see this. I'm sorry. I know my apology means nothing, but I'll regret what I did for the rest of my life. You deserved so much better, and I failed you in every way that mattered. I know that when I'm old and gray, even if I find someone else, you'll always be in my heart. I love you to the moon and back, and I don't think I'll ever be able to love someone else the way I love you. There will always be a part of me that's yours. Now, I have to figure out how to pick up the pieces. My life as I knew it is gone, and I have no one to blame but myself. Stop messaging me. I'm not reading them anyway. I've lost everything. There's no way you can make me feel worse than I already do. I'm barely hanging on to the will to live here." This story was posted by a user named Angel Guide in the Pro Revenge subreddit. The post is titled, "He ruined my sister's only birth experience, so I made sure he'd never forget her. Kinda my revenge, kinda my sister's. Both of us are really proud." This is going to be long, so here's our cast. My sister, will call her Sarah for the story. Sister's ex-BF, Paul, ex-BF's new wife, Jane, ex-BF's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Doe, oldest brother Zeke, and our parents and me. When I was 14 and my oldest sister, Sarah, was 22, we found out that she was pregnant by Paul, her boyfriend of 4 years. They immediately got engaged and were really happy for a time. Sarah had a horrible pregnancy. About 16 to 18 weeks in, the wonder of creating a human life evaporated for her. She developed hyperemesis, was constantly in pain, developed gestational diabetes, and just all around hated the experience. Around this time, Paul, her then fiancé, started getting sick of the complaining. I believe the argument was, "Your body is built to do this. It can't be that bad." Sarah was due around Valentine's Day, and Paul's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Doe, were very excited, both about the grandkid and the fact that he could be born on a holiday. She was very much against that and really hoped her son wouldn't be born on a holiday, even one as small as Valentine's Day, because it might make him feel that his day isn't really about him. Well, Mrs. Doe suggested something like, well, if you name him Valentine or Valentino, then that'll make the day even more special for him. Again, Sarah hated the idea. She thought it was tacky, feared he'd be bullied for it, and just really didn't like the name Valentino. Paul loved it, but agreed to go with a more average name like Daniel or Jared. Fast forward to February. She was ready to get this over with. Sarah had officially been put on bed rest because while standing or walking, her blood pressure took unexpected spikes and dips. I look back now and goodness do I feel bad for her. She was doing her best to avoid giving birth on Valentine's Day because she didn't want him born on a holiday. Unfortunately, births happen when they happen, and that baby was going to come on Valentine's Day whether she wanted him to or not. I remember waiting in the waiting room with my dad, brothers, and Paul, who couldn't stand to be in the delivery room because it was gross. I was so mad that he could have gone in but wouldn't because he thought my sister was gross while giving birth. Whereas I had to stay outside because I was too young to go in with my mom and other sister. Dad went home with the youngest 2 brothers while the oldest brother Zeke stayed to watch me because I refused to leave. 16 hours after Sarah went into labor, my little nephew officially became part of the family on the evening of Valentine's Day. Unfortunately, Sarah was not okay. She had to have an emergency cesarean section. During the operation, they discovered that the back of her uterus had a very large and very severe tumor. When I say large, I mean it was twice the size of a standard uterus. The doctors were shocked and didn't understand why nobody had noticed it on an ultrasound. It accounted for her severe back pain and blood pressure issues. The doctors immediately went in for more surgery to remove the tumor, but sadly ended up having to perform a full hysterectomy. This meant that my nephew would be Sarah's only child. Now, while Sarah was in surgery, Paul was taking care of everything baby-related to ensure his son was okay. In my 14-year-old self's memory, I remember him being suitably distraught, but I didn't really pay him much mind and spent my time in the waiting room with my mother and other sister. Zeke, however, wanted to be a good future brother-in-law and make sure that Paul was okay. He found Paul filling out the baby paperwork on his own, looking like he had not a single worry in his mind. Zeke asked why Paul didn't wait for Sarah to fill out the paperwork, as she should have been out of surgery within the hour. Paul said that he just wanted her to get her rest and heal. That checked out with Zeke, as he was 16 and didn't know any better at the time. Now, I know what you're probably thinking. No, he wouldn't. He knows how much she hates that name, and still, she'd need to sign the paperwork too. My fellow Redditors, I regret to inform you that Paul forged Sarah's signature on the paperwork and waited until she was out of surgery to hand said paperwork over. My sweet nephew, born on Valentine's Day, was named Valentino on his first official birth certificate. I still to this day don't know why Paul and his family were so insistent about the name. He had even picked out a different one with my sister. And before you ask, no, he was never brought up on forgery charges because his parents were witnesses to her signing the papers, even though they only got there at the last minute. So Sarah dumped him and got her son's name changed a month later. She was willing to do split custody with him because that's her son's father, and she wants the kid to know him. However, Paul vanished and she never heard anything back, which seemed weirdly out of character to us, until a mutual friend on Facebook was tagged in his wedding pictures 6 months later. Paul had apparently started cheating on her not long after she got pregnant. Sarah was livid but couldn't do much, so she filed for child support and continued to live her best life, until 6 years later. This is where the revenge starts, my friends. Sarah had been a single mother for the past 6 years and was amazing at it. At this point in my career, I'd been a hairdresser for about 8 months at our local Great Clips. I was working one day when Jane, Paul's wife herself, was seated before me. I took her back for a trim and she clearly had no idea who I was. That adds up because a mutual friend who still keeps in contact with Paul said that Jane doesn't know a thing. She has no idea about Sarah, that she was the other woman, or that Paul actually has a kid that he's been paying child support for. She's in the dark on it all. I told myself not to be an ass and treat her like a normal customer, which I did. At this point, Jane was heavily pregnant, so much of our conversation was about that. She loved being pregnant but found it hard. Her husband was so unsympathetic and she was due in 10 weeks. They still hadn't picked out a name for their baby girl. I asked what kind of name she was looking for, and she said, "I want something unique and unusual, but not ridiculous like Brantley High." Paul had suggested many names, but she didn't like any of them. So I, the conniving little weasel I am, said, "What about Sarah?" My sister's name isn't actually Sarah. She was named after an older family member who passed not long after she was born. There was no female equivalent for his name, so our parents created one. It's a beautiful name and exactly what Jane was looking for. She loved it, she stuck by it, and I found out by stalking her Facebook months later that she had put her foot down, and that was their daughter's name. Now Paul has a daughter with his ex's name to remind him every day about her. Little nephew is 10 years old now with a new name and no contact with his biological father, though we do still sometimes call him Val as a family nickname. He likes it but doesn't want to bring it to school, so it's staying a family nickname. Sarah pretends to hate when we call him that in a joking way. As long as he likes it, she doesn't have a problem with it. And she's seeing a new guy who's really great and like a father to Val. User Green Demon said, "Same thing happened to me. My biological father named me after his dad while my mom was passed out after the birth, forged signature and all. Unfortunately, she didn't divorce him right there. She waited until I was 6 to do that. Apparently, however, I always hated that name and chose a nickname that was barely related to my birth name. So I didn't have to use it much except for legal forms, but God, I hated it when I did use it. I legally changed my full name at 18, after he refused to sign papers to let it happen at 16. When I submitted those papers at the court, it was a great day, very freeing." User Asterfloros said, "That's amazing. My dad did the same paper forging nonsense, only he chose to name me after 2 women he had been cheating with. That was his punishment for my mom not having a boy. He desperately wanted a son. She finally left him 5 years later when his mistress was pregnant. They had a son, he got to name him the boy name he had wanted to give me, and then they put him up for adoption not long after. He later went on to name his next daughter the cultural or family name that was meant for me. She's not even part of that culture. There's no real happy ending there, unfortunately." This next post was made in the AITAH subreddit by a user named Clear Equivalent. The post is titled, "Would I be the AH if I confronted and told the truth of my mom for cheating and disappearing for a year?" Around 3 years ago, I woke up from a nap and went into my dad's office just to see what he was doing. I was next to him when I looked down at his desk and saw a divorce paper. I was, of course, confused and broke down. My dad had the idea of going to church to talk about it, but he didn't want to tell my mom because that would make things messy, and we both weren't ready. So we told her we were going to get a snack. Once we were at the church, we had a talk, and I asked many questions like why. He asked, "You know how mom hasn't been around for a while?" I replied yes, and he told me some excuse for why she was out for such a long time, though I don't really remember what he said. Maybe a day or two later, we were in the car, and I asked him if mom was cheating because I was confused about why she would file for divorce for no reason. He said yes. He also told me how he hired a private investigator to see what my mom was doing while she was away. It turned out she was with her new boyfriend, whom we'll call Brian. This, of course, kind of shocked me and broke me. Over the next few days, I asked my dad about Brian and if he had a family. He said yes. I also asked where they were going, and apparently they were going to a friend's house. I remembered going to that house with my mom before she started disappearing. I also remembered one of her friends being there. Let's call her Candle. My dad explained how Candle had a kid with a really rich guy, then divorced him and got full custody, so he had to pay child support. As my dad and I got closer because of this, we would go out and he would tell me things like misery loves company and how he suspected Candle got mom into cheating. My mom would always lie to us, telling us she was going to a friend's house because a dog died or a friend needed help. We all had to go along with the lies, and I promised my dad I wouldn't tell my older brother. My dad also asked if I wanted to keep hearing about this stuff. I said yes, but I really didn't want to because it was destroying me inside. I said yes because I thought it helped my dad to have someone to talk to and listen. I also forgot to mention that Brian has 4 kids, 2 older boys and 2 girls, one of whom has Down syndrome and is nonverbal. When Brian and my mom were going to friends' houses, he left his wife to deal with them alone, just like my dad. Then my dad told me he was about to call a family meeting to announce the divorce and told me to act like I didn't know anything. My dad and mom sat me and my brother down, and my mom told us they both wanted a divorce. Months later, after my mom had moved out, I started getting really depressed and began to cut myself because I blamed myself for what my mom did. I even wrote notes listing reasons why I wanted to commit suicide. Like an idiot, I left this note out, and while I was at school, my mom found it. The same day, my brother and I were called out of school. My dad took us to an art festival. After the festival, he told me that he and my mom wanted to talk about the note my mom found. We sat down and talked. I explained how my mom disappearing for a year really hurt me. My mom apologized, but I think that was only because she had to be sorry in the moment. My dad then said he was signing me up for therapy. Long story short, I lied in therapy to make my dad look good and got nothing from it. Timeline: me finding out about the divorce in October to November. Announcement of divorce in December. Mom moving into apartment in January, and therapy in February. Skip to 5 to 6 months ago, I was finally introduced to Brian. My mom made me play drums for him and wanted me to let him play on my kit. I put my heart and soul into the fills I was playing to make him intimidated, and it worked. I didn't want him touching my stuff, especially my drums. After this, I went to my dad's, and he again gave me a heads up that he was going to call me and my brother to talk about the private investigator stuff. So now I didn't need to hide it from my brother. Fast forward a year to around Christmas time. I was at my grandmother's on my mom's side playing pool. My grandpa got drunk and was telling my brother and me how strong my mom is and how good of a mother she is, confirming my theory that my mom told her family that she was the good guy and had sacrificed a lot for us. Now, fast forward to about 2 months ago. I went to see the movie We Live in Time, and my mom picked me up slightly drunk with her mom and a friend, both of whom were super drunk. I essentially had to babysit them. The friend told me again how strong of a woman my mom is and how she's a great mom. These comments always crush me inside because they don't know the truth, and I'm being told my mom is great because she disappeared for a year. So now my question is, would I be the jerk for confronting my mom and telling my family about the truth, or should I drop it because it was so long ago? User Petrograd said, "You have a lot of pent-up emotions that you need to let out. A good place would be in therapy, and instead of trying to make your dad look good, you should just tell the truth so you can talk about what really happened. All this lying is hurting you. You have the right to be angry with your mom for lying and cheating. She made mistakes and needs to take responsibility for that. You need to let your frustrations out so you can start healing." Usernaming and Eating Pets said what everyone else said, but I'm going to add that your dad had absolutely no right and is not a good parent for sharing your mother's intimate information with you. That's petty and vengeful. Adults should hide the intricacies of their relationships from their children. It's the right thing to do. Have you ever considered that your dad might be the reason your mother disappeared or sought out another relationship? It's possible. Does it make her a great mother? No, it doesn't. Equally, it makes your dad an awful parent for not only sharing this information with you, but also making you keep it a secret. Please go back to therapy and be honest. This next post was made in the same subreddit by a user named Holiday T. The post is titled AITAH for not attending my little sister's engagement party because of how my mom and her treat me and my husband. My little sister is getting engaged. I'm married and just had my first baby 2 months ago. My family lives in Washington State, and my husband and I are in Florida. The third trimester of my pregnancy was rough because my sister created a long chain of family drama and turned my parents against me. This happened after I blocked her for a single day due to her making very disrespectful comments towards my husband, my pregnancy, and my marriage. This wasn't the first time she had done this, and I had tried to set up boundaries several times before to no avail. I unblocked her a day and a half later, thinking she would apologize, as she was begging me on other communication platforms to give her a chance and claiming she didn't mean anything. To my disappointment, she gave me the most half-hearted apology and made it all about herself, portraying herself as the victim. I explained to her calmly that this behavior was unacceptable and that she needed to respect my current life and new family, establishing new boundaries. I thought the situation was resolved and we could move on. A month later, I discovered she had been discussing this situation with our family, making them sympathize with her and portraying me as a horrible sibling for blocking her. They were also comparing my husband unfavorably to my sister's soon-to-be fiancé, particularly in financial terms. When I tried to explain my perspective, no one listened. Confronting her only made things worse. I attempted to mediate again and reached an okay, though not great, point. My dad later confessed that he and my sister had been criticizing my husband and me for nearly a year, primarily because he didn't like my husband. He now regrets this and recognizes the merit in my relationship. Interestingly, when he began speaking positively about us, my sister became upset and accused him of empathizing with us. When I delivered my baby, my mom flew from Washington to Florida to help during my postpartum period. Initially, I was excited and appreciative as we have no local family or community due to frequent moves. However, her attitude shocked me. She was cold and rude to me, my husband, and even her first grandchild. Her behavior included insisting I change my son's name because she hates it, dismissing my husband, showing no concern for my difficult labor and emergency procedures, telling me not to hold my crying baby too much to avoid spoiling him, being unhelpful, and sleeping during her stay. In one particularly distressing incident, my husband found our baby out of his swaddle, cold and squirming, while my mom sat nearby looking at her phone. When I confronted her, she became defensive. She left the next day after I asked her not to smoke near the baby. Her response, that I should have warned her beforehand, deeply hurt me. Being less than 3 days postpartum, I broke down crying multiple times. Despite her treatment, I desperately wanted her around. My first few weeks of motherhood were challenging. I was eating and sleeping poorly, feeling overwhelmed as a new mom, and my husband had to return to work immediately. Fast forward to the present, we're moving to a new state up north in a couple of weeks, but my sister and mom expect me to show up for her engagement party a week after I move and bring my baby with me. I politely implied that it might be difficult, but my mom seems insistent and even told me, "Your sister doesn't have any other sibling but you." That's when I snapped and told her that she didn't show up in my life when it mattered too, and that she hurt me. It's not like I have any other siblings. She replied that my sister is still young and doesn't know any better. Mind you, I'm only 2 years older. I'm honestly shocked at the entitlement coming from them after how they both treated me during my pregnancy and postpartum, as well as my husband and child. Despite that, deep in my heart, I want to be there for my sister during this important moment in her life. Am I the asshole for not wanting to go to her engagement party? Edit. Some people are confused as to why my family doesn't like my husband. He is a doctor from another country who came to the US on his own to try to practice medicine here. It's a long pathway for him, and I think they see him as a failure for not succeeding already. He's only been here for 4 years and is doing his best. This pathway requires a lot of money, time, and effort. I'm very proud of him for his accomplishments. They judge us for living in apartments and moving all the time for his research jobs and rotations. They expected him to be rich or get rich quickly due to his background because it's an expectation in my culture to marry into money. But I couldn't care less about that. I married him for him. I don't care what career he has as long as he's satisfied and happy. He also makes enough for me to stay home with our baby and encouraged me to go back to school, so I'm very appreciative of his support. My mom also paid for most of our wedding, which was forced upon us by her. My husband and I couldn't afford it at that time, and I tried to explain that we just wanted a simple party, but she refused, saying that I'm her first daughter to get married and that it's necessary. We ended up caving to keep her satisfied. She has used that against my husband a few times, even though he promised to pay her back when he can. I think that's crazy, and I've brought this up with her, that it's not fair, but she doesn't seem to care. She has compared him to my sister's fiance, who is more well off, claiming that he told her he would buy a house and provide a good dowry when they move in together. I seriously wish the best for my sister, but I just don't understand the comparisons they're making. I'm very happy in my relationship and my husband is a great person, period. User Proud Salt said, "No, you're not. Your mother must have forgotten what it was like to deliver a baby. You would have no business traveling that early with such a young baby. It is neither safe nor smart. Just say no. Practice in front of a mirror if you need to. Neither your mother nor your sister is healthy for you. Let them live their own self-absorbed lives while you try to relax and start enjoying the little miracle you have." User Zon said, "Your sister is being an asshole to you because your parents are teaching her how to treat you by example. I'm sorry you didn't get the loving family you wanted, but these people sound incredibly toxic. Protect your newborn and yourself, and consider minimizing or cutting them out of your life. Expect demands for money as soon as your husband achieves his success. NTA." This story was posted by a user named Stellar Jump in the True Off My Chest subreddit. The post is titled, "My stepmother tried to donate my children's clothes behind my back. I don't want her near my family anymore." For context, I live in Brazil. I'm not sure how well other countries are being informed about this, but the state of Rio Grande has been experiencing devastating floods that are engulfing entire towns and affecting thousands of people. My family doesn't live in Rio Grande do Sul, but we, like many others, are donating to the survivors. I live in an apartment with my husband and our children. A couple of weeks ago, we organized some of our kids' old clothes to donate. My father and stepmother told me that they were donating their clothes as well and offered to stop by, pick up our clothes, and donate everything together. I agreed. On the day of the pickup, I had an emergency at work. I left the clothes in 2 bags by the front door, gave my father the password to our place, and asked if he was okay stopping by while I wasn't there. He agreed, but later told me he was busy and that his wife would go instead. Sometime later, my stepmother texted me, confirming she'd gotten the clothes. When I got back home, both bags were still there. I was instantly confused. I started pondering what clothes my stepmother had picked up, which led me to check my kids' closets. Sure enough, half of my daughter's clothes were gone, as well as about a third of my son's. I called my father. Thankfully, they hadn't taken the donations anywhere yet, so I was able to get everything back. My stepmother explained that she couldn't find the bags, so she just went to the closets and picked up whatever looked like it wouldn't fit them anymore. If anyone else had done this, I probably wouldn't be this upset. Sure, the bags were right by the door, but I've been inattentive before. It happens. But knowing my stepmother did this drives me mad in ways I can't describe. My relationship with my stepmother has always been strained. She was emotionally abusive towards me and my little sister when we were young. I could write a book about the damage she caused, but there's one particular aspect of the abuse that's relevant here. Early in her relationship with my father, she put on some weight. When she started making efforts to lose it, she decided that the entire family needed to do so as well. She told me and my sister that we were obese. She forced us both into increasingly restrictive diets and tried to monitor what we ate at our mom's place. We were too young to understand what was actually going on, so my mom didn't realize how abusive the situation was until years later. From that moment on, our contact with our father and stepmother was mostly limited. We both managed to reconcile with our father, but the damage had been done. To this day, I have a complicated relationship with food. Years later, my stepmother was diagnosed with BPD. She's still in therapy and has apologized, but I never forgave her and I never will. I'm cordial with her, but only for my father's sake. She's tried to make comments about my daughter's weight before, but my husband and I always shut her down. Every time my stepmother buys her clothes, they are at least 2 sizes too big. My daughter is actually small for her age, which only makes this more ridiculous. Looking at the clothes she tried to take from my kids almost made me weep. Every single piece was either brand new or fit them perfectly. Some of their favorite clothes were there. There's an astronaut onesie my daughter got for her birthday literally 2 weeks ago that she's obsessed with. 4 of her favorite dresses, some of her costumes, her ballet uniforms, and a few shirts she also loves were almost gone forever as well. She took less from my son, but still took many of his favorites as well. I'm cutting contact with my stepmother. My husband agrees with me. I don't care how much therapy she's done or how much she seems to have improved. I don't want her anywhere near my family ever again. This was the last straw. I refuse to let her damage my children the way she damaged me, but I don't know how to talk to my father about this. We've both put a lot of effort into our relationship, and I don't want to lose whatever we still have. User Difficult Current said, she stole from your children. I hope you've changed the code so she can never set foot in your home again. She's proven she can't be trusted. I'm so sorry you've tried to be the better person and keep her in your life, but she doesn't deserve you. She sounds awful. I'm glad you got the clothes back, especially the onesie. User When Will This Be Over said, I'm so sorry for the childhood you had to endure. She definitely did this on purpose. I don't even know where to start. What a horrible woman. Even without the horrible history, what she did was a violation of you and your children. She doesn't get to enter your home, rummage through your children's clothes, and take things as she likes. It's 2024. If she couldn't find the bags, she could have called you or your husband. But no, she did it on purpose. I can't tell you how to talk to your dad, but I can tell you for sure that you're in the right. I would be very upset and hurt too, especially for your babies. You're a good mother for trying to protect them from that. The one thing about your dad, though, is that he failed to protect you as a child, and he brought that woman into your life. His feelings are not your responsibility. He dug his own grave and should be held accountable for it. If he wants to be part of your life, he has to put in the work. It's not your job. I wish you the best, and I'm sorry you had to experience this. User 3 Fries Short said, you are putting your kids first. Good for you. I once had to remove my father-in-law from our home and it really upset the kids. You are avoiding any potentially upsetting confrontations by removing her from the guest list, which keeps your home a safe space. Update. I spoke to my father a few days ago to inform him that my family would be cutting ties with his wife. There's not much to say about the conversation itself, but we did have a small fight about it. From his perspective, I think it was more of an I'm upset fight than a I think I'm right fight, so it wasn't too hard to get him on my side. I had written a draft of what I wanted to say, but I only used half of it. I focused on the facts first, as that's usually what works with my father. His wife raided my children's closets without permission and stole clothes they still wore and treasured. I also sent him a picture of the bags I'd left by the door, which proves she couldn't have walked into my apartment without seeing them. Another topic I brought up was the way his wife abused me during my youth and how I'd seen traces of that behavior towards my daughter. Over the years, my stepmother has apologized for how she treated me more than once. I never bought it. She would say those things, but never change anything about how she acted. No amount of therapy or education or conversations will ever be enough. Even if she somehow did change, she will always be the person who made me spend my entire youth hating everything about myself. The only reason I remained civil towards her was because my dad loves her. I was fine with her seeing my kids because it usually happened in environments I could control, but I never left her alone with them. Whenever she offered to babysit, I made it very clear that would never happen. I'd rather drive halfway across the city to leave them with my mother-in-law than allow my stepmother to tell my daughter she's fat. I sent pictures of the clothes she'd tried to steal to my father. He recognized many of them as pieces my kids had worn weeks prior, as well as ones he'd bought for them. The ballet uniform stood out as he'd paid for it and insisted it wasn't cheap. I also included pictures of the tags, while the ones on my son's clothes seemed mostly random. My daughter's read either 5 or 6. That is her size, but my stepmother has always refused to accept that. Once I told my father all of the above, he agreed that there was no way she'd stolen those clothes by accident and that it was best for me and my family to distance ourselves from her. I can tell he's hurt by this, but it's not me he's upset at. Even if it was, he knows my kids are my priority and he can't change my mind on this. I allowed him to tell his wife. She's trying to contact me, but I've been ignoring her calls and texts. Before the week is over, I'll decide whether to block her or just keep her on mute. My children aren't dumb. They will notice her absence, but I don't think they'll care much as they were never close with her. She tried to play a grandma role with them, but it never worked. It's great to know my kids won't miss her. My husband and I are trying for a third, and I'm glad they'll never even meet her. I'm still very upset. As much as I've always known she would never change, stealing from my children was something I could have never imagined she'd do. But I am much better than I was last week, which is enough for now. Thank you for all your love and advice. This next post was made in the AITAH subreddit by a user named Certain Ad. The post is titled AITAH for shouting at my husband and throwing my mother-in-law out. I have been married to my husband, I'll refer to him as Alex, for 7 years, and we have 2 children together, a 3-year-old girl and a baby. A week ago, my mother-in-law, will call her Kathy, recently had a pretty bad breakup with a long-term partner. Following this, Kathy asked Alex if she could stay with us for a while, and he obliged. Alex didn't run this by me, but as this is his mother and she is going through a rough patch, I let it go. Now here's where the problem begins. My mother-in-law has been constantly critiquing my parenting and even inserting herself into my and Alex's finances. I'm no stranger to her bashing my parenting during holiday visits with my toddler, but this was her first time staying with us for so long. Some of my mother-in-law's criticisms include, my baby is mainly formula fed. She goes on long rants about how I'm feeding my baby poison and throwing money down the drain, claiming she breastfed her children with no problems, and that I need to stop being lazy. Constant critiques about how I'm holding the baby too much and will spoil her. Criticizing me when I make a quick meal for my 3-year-old, saying I'm home all day doing nothing and can't be bothered to cook my child a real meal. My final straw happened last night. I'm currently on maternity leave and my husband works and makes about 3 times what I make. When my husband got home from work, I asked him to watch the kids for a few minutes while I took a shower. My mother-in-law said I'm being lazy and a gold digger and that I expect her son to do all the work and then come home and babysit. I lost it. I shouted at her to go back to her own house and mind her own parenting. My husband then said I can't do that to my own mother-in-law, that she lives all on her own now and that I was being cruel. I shouted at him that she has 3 other children she can stay with, that he lets her get away with talking to his wife that way, and what kind of husband he is. My mother-in-law and Alex left, with Alex saying he'll stay with his mother for a night or 2. I called my sister and mom over to help with the kids and to talk to them. I feel like I may be the asshole because even though Alex has heard many of the remarks she's made about me and my parenting, I probably should have talked to him about it before losing my temper. Edit. Apologies for not responding sooner. This is the first chance I've gotten to check my phone since I've posted. Thank you all for the feedback. I'll be reading as much as I can when I can. User WLF said NTA, any man worth having would stand up for his wife when she is being disrespected, especially in her own home. Don't wait, get the ball rolling on divorce. You can always cancel, but you don't want to be blindsided by him filing first. Don't allow him back unless he agrees to couples therapy. User Time Environmental said, YTA to yourself and your kids. Your husband left you postpartum with a 3-year-old and a 2-week-old baby. If this were me, I would have divorce papers ready for him when he returns so that he and his mother can be single together. This final post was made in the True Off My Chest subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, My husband wants me to be a mother to his affair children. I and my husband have been together for 5 years and married for 2. I met him at the church I started attending when I moved to a new city to begin my career. I work for an insurance company and he's a pastor. I know that we have a notable age gap, but he was always kind to me and made me feel special. A week ago, he came home and told me we needed to talk. He was in tears as he revealed that he had been having an affair with one of our community members and that she had been pregnant with twins. She went into labor, she and one of the twins died, while the other is in the NICU. He said we need to step up and that he wants me to turn my office into a nursery and set up a cot in the room so we can take turns caring for the baby. I became distressed and told him I wanted some time to think, that I was not sure I wanted to do this. He told me that I had made a vow to him in marriage and that God had blessed us with a child. He said, this is our cross to bear and that God will never give us something we cannot handle. I told him it seemed God had given her more than she could handle because she had died. He slapped me and told me that I needed to serve my husband, that God had chosen me as this child's mother, and that I needed to be his humble servant. I just feel so strange. Yesterday, I cried so hard I threw up. This woman died, yet I feel bad for myself. I feel so ugly. I wanted children and was saving for IVF because I am infertile. But now that I have a chance to have a child, I do not want it. I feel like I'd be robbing its mother's grave. I pray to God, but if I'm being honest, it's never felt like anyone was listening. I feel like I've truly seen my husband and he no longer looks kind. He looks his age and very tired. I want to abandon him and the child. I'm only 29, I can start over. over. I have a remote job, so I could take a day off when he goes to the NICU, pack my essentials, and leave. Neither he nor the child deserves this, and although this is my circus, that is not my monkey. User Stop Spam Calls said, "Leave, leave, leave. You cannot trust this man. You have absolutely no obligation to become his mistress's child's mom. This isn't Sister Wives. This is all a very unfortunate and sad situation, but you are a hurt party here. God didn't tell him to impregnate a woman outside of his marriage. This whole thing was of your husband's own making. He is trying to coerce you by abusing your shared religion for his own selfish wants. No, no, no. Isn't it in the Bible that if your eyes tempt you to sin, you should gouge them out? Well, I'm assuming his eyes are pretty much intact, aren't they? And the cherry on top is he felt so self-righteous in that moment that he slapped you after everything he's done. No, leave that manipulative, abusive POS behind." To this, a deleted user said, "Not just leave him, but probably the whole area too. Now that there are no witnesses, he can spin this to his congregation, claiming that his evil ex-wife left him for taking in this orphan in need. The potential for harassment is significant in this situation, especially since he's already being abusive and may feel backed into a corner." User Dryask said, "First, your vows to your husband mean nothing since they meant nothing to him when he had an affair with another woman. Second, your husband is the typical piece of work who does horrible things but hides behind religion. Third, your husband hit you. That is absolutely not acceptable, and I don't care what you said first. Fourth, leave immediately and divorce his lying, cheating, abusive, manipulative ass." Update. I just want to thank you all for the support. I'm still processing everything and I just need a little time. I don't feel unsafe, just unloved, like I'm not enough. My husband did apologize for slapping me and continues to express regret, but he can't take it back, just as he cannot take back impregnating another woman, which ultimately killed her. I'm feeling so disillusioned with my whole life right now. I know I should leave. I know that there is a world out there that will not treat me like this, but I am scared of change. I am working on a plan to leave and getting my ducks in a row for when I'm ready to go, but I am not sure when that will be if I choose to leave. Many have suggested that I should report him to the police for slapping me, and they're probably right, but that would likely cause me more problems than it would be worth. If I leave, it might make him want to contest the divorce more, and if I stay, it would cause more tension. I've been working on my left hook though, because I won't let him get away with it again. I'm not violent myself, but I'm down for a tussle because although I'm hurt, I am angry. I'm not sure if there will be an update because I'm still uncertain. I can make all the plans in the world, but the change scares me almost as much as bending to his will. I've been praying about it, but I see no clear answers or guidance. I don't know. Funny thing, I'm jealous of the people saying this is fake. It's like I want my life to be like it was 2 weeks ago. I could read a crazy story on the internet and think, wow, that's crazy, seems kind of fake, and keep scrolling and go about my life. Only I can't scroll away in real life because that's just not how life works. I don't owe anyone proof of my life's tragedies, least of all strangers on the internet whom I will never meet. I do thank all who have given support. I wish I could tell you that I packed my bags and left his sorry ass, but I'm not strong enough to do that yet. It's not that easy in real life as it turns out. Update 2. I left. If that's all you wanted to know, there it is. For those of you asking how the other woman died, it was an amniotic fluid embolism. I don't know much about those, but I guess when they happen, things go wrong really, really fast. We lived in a more rural area, so they just weren't prepared for something like that to happen. I didn't leave right away as I know now that I should have. It just wasn't that easy. I stayed for 2 months. I knew if I did not at least try to make it work, I would not be able to live with myself. Not because I wanted to save my marriage, but because the what ifs keep me up at night enough as it is. I went to marriage counseling with my husband, but it was ultimately fruitless. Of course, it was Christian counseling. I felt like their goal was for me to forgive him rather than actually trying to help me. I was so utterly alone during that time. My parents and brother are also very religious, so even though they weren't happy with my husband, they kept urging me to do what a good Christian wife would do. I spent so much time suffering in my own head that I began to realize I was just going through the motions, doing what I thought people expected of me. I entered a state of derealization for a time, and that was an absolute mind of asterisk CK. The feeling of nothing being real, not even myself, was horrible. During this period, my husband brought his baby home, and while he tried to split the care 50-50 at first, he ultimately didn't trust me to look after the baby because I was lost in space. So he ended up being the primary caregiver. When I was with the baby, all I could think about was how its existence ruined my life. It would look at me with big blue eyes, and I would just wish it would disappear. There were times when I actively resented the baby and even wished it would stop breathing. That was when I knew that I needed to leave. Blaming a baby and wishing ill upon it was not okay. I don't remember much about this time besides that. It's mostly a blur otherwise. I sought services through my work to talk to a therapist, and she eventually helped me come back to Earth and make a plan. At no point did I fear my husband. I truly believe the slap was a one-off event. However, screw him. He doesn't deserve closure. On a night he had a long Bible study, I packed my essentials and left. Since I met him pretty quickly after college, I didn't have much in terms of furnishings. I fit everything I wanted into 3 suitcases and 4 moving boxes. It all fit into my SUV after some mediocre Tetris skills. I was able to change my phone number online before I left, but I did leave the divorce papers under his pillow with my lawyer's contact info, kind of like the Tooth Fairy but for adult assholes. I was the breadwinner. In my state, we were not married long enough for me to pay spousal maintenance. At least that is what my lawyer said. I owned my vehicle outright. We had our own bank accounts and a shared expenses account. We filed taxes separately, and the church owns the house. He's being an ass about it all, but I'm hoping it should be resolved soon. I got a decent apartment in a city a few hundred miles away. I've never lived in a city this big before. Everything is so expensive, but besides that, I like it. I found a new therapist, met some new friends, and discovered a new church with loving people. While I still have my days, for the most part, I'm content. I think it will always hurt on some level, but I'm working on taking my power back. I turn 30 next month, and I'm hopeful it will be the start of my best decade yet. The story was posted by a throwaway account in the relationship advice subreddit. The post is titled, "I set up 2 of my friends. I found out today he has been catfishing me as his partner on her phone to check on our friendship. I have a childhood friend, Emily, whom I've known since we were 5. We originally met because our respective fathers were both German and living in the UK after marrying British women. They became friends, and we were basically raised as siblings. Nothing remotely romantic has ever happened between us. It's accurate to say I treat her like I do my other sisters. People sometimes struggle to believe that nothing has happened between us, but is it so insane for someone with 3 sisters to treat a childhood friend as a 4th? We stopped being friends briefly when she got married far too young to her boss. He ended up being incredibly abusive, controlling her life at every level, and over the 3 years they were together, he basically isolated her from all friends and family. We reconciled when she divorced him. Around this time, I attended university and met my now wife early on. We were assigned to the same floor in halls. We've been together for 17 years now, and she's become really close to Emily over the years. Also at university, I met a guy named George in my course. We were part of the same friendship group, but didn't stay in touch until we coincidentally ended up working together a good 10 years after graduation. I introduced him to Emily, and they started a relationship. A year or so later, they moved in together. Emily was happy. He was happy. On the face of things, he seemed fine with my friendship with Emily and never said anything. Over the past few weeks, I started getting texts from her, sometimes late at night, that were just off. I became suspicious when she used a common British shortening of my full name rather than the traditional German version that our respective fathers would always use. When some overtly flirty messages occurred, almost outright sexting, I immediately shut it down, 100% sure it wasn't her. I called him out and asked if it was indeed George using her phone, bluntly asking why he was trying to sext with me as his girlfriend. He never responded, but after explaining the situation to my wife, she went over to Emily's with my phone to see what was going on. I wasn't there for this, but she showed Emily our entire text history and what he had done. George came home and they confronted him. He first outright denied it and had the audacity to accuse Emily of sexting me while trying to hide his cheating from my wife by saying he did it. Emily just left with my wife to come stay with us after this because there was no reasoning with him. The morning after, he called and begged her to come home. He was crying and threw himself at her feet, claiming he did it out of jealousy. He highlighted that she had a habit of deleting our conversations, which drove him mad. He was always jealous of our relationship and found it hard to see me with her. After seeing her say things like how she loved me, not being able to read our texts drove him to basically go fishing to establish our relationship. The sexting was an attempt to bluntly see if it was something we, or more specifically I, would engage in. At this point, Emily asked for mine and my wife's opinion on this whole situation. I called bullshit on this being a mistake, something he was driven to by jealousy. He violated her privacy by going through her phone and risked our friendship by masquerading as her. He risked my marriage by trying to bait me into sexting a friend and jeopardized Emily's and my wife's friendship by making it look like Emily was sexting me. The entire situation was a clusterfuck. I didn't outright say she should leave him, but I highlighted how dishonest this whole thing was. She eventually went back home and I didn't hear anything for a few days. However, Emily eventually revealed to my wife that she had functionally forgiven him. From their conversation, my wife worked out what had happened. He had basically flipped the script on me by playing into her fears from her marriage. He described me as another controlling male trying to dictate who she could have a relationship with. He encouraged her to make her own decision, but she had to ignore me because I supposedly didn't have her best interests at heart. He painted me as controlling her like her ex did. My wife quietly pointed out that he was in fact being like her ex, not me. He was driving a wedge between her and her family. At this point, Emily just gave up. She said she couldn't win and couldn't decide between the man she loves and her brother, so she thought, forget it. Let's pretend it never happened. We haven't really spoken since then. Apparently, part of forgetting this ever happened also involves giving in to his worries about our friendship. Every time I try to bring up what he did, I've either been ignored or told to stay out of it. Honestly, this pisses me off. He's gotten exactly what he wanted. He stopped us from talking. I know I can't force her to break up with him, but it feels like a catch-22. I can't push her to make a decision about what he did while he's got her convinced that I'm the one controlling her. I rarely see George at work, and he's rightly kept his distance from me. I was tempted to bring my sisters into this clusterfuck, tell them what happened, and see if they can talk some sense into Emily, but that feels somewhat manipulative as well. So, any advice here? Should I let sleeping dogs lie or try to get her to deal with what he did rather than sweeping it under the rug? User Dan Z Relationship said, well, it's obvious that Emily has an emotionally abusive boyfriend. Accusing her of cheating and isolating her from her friends are classic signs of emotional abuse. As you pointed out, the sad thing is that she has accepted the situation and is doing exactly what he wanted, which is to break the two of you apart. Let's face it, Emily only had two choices: break up with her boyfriend or go along with what he wants for the sake of the relationship. She's chosen the relationship, at least for now, until her boyfriend does something even more abusive to her. I understand that you feel sad about losing your childhood friend, but you have to accept this for the time being. Don't try to interfere in their relationship and don't involve your sisters. The only thing you can hope for is that Emily will eventually see what George is really like and decide to leave him, but that may take some time. Just try to hang in there. A deleted user said, the only thing you can do is nothing. The more you push, the more she will dig her heels in. She is a grown woman and is responsible for herself. Just be there for her when she needs support. I promise you, this isn't the first time he has treated her poorly, and it won't be the last. User Whiskey Tango said, any move you make from here will likely be seen as manipulation. George will spin it that way. She had the sense to leave the last jerk she was with and reconciled with you then. It looks like history is going to repeat itself here. I wouldn't initiate a discussion with your sisters about this, but since your wife and sisters are friends with Emily, this will likely come up in various conversations between them. It's probable that one or more of your sisters will bring this up with your wife or you, and that's your opportunity to express that you've backed off to let this situation play out. You can also mention that you're open to reconciliation down the road. Word will get back to Emily through them at some point. When Emily eventually comes to you, it sounds like it's time for a heart-to-heart about the type of men she falls for. You should make a point about how the men she chooses isolate her from you and your friendship, so she can be more aware of this pattern in the future. Update. So I followed the general advice of just leaving the entire situation alone. I agree that any interference from me or my family would be manipulative and controlling, albeit well-meaning. I haven't really spoken to Emily since slightly before Christmas, but her mother contacted me a little after New Year to ask if I knew what was going on with her. Emily's cousin back in Germany had reached out to her mother saying that Emily had shown up on her doorstep after apparently breaking up with George. According to her mother, Emily had come back to our hometown for the holidays. She brought George with her, and at some point, they ran into her ex-husband at the pub. For context, we grew up in a tiny village in the middle of nowhere. There's literally nothing in our village except a pub, a post office, and a small supermarket. Her ex still lives where we grew up. This information was relayed to me via Emily's mother. Apparently, at some point, George approached Emily's ex-husband and asked for some advice. George is familiar with the story of their relationship and knows how controlling he was and why they divorced. Somewhat to her ex-husband's credit, he apparently refused to answer any questions and quietly approached Emily's mother to relay what George had asked. Now, this is according to him, and George denies it, but he said that George asked him how to handle me in terms of my friendship with Emily. I have no idea what Emily's ex-husband's motivation was here. They've been divorced for a decade now, and he hasn't contacted her during that time, so I'm inclined to believe it wasn't an attempt to interfere with her life. Maybe it was manipulation. Perhaps in the decade since their divorce, he's become a better man, who knows. We're all inclined to believe that this is what was asked because how else would her ex-husband know there was an issue with me recently? He isn't in contact with anyone who would know about the recent issues. To be honest, the ex never had an issue with me. He saw me as a child and constantly called me kiddo, asking how school was. It would be a very specific shot in the dark on his part to assume George had an issue with me without George saying so himself. Emily's mother told her what George had tried to do and pointed out that her boyfriend was now trying to emulate her ex-husband's behavior. She encouraged Emily to confront him about this and also about what happened over the last month rather than ignoring it. Nobody was privy to the discussion they had, but he left sometime after it to return to their shared home while she stayed with her mother, saying they had broken up. She remained with her mother until the day after, when she, without any warning, left for Germany. The cousin she's staying with assures us that she's relatively fine. She's just overwhelmed and embarrassed that she let this happen again. She couldn't handle being in a place where she might run into either ex, so staying with her mother was off the table. She just ran somewhere far but safe. I still haven't spoken to Emily. I've sent her a message offering my condolences and reassurance that she will always have a home here in the UK. I've decided to continue giving her space while making it clear that I am there for her. She hasn't responded, but I assume this is just out of awkwardness over what happened and how technically George was once my friend. He hasn't spoken to me either, and I haven't seen him at work at all, so yeah, it's not a happy ending per se. It shouldn't have taken her abusive ex getting involved for there to be a resolution, but as people predicted, George was being abusive and would repeat that behavior. I suppose it was relatively painless that he showed his true colors so emphatically without much further abuse. This could have dragged on indefinitely. Thanks for the advice. Staying out of it didn't make things any easier for her, but it probably avoided making them worse. Final post. Given that this whole situation has now been entirely sorted in the 3 months since it happened, I thought I'd provide a full resolution. Emily came back to the UK just before the country went into lockdown and moved in with us. Albeit reluctantly, we grabbed some beers and played Divinity 2 while we hashed out exactly what had gone down from her perspective. I apologized for going behind her back and speaking to her mother about it all. Situations like this are never helped by information being relayed through other people. I asked if she wanted to go through everything from start to finish. Basically, she buried her head in the sand the day she found out he had been trying to sex me as her. It was just too much for her. She felt she couldn't win. She either lost the man she loved or lost her brother. I assured her she'd never lose me, but she revealed that she low-key hated the fact that she had let herself be taken advantage of like this twice and couldn't face me after not listening to my advice. She also mentioned that breaking up with him would inevitably land her on my doorstep for support, which made her feel bad as well. This went deeper, and she opened up about her insecurities, how she regretted never going to university, instead marrying her abusive ex-husband, and how she felt like an accessory to other people's happiness. She saw me and my wife and felt so small by comparison. She did love George, but leaving him would leave her with practically nothing again, and she couldn't handle that. We talked about this a lot. I revealed that I was aware my support of her could be a problem. I felt like I had made their relationship awkward by being so involved in her life. It might have been hard for George to feel like her boyfriend while I was there picking up her tabs, doing the DIY, and basically acting like a father coddling his child. I asked if my financial support of her tied into this feeling of inadequacy as if I was dragging her along for my ride, and she said it was indeed a problem. She felt trapped when the relationship ended because she had no independence or true control. While I would never use my position to control her, she still felt like she would be living by someone else's good graces. She expressed a need to stand on her own 2 feet and be her own woman rather than relying on a man. That way, her decisions would be truly hers rather than made under some level of duress. In the same way a child wants independence from their parents, she feels that she finally needs independence from me. So we came up with a game plan. Now, the lockdown has obviously made this harder. She is still living with me and my wife currently, but the plan is for her to go back into education. She was capable of attending university, but decided not to due to her marriage. My financial security was really born from an inheritance I received after my father died. This allowed me not to worry about rent during my extended time in education and early career. I've decided to pay it forward and put her in a similar situation by letting her use my flat, which is currently unoccupied because it's only been rented to students due to its proximity to 2 universities. Yes, this is me financially supporting her, but in a strictly limited way. No more covering errant bills, paying for holidays, or footing the bill when we socialize. She will not pay rent, but she will cover all bills for the flat, and she will move out the moment she finds work. She wasn't thrilled about the idea of me owning her home, but I called it my last act as that guy in her life. The pseudo brother, father, sugar daddy, best friend. After this, we'll just be independent siblings and best friends. She will be moving soon. We need her room after all, since my wife is now 5 months pregnant. As for George, he swears up and down that he never asked the ex-husband to handle me. He claims he asked how to be fine with me. It wasn't seeking advice on how to deal with me, it was seeking advice on how to be fine with me the way her ex-husband was. That could be true, who knows? Ultimately, it's irrelevant. However, we recently found out that George moved a girlfriend into the house he and Emily used to share. And here's the kicker, it's a longtime friend. Emily is fairly certain he never cheated on her, but she laughed out loud when she found out he was romantically living with a longtime friend just 3 months after their breakup. The dude's insecurity was likely born from his own feelings for a friend. He was getting close with a girl he was friends with, so he projected that onto me and Emily. She's broken up and moved on. We're aiming to have a healthier relationship by helping her gain some independence. George is shacked up with a female friend and was projecting his insecurities the whole time. Edit. Just to clarify, because this paints a picture I don't intend. I don't pay all of Emily's bills or for her stuff and holidays. She doesn't want independence from me specifically. She wants independence full stop. She went from her parents to her now ex-husband and then spent about a decade living paycheck to paycheck before meeting George and living largely off his money. She has no real qualifications and her current line of work has limited prospects. The things I do for her fall into 2 categories, and the lack of clarity between the one-offs and the consistent support made it look like I pay for her entire world. Firstly, there are the trivial things I do consistently that I'm stopping as a massive overreaction to George. Logically, it's fine for a brother and his wife to do these things for their sister, but they weirdly make her uncomfortable, and they obviously made her ex uncomfortable as well. For example, I've done the odd bit of DIY, and I pay for her drinks when we socialize. I'm stopping all that trivial support largely at her request to ease her discomfort about being subsidized by me. It's a pride thing. This might also help with any jealous boyfriends who might wrongly assume that because I pay for her cinema ticket along with my wife, we're secretly Mormon. The second category includes the big one-off things like paying a bill or buying plane tickets. Things I did in a crisis out of extreme generosity. She wants to be able to feel safe during situations like COVID without needing to live with me. She wants to be able to break up with a guy and be okay alone rather than crashing here. She wants to be able to mess up a meter reading on her electricity and weather the silly bill that comes without me paying it. I'm not going to stop doing these things entirely. An emergency is an emergency, and we won't let her come to any harm. Instead, we're going to try to ensure she doesn't need me for these things by focusing on her education and hopefully helping her secure a better job. So yeah, I don't pay for her entire life. I just muddled some big things I've done in emergencies with some trivial brotherly support. User Delamella said, that's why he was so intimidated by you, because he had strong feelings for a longtime friend and assumed you did too. It's similar to how cheaters are often convinced that their partner is cheating, constantly calling them out and trying to catch them in the act. User Always an Antelope said, I would feel uncomfortable if a longtime friend of the opposite sex who didn't look gay was hanging around my partner all the time. But if anything, it brought out his true character. So you being there helped a lot. It tested him and he failed. She knows he's the one when he asks politely for her to stop seeing you or when he ghosts you. Until then, don't break off anything. This next post was made in the relationship subreddit by a user named Pixel Pusher. The post is titled, Am I the Crazy One? So I'm a 33-year-old woman dating a 40-year-old man for the past 2 months, and he has done some things that I find disrespectful and demanding. When I confront him about it, he tells me I don't know how to act right in a relationship. Even his co-workers have pointed out how disrespectfully he speaks to and about me. One of the first things that raised alarm bells was when we were talking on FaceTime while he was at work. I asked him specifically if he was alone, to which he replied yes. He then asked me to expose myself, which I did, and as soon as I did, he turned around and his co-worker was behind him. I immediately hung up and he called me back asking why I was upset. His explanation was that he walks while talking on the phone and that this was unintentional. Another red flag occurred after we made love when he wanted to take a picture of the sheets. He explicitly said I would not be in the photos, so I moved to the head of the bed to stay out of frame. Later that day, he sent me the photos he took and I was clearly visible in every shot. From day one, he asked me to clean his house for him, to which I replied no. He offered to pay, but I explained that I'm dating him, not his maid. He left his house for months and it was absolutely disgusting. He even paid his mother to come clean his house for him. Anything he chooses not to do, he pays someone else to handle. I find this ridiculous. We had a huge fight because of these incidents and his controlling manner. He said that he understood how this was a major breach of trust and that he didn't realize this behavior would be upsetting. Thinking that he had seen the light, I went back. However, every time I'm asked to do something I've never done before and don't get it right immediately, he calls me an idiot or a silly bum, which has recently evolved into little jerk. He treats me like I'm constantly incompetent. He puts down my interests and questions what I'm doing anytime I'm engaged in something he doesn't like watching a video on my phone, texting friends, or not going directly to sleep when I'm told. He likes to snuggle, which feels to me like being restrained by a cement mixer while staring at the ceiling in the dark and unable to sleep. Then he gives me grief for not sleeping. When we were eating corn on the cob, he asked me to get him napkins, which is completely reasonable. I brought them to the table, but he didn't put his cob down and insisted that I wipe his face. This man is 40. He also asked me to fetch him a chocolate bar from his kitchen and questioned if I was actually blonde because I couldn't find it. Last night, while eating pizza, he left the box in the living room and demanded that I go back into the house several hours later to put his pizza in the fridge. This morning, he woke me at 6 a.m. to get him Advil because his back hurt. I did, and then I was wide awake. So I started working and got ready for the day while he passed right back out again. When he woke several hours later, he was upset that I didn't come back to bed and that I had showered. When I explained that once I'm up, and that he should have gotten it himself since he can fall asleep on a dime, he got upset and said, "I guess I'm used to my girlfriends taking care of me. I'd do it for you, and I can't believe how upset you get when I make the simplest requests." He constantly talks about how his girlfriend will need to adapt to his lifestyle. He is also well endowed and purposely injures me to let me know he was there. Last night, we went through some vacation pictures that he took a few weeks back, and I was alarmed by the number of photos he has taken of me without my knowledge. There were topless photos and pictures of me at the beach in a bikini, which he knows I'm self-conscious about. Sorry for the super long post. I already know the answer, but every time I confront him about anything, he says that the problem is me. Am I crazy, or should relationships be about coexisting rather than conforming to someone else's standards? I've been living independently for 15 years and am educated. I feel like he belittles me to mask his lack of intelligence. This last post was made in the same subreddit by a user named Axel Barillas. The post is titled, "My girlfriend rejected my proposal because it didn't meet her expectations." For context, my girlfriend and I have been together for 6 years, and over Thanksgiving weekend, I took her on a week-long trip to Hawaii with the intention of proposing to her. I even asked her parents for their blessing and showed them the ring a couple of days before we left for the trip. We have talked about marriage before and agreed that we want to marry each other, so the idea is nothing new and actually a frequent topic. The issue is that she wanted a grand wedding proposal similar to the ones you might see on TikTok or Instagram. Big "marry me" letters on the beach, rose petals on the ground, lights, mariachi, etc. I was absolutely on board with doing that for her if it made her happy, but I believed that was something to be planned at a beach back home since I wouldn't have the resources to organize it for a trip to somewhere we'd never been, especially because we booked everything as a last-minute vacation just 5 days prior. Ironically, after she sent me videos of people vacationing in Hawaii. I thought this would be a great opportunity, so I planned to propose to her on the day we arrived. I carried the ring in my pocket all day, waiting for a good moment to ask her. However, we had some completely unnecessary arguments, and I decided to postpone because I didn't want to propose after a bitter day. On the second day there, we had booked a reservation to go parasailing. Not wanting to risk losing the ring, I left it back at the hotel. We didn't get back until around 5 p.m., and by this time, we started getting ready to go out into the city as it was already starting to get dark. She had mentioned before that she wanted a sunset proposal, and knowing that I couldn't organize any of the other things she had in mind for a proposal, the sunset was the only thing I had left. Unfortunately, I missed my chance on that. We still went out for dinner and drinks afterward. When we returned to the hotel, she was tired. I let her rest for a bit, and around 10:30 p.m., I convinced her to go on a night walk with me at the beach. This was when I planned to propose. When we got to the beach, the city was still very much awake, and the lights of the buildings and streets combined with the bright moon illuminated the ocean beautifully. We stood there hugging and kissing, both knowing it was a beautiful and intimate moment. I started telling her how much I love her and how I want to be with her my entire life. As I began to get on one knee and reached into my pocket for the ring, she stopped me. "I hope you're not about to propose to me right now. This isn't what I expected." My heart dropped. I got back up and stood speechless before starting to walk back to the hotel. I was in no mood to talk about it and told her we should discuss it tomorrow. The next day we talked about it and she insisted that I do it again, but this time the right way during sunset. I told her I couldn't do that because she had already rejected me. She argued that she didn't reject me, she simply said it wasn't how she would have wanted it to happen. We spent the next 4 days in Hawaii in a very tense state, but had to deal with it until we got back home. We lived together, but for the first night after returning, she went to sleep at her parents' house. Now that she's back, I don't want to be home with her there. What can be the outcome of this situation? I obviously didn't want this to happen during our vacation, but I can't see it any other way. Is this a valid reason for me not wanting to be with her anymore? I also don't think it's right for me to redo the proposal. My girlfriend turned down my proposal during our vacation in Hawaii because it didn't fit her idea of a grand proposal, yet she insists on me redoing it how she wants it. We had the breakup talk. My girlfriend has always been a bit self-centered. I've known that and have been able to put up with it. About 4 months ago, she started having therapy sessions. I don't know how long they last, what days they are, or what they talk about, but I do know that she has become an entirely different person. She's been more compassionate and cooperative with me, the things I've always wished for her to be more, and this caused me to be fully ready to commit to a life with her, hoping this new mentality is permanent. Anyway, she talked to her therapist and told me that she asked her one question: do you like surprises? She told her, of course, that she does. She explained that as her boyfriend, I most likely know that and was trying to do something heartfelt and unscripted. No mariachi, glamorous dress, or big letters, just the two of us. She further told her that if she truly felt in her heart that she wanted to live a life with me, all of the other superficial stuff shouldn't matter. She's apologizing to me, telling me she really regrets what she did, and assuring me she would have said yes anyway. My biggest regret is that I'll never really know what she would have said, though in my gut, I'm not 100% sure she would have said yes. Her first reaction during that moment was completely dismissive of me and disrespectful, something that I feel like I can't take anymore. I'm standing my ground, telling her I've swallowed my pride way too many times in the past, and we should go through with it. I'll be sleeping on the couch tonight. She'll be packing her things tomorrow and going to live with her parents. User Maddie Lyon said, "I'd say both of you are in the wrong, and you should think carefully about whether you are right for each other, especially since you're so young." Yes, it's bad that she wanted an over-the-top proposal just for Instagram, but you didn't listen to any of her other wishes. I think it's fine that you weren't able to make it huge and Instagram-worthy, but you also didn't consider her desire for a sunset proposal and some sort of romance like flowers to go with it. Neither of those requests are unreasonable, yet you chose to do none of that and dragged her back out when she was tired after a long day. I would be upset with you as well, especially since you've talked about what she wants several times. This makes it seem like you either didn't listen to her or didn't want to put in the effort to plan ahead. User Bangity Bang said, "While I understand it must hurt to be rejected, I'm not sure why you chose to propose at this time. It sounds like she made her wishes clear and you compromised on or disregarded all of them. Ideally, you'd only experience one proposal in your life, so why not do it right? You knew what she wanted, didn't follow through, and then got confused when she wasn't happy. Personally, I think that even after 6 years, you're too young to get married. This may just be you both discovering some fundamental differences in priorities. This story was posted by a user named Epic Fail Whale in the AITAH subreddit. The post is titled AITAH for refusing to pay my sister's wedding expenses after she called my child a mistake. So I, Deanna, am the eldest of 5 siblings, and I've taken on the role of the family caretaker for as long as I can remember. I helped our parents until their passing, and frankly, it's exhausting. Dad died of brain cancer 3 years ago, and it was heartbreaking to watch him deteriorate over time. Mom passed peacefully overnight after a long, hard battle with breast cancer earlier this year. Screw cancer. As the oldest, I just sort of became the de facto parent. I don't mind as I love my siblings, and it's kind of my thing to big sister, friends, and family a lot. I'm sort of the ship's counselor and financially help out my family. I don't mind because I work in tech, have a side gig doing art, and inherited land and money from mom and dad, so it's no real loss. A few years ago, I adopted my cousin's child, Charlie, who I will refer to by her nickname Decker, after my cousin went to prison for murdering Decker's mother in an alcohol and drug-fueled rage, which is too long a story to add here. It was a chaotic year of mourning, paperwork, and court hearings, but the adoption was finalized when Decker was 5. Now she's a happy, healthy 13-year-old who calls me mom. She's been in therapy since I could legally send her because she witnessed her mother's death, and I couldn't be prouder of how resilient she is. She's my girl, my rock star, my whole heart, and I literally call her my heart. Fast forward to my sister Clara's upcoming wedding. I was thrilled for her at first when she asked me to be her maid of honor. I cried tears of joy and offered for my wife Honey and me to pay for it. However, during a bachelorette dinner that I organized, Clara made a hurtful comment about my daughter, calling her a mistake, and saying that I shouldn't have taken her in. I stared at her and asked what she meant. She said it wasn't like I was supposed to have kids since I'm married to another woman, then added, "No hate or anything," while laughing. She doubled down by saying that Decker is likely damaged and a handful. Guys, Decker is the sweetest child alive. Sure, she's a teenager, so sometimes she can be challenging or rebellious here or there, but when I say she is my whole heart, I mean it. She made us a family and turned our house into a home. She smiles easily, cries openly, and has the emotional intelligence I wish I had myself. She always asks, "How are you doing?" And she really means it. She's willing to listen to people, but she's a damaged mistake. I felt like a character in a dark, twisted episode of a sci-fi show. Defending my choice to adopt felt like fighting the Borg. It felt like I just wouldn't assimilate. I didn't laugh it off with my sister and her friends. Instead, I just stared at her in pure disbelief. I think she knew I was hurt because she quickly changed the subject. I said I'd better get home, paid for everything, including 3 more rounds, and went home to my family. My sister came over the next day to yell at me for leaving and cutting them off after the 3 rounds I paid for. She said I owe her a do-over for ruining the whole weekend because I can't take a joke. Honey, whom I of course told what happened, asked my sister to repeat exactly what she said about our daughter. My sister refused and kept calling Decker Charlie's child, and I was holding back tears. I told my sister that I wouldn't contribute a dime to her wedding expenses, that I would continue helping her pay her rent until she moves in with her husband, but I won't be in or pay for the wedding of a person who sees my child as a mistake. Honestly, I was ready to go full-on Jedi and sever that connection, but Honey helped me temper myself. My sister lost it, threw the can of soda water we gave her at me, screamed, "How am I supposed to pay for this?" I responded, "You have over a year, you can save up." She left, shoving Honey out of the way in the process, and blew up our sibling group chat. My other siblings are split. Some think I'm overreacting by cutting off funds for the wedding, while others agree that my sister crossed a line and needed a wake-up call. Now, I feel bad for my sister. I do love her and she is distressed by this, but I can't shake the feeling that standing up for my daughter is more important. Am I the asshole for refusing to pay for her wedding after that? Edit. I've been working on my work project at a local brewery and have been silently sobbing while reading the comments. Also, wow, so many comments. I was trying to reply to everyone, but honestly ran out of steam. I sent this post to my wife and am bracing myself to talk to Decker tonight. We want to ask her if her aunt has done or said anything cruel to or about her. I am wishing hard that she's just confused by our questions and remains oblivious to this shitstorm. I love my heart. I want her to always remain the bright, fun, loving, encouraging person she is. I don't want her to know anything about what her aunt has said. I texted my sister to ask if she meant this, if she really sees me, my wife, and our daughter that way, or was she just drunk and stupid and doubled down in embarrassment. That said, I don't want her near Decker anytime soon. I feel so lost. I wasn't planning on ever being a parent, and there is no Fing manual for this. What the F do I even do? Wish me luck for tonight. I will need it because if Decker tells us her aunt has been cruel to her face, I will have to hold my wife back from swinging on my sister. User I want to be an anemone said, if your sister couldn't afford her own wedding, then she shouldn't be a homophobic, child-hating monster. Decker didn't ask to witness her mother's murder or for her sperm donor to be a murderer, but frankly, that doesn't seem to be the core issue. The core issue is that your sister is homophobic. She wholeheartedly believes that only the most broken, unwanted, irredeemable child could end up with lesbians for parents, and likely seems to think that all the straight couples rejected Decker first. Decker being raised by you and Honey is what's wrong in her eyes. She's insulting you and your wife by insinuating there's no way lesbians could raise a healthy, functional child. This is an attack on your marriage and sexuality as much as it's an attack on Decker herself. If she hates lesbians to the point she wholeheartedly believes they shouldn't be parents, then why would she even want your money? If she despises you for your sexuality, does she even love and respect you? If she claims BS that she loves you despite your sexuality, call her out for being homophobic. NTA. User Apprehensive War said, first of all, you do recognize that your sister is homophobic, correct? Her comments about you never being meant to have a child in the first place because you're married to a woman are reeking of homophobia. If I were Honey, I would be completely unwilling to financially support your sister at this point. Secondly, everything she said about your child was not only beyond inappropriate and cruel, but is also a clear indication of jealousy. You are financially supporting her, you're paying for her rent, and now you're paying for her wedding. Your sister views you as an ATM, not a sibling. Her feelings toward your daughter are clearly driven by jealousy and a fear that your money won't be hers as freely because you're supporting your child. NTA. Update. Honey and I took Decker out to the local Oktoberfest celebrations. She had a blast, doing crafts, dancing to music, having beer in a pint glass, and generally having a great time. On the ride home, my wife broached the long-awaited topic. We asked her how she felt about Grandma's passing, and then discussed how everyone handles things differently. We asked if Mama or Mommy had ever been hurtful, and she named a couple of moments when we'd been snappy or wouldn't let her do things, but she said nothing else. When we asked about Clara, she got quiet. Honey just looked at me, but I was driving, so I said, "You can tell us anything, Goober, you know that." And she clammed up. I got my girls home, hugged my heart or Decker, and went to the den. About 2 hours later, my wife came downstairs and said Decker was in bed but not asleep and that I should talk to her. I asked why, and she simply said that Decker was willing to talk about it. I went up. Decker was ready for bed, in her PJs, reading. I sat down on the side of the bed and asked her how she was. She just said, "Mom told you, huh?" I told her I didn't know anything, and Decker then said that Clara makes her uncomfortable and says hurtful things. When my wife and I weren't around, Clara would call her the lost puppy or the stray, and once Decker remembered Clara telling her to her face, "You're not real family," adding that once Honey and I get a real child, we will dump her. I can't explain the rage, the absolute, total, and complete red I saw as my daughter broke down, telling me that she behaved so well and is so obsessed with grades so she can prove she is worth loving, worth keeping. After calling my wife, we sat Decker down and told her that she is the best thing that ever happened to us. Even if we do have more children, she is our firstborn and our love. I cried and held her, telling her she was my whole heart and that nothing will ever change that. She saved us, and I am so proud of her and us and all we've grown to become. I can't ever stop loving her, neither can her mom. We love her more than air. That will never change. Then I explained that Auntie was wrong for this. Auntie is jealous of her, jealous of how much we love her. Auntie needs help, but we can't give that help right now, so she won't be around for a while. Decker asked us to stop talking to her like a child, so I was blunt. She's my sister and I love her. You're my daughter and I love you more. I told her my sister was wrong and hateful. I'm sorry that Decker didn't feel she could come to either of us about this, but she can. Every time. Anytime. We will choose her. Always. Decker asked me if it was her fault that I hate Clara, and I told her hate is a choice. I don't hate Clara, I do love her, but sometimes loving a person means you correct them. Actions have consequences. My daughter got quiet and handed me her phone. Clara had been texting her awful things since she left my home. I can't even type them because I want to throw things, but it's when I read my sister texting my teenage daughter, "Go tell your so-called mom like a snitch and prove me right." I took a screenshot and texted it to myself. Decker fell asleep around midnight and my wife and I went to bed. I texted my sister the screenshot and said, "You come into my home as my sister and treat my child like this. No, mom and dad would be ashamed of you. This is not how you treat any child, let alone your own niece. I have loved you for as long as I can remember. I know you were not raised to treat children so terribly, but as of now, you are not welcome in my home. You will not speak to or contact me, my wife, or my child. I will give you the money for October, Clara, but November on. That's your responsibility. I am no longer going to help. I'm sorry, this breaks my heart. But you crossed a serious and unforgivable line. Decker is my daughter. I am her mom. Do not doubt me here, and I want to be clear. If you ever come sideways at my family again or contact my daughter at all, I will take legal recourse. From today on, we are low contact. If you try to make this into a bigger issue, it will be no contact. Update 2. I kept my promise to my wife to wait before reacting. She knows me best and knew I was prepared to go nuclear. Turns out I needn't have bothered. Let me clear up a couple of small details and misconceptions I've read. I am the eldest of the siblings. Mom and dad had been sick for years on and off, so to those who think I've just started taking over as some weird power trip or something, no. I've managed their finances, maintained their properties, and taken care of all their affairs before either of them passed. Dad simply wasn't mentally able after a while, and mom never had a head for that sort of thing. Yes, I was mostly left in charge of my siblings growing up. Both my parents had businesses and worked often 7-day weeks. I cooked dinner and helped with homework and whatnot. I'm aware that's not very normal, and I already know some of you will call my parents terrible for this, but they simply didn't know better. I won't hate them for any of it, and as much as it caused me some negative effects, it also made my siblings feel safe. I'm proud of being able to protect them and be there for them when they were young so they didn't feel how I felt. And yes, I am also in therapy. I was the sole caretaker of my parents when they passed. The reasons are complicated, but the short of it is dad got verbally abusive towards the end and mom got severely depressed and blunt. They were a challenge to deal with on the best of days. I hold no ill will towards them, but there it is. My siblings didn't want to be around them. Dad was hurt and changed his will. Mom followed suit. For those telling me I am rewarding Clara by paying for literally this month and that I'm not a real mom or a bad mom by loving my daughter's tormentor, I'm envious. Your world is so black and white. Rent is literally due today and the money was already in transfer to her via auto banking. And Clara isn't getting rewarded. She is remaining housed. But from now on, she's on her own. Clara and I used to be pretty close, but she did get distant around the time Decker was adopted. I didn't know exactly why, just that the new dynamic was a challenge for her. I know she hates Charlie and considers him evil and irredeemable. She had a really hard time losing our cousin-in-law, Decker's biological mother, as they were very close, so I assume her issues stem from this. I inherited the majority of everything, though my siblings got sizable sums. 3 got all but one of the businesses my parents owned, and everyone got trusts. Clara spiraled after mom passed and had a mental health crisis. Before we got her help, she traveled, drank, and gambled away her entire inheritance. Long story for another time. I didn't have a moment to cool down and wait until today to give myself a chance to make a level-headed decision regarding my sister. Clara has spun the tale that I am jealous she found a loving man and am withholding mom and dad's money from her. She gave the perception that I was the one abusing Decker, putting her down and telling her she isn't my real daughter. That shut down when I sent my text a couple of days ago. Yesterday, Clara was on my doorstep. She was crying and begging for me to let her in, but my wife and her friends were inside, and I made it clear I don't want her near my family as she emotionally abused my daughter and physically harmed my wife. I told her to leave or I would call the police to have her removed. I was going to call the police anyway because I told her never to come to our home again, and there she was. There's a reason I said this in text so I could, in an event like this, show them clear as day that she would know she is unwelcome. Clara started to beg, saying she would apologize to Decker and that she was drunk and upset and made mistakes. I could tell she was drunk, or high, or something. I told her it's not a simple mistake to bully a traumatized teen girl and make her feel unloved and unwanted by her own family, and to text her that she is worthless and expendable. I got angry and just started to raise my voice. I don't know when I started to yell, but I did. I just lost it. She's a cold-hearted, awful, self-serving brat, spoiled beyond belief to being so delusional that this all would just go away, that she's entitled to the money my wife and I make, that our parents gave us after all she did. You don't ever hurt my child. She's lucky I have a head to keep my hands to myself, and luckier still, Honey isn't out here because she certainly would not. So go the F home. Clara slapped me across the face and called me a and a traitor, saying that I choose that demon spawn of a child over her, that I love Decker more than my own real family and turn my back on her this way. Honey must have been right by the door because before I could make a very bad choice, she had yanked me inside, told my sister that she had 60 seconds to screw off, and slammed the door closed. Clara left quickly, but we still called the police and handed over the footage from our property cameras of what happened, as well as the texts from our phones. Clara went ballistic over text, telling me awful things, ending with her hoping I'd take my own life and she would celebrate. Absolutely unhinged, awful stuff like that. I blocked her, sent every piece of footage in a Google Drive, and dropped the link in the sibling group chat and sent it to Kevin, her fiance. I then sat down and cried myself into a fit before Decker came home from practice. I put on my mom face for her and made sure she did her homework. Then I went to the den and called my aunt, Decker's biological grandmother, and told her what happened. My aunt told me that Clara is renewing her conspiracy that I'm harming Decker and that I need to be careful because she suspects Clara is having some sort of mental break and might do something crazy. Honey and I have spent this whole day working on a request for a protective order from her, making sure Decker's school knows no one is to pick her up but us, and getting a lawyer because I think legal action is needed here. I told my eldest of the brothers that Clara needs help and asked if he could check on her because she might be as much a danger to herself as she is now presenting to be to me and my family. He got quiet and said, "Can't you handle this?" and said this drama was too much and he's busy. I was so stunned I just blurted out, "Are you kidding me right now?" before I just hung up. My other sister is now over helping me deal with this. My other brother has gone to see after Clara but says he will only make sure she hasn't hurt herself. Beyond that, she can get wrecked for what she's done. Kevin called me and said he went through the Google Drive and begged me not to call the police on Clara. He said that she has been having a really bad time, has struggled with drinking, and has been stealing his medications. He's trying to get her help, but if she gets arrested, he doesn't have the funds for bail or any legal help. I told him it's too late. The police have been called and he needs to get her into some sort of rehab or something. He asked for our help to pay for a facility he was thinking of, and I told him to keep her away from me and my family. He started to cry and told me I'm an awful sister, that I don't care about Clara and her struggles, and that she's just lost and he's underwater trying to keep her from going off the deep end. I didn't reply after that and have just been sitting around the house waiting for the police to call back, trying to get my crying out of the way before Decker comes home from school. I feel wretched and terrible because no matter what I do now, it will just never feel right. I was to look after them all, and now my sister is this lunatic hell-bent on burning my life down, and my brother is alarmingly just indifferent to it all. I am used to being the one that holds the family together and handles things, but I don't feel like I can handle anything anymore. Update 3, too tired to do the song and dance, so if you want the rundown, it's on my account. I think I just desperately need to write this out. We went no contact with the whole of my side of the family about a month and a half ago, aside from my other sister. Decker has been in therapy, and frankly, so have I and Honey, both individually and in bi-weekly couples therapy sessions. A lot has changed. I didn't realize how much the abuse I suffered at the hands of my uncle really affected me. His reaction to Decker never bothered me or really had a stake in my emotional or mental state, but rather that my mother made me forgive him and be polite when he was around. It's always been that way. I was the eldest, so I turned the other cheek until I had no cheeks, then I turned the old ones. I was never really permitted to have negative emotions or get angry. This situation with Clara blew a lot of dust up, and Honey and I started to have issues. She noted how reserved I tend to be, and even with her, I struggle with asking for what I want or expressing displeasure. I shut down or deflect. It sucks to learn this about yourself when the rest of your world is falling apart. Clara was arrested for my assault and ended up doing a mental health program for a month rather than getting a conviction. As such, her record is clean of that from what I understand. It was hard cutting her and the others off. My other sister was the one keeping me up to date on everything. Clara got out a while ago. She's been trying to get in touch every way she can. She got a new number, email, Facebook, even TikTok. She's written and mailed numerous letters. I am exhausted because I hate cutting everyone off. It's so isolating, always having my siblings around and now only really having one sister, so suddenly is really lonely. I focus on Decker and Honey. Honey seems happier overall. She's dancing in the kitchen again, is more affectionate with me, and is more excited to go out and do things. And Decker is also happier. We focus less on her grades and praise her more for her sense of kindness, her stick-to-it attitude, and more. She's more open with me in particular. She talks about crushes and friends more now, shares about the intricate life of a teen. It's really very cute. I'm not so okay, but my family is safe and happy, which is what matters. Clara's fiance Kevin reached out to me 2 days ago. Clara has been released and has been out for about a week, but she still has outpatient rehab to complete. Kevin says it's encouraged for her to have family support. He also says she isn't doing well. She started talking about self-harm, and she confided in him that the same uncle who abused me also abused her. He's begging me to talk to her and help her through this. He keeps reminding me of how she was before all this and how close we were. Calling what we had close may be incorrect because based on what I'm learning, our relationship was toxic from the start. I was an enabling sister to a manipulative and narcissistic one. I held my ground and spoke to Honey, who agrees I should maintain no contact and block Kevin, simply relying on my other sister for information. But I can't help feeling guilty. I wish Clara well. However, I can't risk cracking the door open and jeopardizing the well-being of my family. I think I just feel alone. I know I can't have her in my life anymore. It just hurts. Sorry for the delay in updating, and to those who have been gentle or at least firm but fair with me in my private messages, I thank you. There was never a manual on how to be a good wife or mother, and I have lived an existence of feeling so out of my depth. I appreciate the support. This next post was made in the same subreddit by a user named Character Ad. The post is titled AITAH for interfering in my cousin's relationship with her ex-husband, which goes against my father and mother's judgment. I need help and a neutral perspective, as everyone I know in real life who is aware of this issue is biased in some way. My cousin was married to her ex-husband for 10 years after they graduated college. They have 2 children together, ages 6 and 9. From before they got married, our family didn't approve of the marriage, and rightfully so. He was a bum who couldn't keep a job for more than a year, and he was a drug addict. We didn't know about the drugs back then. We found out a few years into the marriage because she didn't tell us and was blinded by love, thinking she could fix him. Their marriage was toxic. She had to work, take care of the kids, and manage the house while he was in and out of jobs. Like any addict, he stole her paycheck and sold their furniture to fund his habit while she struggled to feed her kids and pay rent. He cheated on her multiple times, not physically, but through emotional cheating, chatting, and lying to other women. Still, she forgave him. The turning point came in their 8th year of marriage when he physically abused her. She tried to file for divorce, but he kicked her out and took their kids to his parents' house, who are even worse than him. She caved and went back after 2 weeks without her children, despite us telling her we could help get her kids back and file for divorce through family court. 2 years later, he hit her again, but this time she fought back. According to their neighbors who separated them, she turned into Conor McGregor and was on top of him. Thankfully, they divorced a week later, but only after agreeing not to ask for alimony and for her to leave the rental apartment. We gladly accepted. She moved in with my mom and dad with her kids, as she was basically homeless and penniless. All she took from the divorce were the clothes on her back and her kids' clothes. After a few weeks, we helped her rent an apartment near us, paying the rent for 3 months until her social services payments kicked in and she could work again. We furnished her apartment from the ground up. She filed for child support, but it took 6 months before she got an appointment with the court, which ordered him to pay £1,900. As expected, he didn't pay a cent. It's been a year and 3 months since the divorce, and she and the kids are thriving and happy. He hasn't contacted the kids or paid any child support, which has now accumulated to $28K. That was until last night when he sent her a long text from a new number, apologizing and asking for forgiveness. He acknowledged that he messed up badly and said their relationship was over, but he wanted to see his kids and support them financially. He claimed he didn't want his kids to grow up hating him or thinking of him as a useless father. She responded with a long message berating him, reminding him that it's been more than a year since he even asked about the kids' well-being, let alone whether they had a roof over their heads or enough to eat. She made it clear that she and the kids are happy and have moved on. She vented about the entire marriage and how he treated her and the kids. He just took it. She told him that if he wanted to see the kids, he would have to go through the court and ask for visitation, which he refused, saying he wouldn't ever drag her and the kids through the courts again as it would traumatize them further. He said even if she wouldn't allow him to see or speak to them, he wouldn't take her to court ever, but at least asked her to give him her bank information so he could support them financially. She blocked him after telling him to talk with her family, as she had nothing else to add. The issue now is that my father and mother are adamant that he has to go through the court. They believe he can't change, calling him a bum and a drug addict, saying he always will be. If he does go through the court, he'll be awarded one supervised visit per month at a CBS center because he basically abandoned them. After the kids turn 14, they can ask for more visits since my cousin has custody. Visitation is separate from child support, so even if he can't or doesn't pay, he'll still be awarded that one visit. I have a different take. What if he really has changed? The kids need a loving and supportive father, which he wasn't, but they did love him. From what I saw, the divorce hurt them a lot. My parents are mad at me for going against their judgment, saying they have more life experience and that I'm young and naive for thinking he can change. Most people in my life are in the screw him, let him go through the court camp. Only a few, including me, think we should meet him and see if he really has changed. If he has, it could be in the kid's best interest emotionally and financially. My cousin wants what's best for her children, but won't go against whatever we decide, so any advice and perspective is appreciated. User the Vinaya said, people can certainly change, but addicts in particular are exceptionally good at faking changes for periods of time before reverting to old behaviors just to get something they want. Their biological reward systems have been damaged by drugs, and they are accustomed to instant gratification rather than long-term investment-based rewards. They have to work much harder than a random non-addict to see long-term plans come to fruition. The main point in this situation is that none of it is your business. It isn't your place to get involved, and you certainly have no right to defend him. You aren't close enough to make any determinations at all. I don't agree with your parents' position here, but you have even less to work with than they do. Stay out of it. Everyone sucks here except the cousin and her kids. User Relin said, you can mediate to the extent that you can be the one to hear him out and carry any money he wishes to pay for his kids to their mother. You can be the tongs through which she handles him. But if you pass along messages to your cousin or in any way give this addict more access to her or her kids, that would be an asshole move. If you want to meet up with the guy, hear him out, and be the person reporting back to your cousin that you're monitoring his situation and there's nothing for her to worry about at the moment, that's one thing. If you meet up with him and then carry his thoughts, wishes, messages, or requests back to her or her kids, that would make you an asshole. It would be helpful to her and her kids, perhaps, to have someone watching their social perimeter. It would not be helpful to foster some kind of reconciliation between them and this addict. This story was posted by a user named Jazz Like Sugar in the Off My Chest subreddit. The post is titled, "My husband is best friends with his ex-wife. My husband and I have been married for 8 years, together for 14, and we have a 4-year-old daughter who is our whole life. He was married before to Eliza, his best friend. They married at 18 and lasted 2 years before divorcing. They remained best friends, and when we started dating, Eliza, my husband's other best friend Jack, and my husband formed a tight-knit group. Eliza was one of the bros, while I was always the girlfriend and later the wife, feeling like an outsider. His 2 friends are single, so our house became a place for them to crash. Even after we moved in together, they would show up unannounced and do their own thing while I prepared snacks and full meals. For the first year, I tried my best to integrate into their clique, but it never worked out. It was always awkward, and I felt like I was inserting myself where I didn't belong, so I stopped trying and relegated myself to being a great host while letting them do their own thing. I didn't notice it at first, but over the years, resentment built up. I feel like a 1950s housewife serving drinks and lighting cigarettes for men. My husband is amazing on his own, and I love him. He has been a great partner and my best friend during these 14 years. The problem is that I'm not his best friend. Eliza is. Every single thing that happens in our lives has to be discussed and analyzed with Eliza. Early in our relationship, I got pregnant. I took the test late one night and we were both really scared. Despite this, he was so reassuring, holding me all night and telling me he was ready to do whatever I wanted to do. I said I needed to think about it. The next day, we went to our classes and agreed to have lunch together. When we met, he asked how I was doing and then told me he had the contact information for a doctor who performed abortions. I asked how he found one so quickly when he wasn't sure what to do. His answer, he called Eliza early in the morning and she had a friend. I felt so betrayed because this was something that belonged to me, yet he shared it with someone else. Not just someone else, it's Eliza, come on, he said. In the following days, every time I saw him, he had new information from Eliza and her friend. I was so confused and scared. Eliza convinced my boyfriend that we needed to act quickly because it would be easier. There was so much pressure that I agreed. Long story short, it turned out to be a terrible doctor's office and I almost died there. To this day, I don't know if I should have kept the baby or not, but it's better not to think about it. When my boyfriend proposed, Eliza was fake mad because he didn't tell her first that he was going to propose to me. The only way to placate her was to have her as the best man, despite my husband having a male best friend. Every little or major event in our lives turns into, yeah, I'm gonna tell Eliza now. You know how she gets. I was sexually assaulted as a child and told this to my husband. He was the first person I talked to about it. Months later, Eliza and I were alone in our kitchen when she started talking about something she heard in the news about a girl who was raped by a family member and then hugged me. When I started trying for a child and got pregnant, I asked my husband to keep it between us for a while. It was Wednesday. By Sunday, when I saw Eliza, she congratulated me. I started looking for a doctor to help me deal with my depression, again, something I wanted to keep to myself. Eliza was so understanding. When I was pregnant with my daughter, Eliza came full of advice on things I should do. I told her to mind her own business, which really hurt her feelings. I stood my ground and told my husband I wasn't going to raise my kid with Eliza and didn't want to hear any advice from her. This led to a big fight with my husband because I was rude, and Eliza was family and already considered herself an auntie. This was the only time I had given an ultimatum to my husband. Eliza better keep herself away from my motherhood or I will leave. Now, resentment has reached a point where I don't want her near me, my house, or my husband. I feel she is more married to my husband than I am. My whole life feels like I'm living in a best friends to lovers drama. I'm not sure why I'm writing this. Probably because I'm alone in a coffee shop and thinking I want my husband to be my husband and not feel like a lame love interest in someone else's epic love story. In the past, my husband thought I was being childish. Despite loving him, I can't keep being married like this. I don't feel I can trust talking to him again without involving Eliza, and I don't want to hold ultimatums. User Stuck in Nowhere said, you could live as roommates, Grey Rock him, stop doing wife things like cooking or laundry. I hope you have a job. If you don't, get one. Put the kid in daycare if they aren't in school. Ramp up your career. Go out with friends. Start building your life. Take belly dancing classes. Try pole dancing. Take back your life. User Water Disastrous said, if there's no trust, then there's no marriage. He's overstepped your boundaries so many times and been disrespectful by telling her private things. The best thing you can do is leave and ask for a divorce, and just be really good co-parents. One day, you'll find someone who will appreciate you, love you wholeheartedly, and respect your boundaries and you. Best of luck to you. User Life Bullfrog said, have your husband read Not Just Friends by Shirley Glass. Get your marriage into counseling. You've wasted a lot of time in an imbalanced relationship. He has not invested himself, time, and energy into his primary relationship with you. He's not prioritizing you. He's not protecting your relationship. He hasn't set appropriate boundaries and has invalidated your feelings when you bring it up. The dynamics have to change and it will be a painful process. Unfortunately, only professional help from a marriage counselor will be able to help him open his eyes to his ingrained behavior pattern, which you have permitted for years. Get yourself into counseling too to help regain your self-worth and learn to advocate for yourself. Update. This isn't a happy update. If anything, welcome to the pity angsty train. After writing my post and reading how most people felt about it, my head was full of doubts and sadness. Your opinions aren't a surprise since most of my friends and family have voiced the same sentiments at some point. I guess I'm too slow and need to be hit harder to understand. A few days after my post, I took a pregnancy test and it was positive. Having a large family is what I have always wanted, and ever since my abortion, I was left with a feeling of having empty arms. Holding my daughter in in my arms felt like being whole again, and I knew I needed to grow my arms even more to hold my new baby too. But after the initial happiness, an ugly feeling started to grow in my stomach. I didn't want Eliza in our lives. It felt like taking off my innocent glasses. I was finally able to see her, really see her. Every smile was so damn fake. Every compliment was mean-spirited or kind of a self-compliment. Nice potato salad. It was great. Oh, remember that potato salad I made? It was kind of unbelievable, blah blah blah, or nice outfit. I love how confident you are. I can't leave the house without making sure my outfit is flawless. Her reactions to my first pregnancy, our wedding, our travels, my second pregnancy, and buying a house, everything that should be between my husband and me always included her. It was as if our life was a play she should write and direct. On our first Christmas together, she came over while we were decorating. With all her positive critiques, I ended up sitting in a corner drinking wine while she and my husband decorated. She is always here. And by here, I mean in my life. She has a say in everything, to the point that when my husband voices his opinion, I can tell when those are his words and when they are Eliza's. I'm not saying that since I wrote the last post, everyone turned into ultimate evils, but thinking and rethinking about my life with my husband, I've realized I've always been a passive character. It's as if my husband got himself a pet, and he and Eliza are going to be endgame when they both realize they never stopped loving each other. Some of you, like my sister, will say I'm dormant. I guess I am. I've let this go on for so long that it has become normal. My life isn't bad, my husband hasn't been a bad husband, and Eliza isn't so bad if the bar is that she hasn't tried to kill me yet. I know this is clear to you all, but to me, it has been my life for years, my day-to-day existence. I've learned to look away and make myself small so I don't make others uncomfortable. Maybe because I'm pregnant and hormonal, but I'm tired of this. I love my husband, but I feel he can't love me fully with Eliza whispering in his ear while he runs like a golden retriever to please her. So after all that thinking and rethinking, I sat my husband down and told him we needed to set some strong boundaries because our marriage wasn't working. I didn't feel loved or respected as a wife or even as a person. I explained more or less what I've said here. My husband denied everything and tried to explain himself by saying Eliza was like a sister to him. I pointed out that even siblings have boundaries. It was back and forth with him making me doubt whether maybe I was trying to control who was or wasn't in his life, wanting to monitor his friendships, and he even joked about needing to sneak away for drinks with his buddies. For a moment, I felt maybe I was indeed crazy. But I was firm on my ground. If he wanted to keep this marriage, Eliza needs to be gone from our life. At first, I thought low contact was good, but seeing his reaction, I knew that wasn't going to be enough. Maybe I wouldn't be seeing Eliza, but he certainly would, and I would be antagonized and mocked. Honestly, knowing this made me realize my marriage was over, so I asked important questions and pressed, what were his real feelings? Why did they divorce if they were so hung up on each other? Why not leave me sooner? Why not leave me? Did he love Eliza more than me? Why? What is that? What is that? Which I don't have and she does. That makes her impossible to leave. In summary, he loves her, but he loves me. He doesn't understand how. Both of us bring something he doesn't want to miss. He is not sure if he wants a life with Eliza like the one we have, a marriage, a family, but she is his soulmate. They divorced because between them there was so much fire that they were burning each other. With me, he has calm, peace, and a loving place to come back to. He has never cheated, but admits he sometimes fantasizes about her being me and me being her. They often talk about them having this life, but agree that being together would break their bond. All messed up, my God. I know it was kind of obvious to you all in my first post and should have been obvious to me, but hearing my husband say he loves another woman who is his soulmate and whom he put at the center of our life, making her an auntie to our daughter and some kind of sister-in-law to me, a supposed family friend, broke me. I'm not going to lie. I threw myself on the floor and hugged his legs, asking him what I needed to do for him to love me, to only love me. I felt so pathetic, but I believed everything was worth saving something with so much value as my marriage. I cried and cried and cried, and the hardest part was hearing that there was nothing I could do. This is all. I know it isn't some shocking news, but to me, my life is falling apart. The only things holding me up are two little hands that hug me every night and the small bean in my belly. We haven't discussed anything legal yet. He left the house and my sister and mom are staying with us for now. User OK Willow said, he's a selfish, cruel man and she is just as horrible. He used you while keeping her around and she played along with it. He says he sees her as a sister, but then he also says he fantasizes about her being you and you being her. Both cannot be true at the same time. She is either a sister to him or he wants her to be his wife. All he does is lie. He was living his best life and got everything he wanted. He has cheated. Maybe not physically, but emotionally he has. You deserve to find someone who truly loves you and chooses you every single time, not someone who has another option. You were their little doll to play with. You gave him all of these wonderful things so she didn't have to, but she gets the perks of being your husband's girlfriend without ever having to get pregnant or do any hard work in a marriage. I'm so sorry. User Adventurous Travel said the reason he is having such a hard time is that he never put distance between them and was never forced to move on. In order to let go and heal, you have to stop being around them. I think when he's not around you, he will realize that he made a mistake. You need to ensure you don't get dragged back into this triangle and allow him to keep both of you by using the kids and acting like one family again. Keep everything separate for a long time until you can distinguish between being a good co-parent and being a support person for his feelings. This next post was made in the AITAH subreddit by a user named Purple Sunshine. The post is titled AITAH for refusing to meet my biological mom after I signed up for a DNA testing site. I'm a 24-year-old male who was adopted when I was 6 years old. I've always felt incredibly lucky because my adoptive parents, who were in their late 20s when they took me in, have been nothing short of amazing. They've loved and supported me as if I were their own flesh and blood, and I've never felt like anything was missing in my life because of being adopted. Growing up, I had very minimal details about my adoption. I know that I was removed from my biological family by social services due to neglect and abuse, but I don't remember anything about my life before I was adopted. It's not something I've dwelled on much because I've never felt like I needed those missing pieces to feel complete or valued. Recently, out of simple curiosity, I decided to sign up for one of those at-home DNA testing kits. I wasn't looking for a reunion or any deep connection, I just wanted to know more about my genetic history, like why I was removed from my biological family and if there were any medical issues I should be aware of. Honestly, I didn't expect to find anyone closely related to me, so it felt like a low-stakes way to get some answers. About 8 weeks after sending off the kit, I finally remembered to check the results, and to my surprise, I matched with my biological mother, BM for short. She had sent me a message saying she was overjoyed that I had done the test and that she desperately wanted to reconnect with me and the rest of my biological family. She mentioned that she's thought of me every day, that I was always loved, and even that I have a biological little brother who is very excited to meet me, something I didn't even know. Her message was really emotional and, to be honest, overwhelming. To me, she's a complete stranger, and reading those words didn't stir anything in me other than discomfort. I spent a lot of time crafting a thoughtful response to BM, explaining that while I appreciated her message, I wasn't interested in forming a relationship with her or any of my biological family. I made it clear that my reason for doing the DNA test was purely informational. I wanted to understand my past, maybe get some medical history, and learn why I was removed, but that was it. I apologized if my actions gave her the wrong impression. BM read my message and replied, saying that she'd be willing to give me all the information I wanted, but only if I agreed to meet her at a cafe to discuss our relationship further. I refused, telling her that I wasn't comfortable with a face-to-face meeting. I offered a phone call as a compromise, but emphasized that I just wanted the information and then for both of us to move on with our lives. She outright refused to provide any information unless I agreed to meet with her in person and discuss our relationship. I talked to my best friend about this, and she sided with BM, saying that I was being unfair. She argued that by signing up for the DNA site, I had essentially opened the door to this kind of situation, and that refusing to meet with BM now is like playing mind games and leading them on. So am I the asshole for not wanting a relationship with my biological mother after I signed up for the DNA testing site? User Big Rotten Tuna said NTA. You don't owe her anything, and her refusal to give you the information unless you agree to meet with her speaks to her selfish character. If she truly cared about you, she would provide the information without strings attached. This is the woman who lost you because of abuse and neglect, and it seems she has not changed. Be grateful that you were taken from her and placed in a good home with loving people. User OK Regular said NTA. My biological mother gave me and my siblings up to CPS when I was around 4 years old, so I had no relationship with her growing up. She wanted to come back into our lives when I was 15, but I chose to cut off contact with her in my adult life, which upset her. I had no obligation to comfort her or build a relationship with her when her own actions were the reason there was no relationship to begin with. The blood of the brethren is thicker than the water of the womb. Your chosen family, the people you allow into your life, is what truly matters. Being biologically related does not grant someone the right to be in your life. This story was posted by a user named Too Hard on My Family in the AITAH subreddit. The post is titled AITAH for turning my teenage niece away at the door and telling my sister to wake up because of how my niece treats my own daughter. My sister Teresa has a 16-year-old daughter, Quinn. Quinn and I used to be very close when she was younger, and I loved having auntie-niece time together. However, since becoming a teenager, Quinn has become very snarky and sarcastic in a mean way. I particularly don't like the way she behaves towards my own daughter, Bella. Quinn crosses the line. A particular episode of verbal cruelty at a birthday party was when I'd had enough and told Quinn, I don't want you to come over until you can start being nice to Bella. Teresa was present when I said this. We live a short walk away from each other. A few days ago, Quinn arrived and wanted dinner, but I turned her away at the door and told her, I don't like how you treat my daughter. Unless it is an emergency, you are not welcome here. Teresa called me because she said I was a horrible person for turning Quinn away since she is 16 and my niece was upset. Teresa has stopped trying to address Quinn's verbal attitude and has justified it in the past with statements like, that's just how some teenagers are. It's a teen thing. Teenagers shouldn't be treated like young children, or Quinn's almost an adult. It's not your place to parent her like some child. I brought up Teresa's past words and told her she was correct that Quinn is an adult who doesn't need to be scolded by me. I have the right to protect my child from an unkind adult. Quinn is already having issues at school with emails home or friends making excuses for why they don't want to see her. It's time for Teresa to wake up and do something about her daughter. Teresa and I have both shared our sides with mutual friends and acquaintances, and they are divided. Some say that Quinn's attitude is not okay, but that I was wrong to turn her away at the door because she's still 16 and my niece. They argue that being a teenager and rapidly transitioning from childhood to adulthood is already a rough process. According to Teresa, Quinn appears to be having issues at school, and I should try to have more patience with her and see what may be going on outside of home. Regardless of the reason, I feel I had to set a hard boundary regarding Quinn's behavior. It isn't an easy time, but at 16, you still know right from wrong. Bella doesn't deserve to be subjected to that kind of treatment. But are my friends and acquaintances correct that I was too hard on my niece and sister and should apologize for how I responded? User Ghost Panther Assault said, NTA, Quinn needs to understand that words actually harm people. That's what adults tend to forget a lot of the time. You set a good boundary. I remember when my friend's kid kept talking about gross stuff in front of me to see how cool she was, but I was not having that. I asked her once to stop, and when she did it again, I told her, dude, if you keep talking to me this way, I will legit leave. I do not care for that. Kids need to understand that this behavior isn't acceptable. They're causing too many issues. User Opa Opa said NTA. It's unrealistic to expect a teenager to never be snarky or sarcastic, but it is good and appropriate to expect them to take responsibility for how they treat other people. Actions have consequences. Quinn needs to learn that being cruel to a 6-year-old is not acceptable and that being a teenager is not a free pass to be awful. I don't think there's anything wrong with turning someone away if it's only a short walk. If she can't learn to curb her behavior and apologize when she's hurtful, she can deal with the short walk back. This next post was made in the same subreddit by a user named Clicking Pop. The post is titled AITAH for divorcing my husband after he cheated with my sister. I also cut off my mom for supporting them and moved on with my own life. This has been the most traumatic year of my life, and I'm wondering if I'm being too harsh or if I'm justified in my choices. I was married to my husband for 8 years. We have 2 kids together, a son and a daughter. I thought our life was stable and happy until everything unraveled 7 months ago. I found out that my husband was cheating on me with my younger sister. I didn't discover it through subtle clues or intuition. My son overheard an inappropriate conversation between the two of them at a family gathering and came to me confused and upset. When I confronted my husband, he denied it at first but eventually admitted to the affair. I was utterly shattered. What made it even worse was that my mom sided with my husband and sister. She defended their actions, saying, "Your sister is young and doesn't know any better, and your husband must have felt neglected to fall for someone else." Then she had the audacity to suggest I forgive them and keep the family together for the kids. I was stunned and disgusted. My dad, on the other hand, was furious. He called out my mom's behavior, told her she was enabling betrayal, and eventually filed for divorce from her because he couldn't tolerate her lack of morals. He has been one of my few sources of support throughout all of this. I filed for divorce immediately and cut off my mom and sister completely. My kids have been struggling with the fallout. My son is especially angry and has told me he doesn't want anything to do with his dad. My daughter is quieter but has been acting out in small ways. We've been going to therapy together, and I've been doing everything I can to help them navigate this while also trying to heal myself. Over the past few months, I've started putting my life back together. I've focused on my kids, leaned on my dad and close friends for support, and even started dating someone new. She's been incredible, kind, understanding, and supportive. She's great with my kids, and they've grown to love her, which makes me feel like I can finally see a light at the end of the tunnel. But the chaos isn't over. My sister's relationship with my ex-husband has completely fallen apart. Now she's blaming my mom, saying she encouraged the whole thing. My mom, meanwhile, is blowing up my phone, accusing me of tearing the family apart by refusing to forgive them. She says my new relationship is a slap in the face to our family and claims I'm being selfish for not letting her or my sister back into my life. To top it off, my ex-husband has been reaching out, begging for forgiveness and asking for a second chance. He's telling me it was all a mistake and that he misses me and the kids. My son and daughter both want nothing to do with him, but I'm conflicted about how much of a relationship they should have with their father. My dad and friends say I'm doing the right thing by cutting out toxic people and focusing on rebuilding my life. But the guilt tripping from my mom and sister is starting to wear me down, and I'm wondering if I'm being too harsh. Should I try to reconcile with my mom and sister for the sake of family? Should I give my ex more of a chance to be involved for the sake of the kids? AITA for divorcing my husband, cutting off my mom and sister, and moving forward with my life and new relationship. Edit, I have changed my number and I'm currently moving. No, I don't speak to any of my ex-husband's family, and apparently the snitch was my aunt and her husband. So I'm officially not speaking to them. For the people complaining about the fact that my kids know my girlfriend, so what? My children adore her. As for custody, it's 60-40, meaning I can choose the schedule the kids have with their father since I'm the primary caregiver. No, I'm not forcing my kids to not speak to their dad. They've told me numerous times that they don't like going to my ex-husband's house, and I respect that. I'm currently pursuing full custody. For those telling me to get a restraining order, my lawyer said they haven't done anything to endanger my children or me, so I legally can't get one. My dad also has some suspicions that my mom cheated on him based on how she was defending the affair. Update: wow, there are a lot of homophobes in the replies. I want to first say thank you all for the kind messages and some supportive replies. Now for the update. The people who suggested my mom may have had an affair were correct. Apparently, my mom cheated on my dad early in their relationship, but claimed she stopped the affair when my dad found out. We aren't exactly sure if my sister is my father's child, and quite frankly, we hope she isn't. As for my ex-husband, yes, he is allowed to visit his children. He just refuses to see them because my kids hate being around him, not because I'm restricting it as people are claiming. I have 60-40 custody, and the judge granted me full permission to set a schedule for when my kids see their father as long as he isn't completely out of their lives. It also might help that the affair he had with my sister has been ongoing. No one knows how long it went on, but my son has spoken to me and said he has always seen his daddy talking to my sister, so it's definitely been happening since she was in her early 20s. My children are completely fine. They are currently in therapy for this and other issues. No schoolwork has been affected, and my girlfriend certainly isn't negatively impacting them. In fact, they love her during the few times she is here. For those curious, my son is turning 10 soon, and he heard more than one of these conversations. He only told me about this one because he understood what they were saying, which is traumatizing for a child to listen to. A massive screw you to the homophobes. My children adore my partner. No, she isn't like a second parent to them. She loves them as well and is in no way trying to take a fatherly role in their lives. And for the people claiming this is AI, Lord, I wish it were. I'm flattered you think my life is fake. I wish it were, but sadly it isn't. User True Presentation said, "Why are you even in communication with your mom and sister? Cut them off immediately. Don't let them get in your head. They are selfish and do not have your best interests at heart. Keep on the path you're on and lean on those you can trust, those who haven't betrayed you. You do know, I hope, that none of the vile three can ever be trusted again. Please listen to your kids. Keep them in therapy. If they eventually want to see their dad, then that's the time for it. But if they never want to see him, then that's on him. I'm sorry to read your story. Good luck moving forward with your new, better life. Keep the horrible, selfish ones far away from you and the kids. NTA." To this, OP said, "Just for the record, no, I'm not in contact with my mom or sister. Someone on my mom's side has apparently been feeding them information about my life, including my phone number. My kids are currently in control of what they want to do, and as of now, they've refused to have any contact with their father." User Amadeus said, NTA, "You've experienced a triple betrayal from your ex-husband, sister, and mother. Your sister is well into adulthood and should have known that having an affair with her brother-in-law would end poorly. Family might mean cutting them more slack than you would for others, but there are limits, and this is obviously way beyond that. Block her everywhere, and if necessary, get a restraining order. Your mom is an idiot. It would have been one thing for her to stay on the sidelines while still talking to your sister, but she likely cheated at some point and is either projecting or just delusional. Block her everywhere, and if necessary, get a restraining order. Your ex-husband is trickier. He is entitled to time with your kids, so I would tell him to leave you alone unless it's about the children. You should have settled the terms of custody during the divorce. Follow the custody agreement and don't engage otherwise. If he starts manipulating the kids, talk to the courts and see what can be done. A cheater is always a cheater." This final post was made in the True Off My Chest subreddit by a user named Evie Stevie. The post is titled, "My mother-in-law cut my hair in my sleep because she thought I cheated on my husband. So I'm still processing this, but I need to get it off my chest. Last night, I woke up and realized someone had butchered my hair. One side is a jagged pixie cut, while the other side hangs awkwardly past my shoulder. At first, I thought I was losing my mind. Maybe I sleepwalked or something, but no. I confronted my husband, Tim, because he's been acting weird lately, but he denied it. Then he dropped this bombshell. My mom, she might have done it. Apparently, my mother-in-law is convinced I've been cheating on Tim. Why? Because last week, she saw me having lunch with a coworker. For the record, the coworker is gay and we were literally talking about work, but Diane decided I must be having an affair, and instead of, talking to me or Tim, she broke into our house in the middle of the night with scissors and went full Edward Scissorhands on my hair. This morning, I confronted her. At first, she played innocent, but when I pressed her, she literally said, well, maybe now you'll think twice before humiliating my son. I was fuming. I told her Kyle isn't even into women, but she just rolled her eyes and said something like, that's what they all say. I didn't even know how to respond to that level of delusion. Tim is horrified and apologetic, but I'm struggling here. This woman violated my personal space, destroyed my hair, and acted like she was in the right. I want to go no contact with her, but Tim is stuck between me and his mom, and I feel like this is going to create a huge blow up in our marriage. Any advice? Because I'm honestly at a loss here. My mother-in-law cut my hair in my sleep because she thinks I'm cheating on my husband. Now I don't know how to handle her or my marriage. Edit, my husband and I will be going to my mother-in-law tomorrow to talk to her about the situation again. Hopefully everyone will be calmed down by then and I won't have to threaten legal action. Thank you for all the support and suggestions. I will keep them in mind. Edit 2, to everyone saying this is fake. I don't know how to make you believe me, and honestly, I shouldn't have to. I'm sitting here crying in my friend's guest room, completely broken, trying to make sense of how my life has fallen apart in the span of 24 hours. My husband, the person I thought I could trust the most, betrayed me in the most humiliating way possible. His mother violated me in my sleep, and now strangers are telling me my pain isn't real. I wish with everything in me that this wasn't real. I wish I wasn't sitting here trying to figure out how to rebuild my life, how to ever trust someone again, or how to face the people around me after this. I've barely eaten. I've been shaking all day, and I feel like my world is crumbling beneath me. I turned to Reddit because I didn't know where else to go. I needed advice, a sense of support, something to help me hold myself together. But these accusations, they're just making me feel even more alone. If you can't believe me, fine, but please don't make this harder than it already is. I wouldn't wish this pain on anyone. Update. After the conversation we had with Diane this morning, I noticed my husband, Tim, was acting weird. At first, I thought it was just guilt about standing up to his mom, but it felt like more than that. He's been avoiding eye contact and getting defensive when I bring up what happened. Earlier, I couldn't take it anymore, so I sat him down and told him he needed to be 100% honest with me about everything. That's when he dropped the bombshell. Apparently, Diane didn't come up with the haircut idea on her own. Tim admitted that he knew about it ahead of time and even helped her. I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach. He said he truly thought I was cheating on him with Kyle because Diane had convinced him that there was too much evidence to ignore. When she suggested cutting my hair as some kind of a weird punishment, he didn't stop her. In fact, he let her into our house that night while I was sleeping. Tim said he didn't want to confront me directly because he wasn't ready for the truth. So instead, he let his mother do this insane thing to me, thinking it would force me to come clean. Afterward, when I didn't admit to cheating, he started to realize he might have been wrong. But by then, he didn't know how to tell me what he'd done. He kept saying, "I'm so sorry, I was just confused." But I honestly don't know how to process this. This wasn't just Diane acting like a lunatic, this was both of them, and my own husband betrayed me in one of the most humiliating ways possible. I packed a bag and I'm staying with a friend tonight while I figure out what to do. I don't know if I can ever trust him again after this. It's not just the haircut, it's the fact that he didn't talk to me, believed the worst about me without any proof, and actively participated in something so cruel and violating. As for Diane, she's officially dead to me. I've already told Tim that I don't want her in my life ever again, regardless of what happens between us. Right now, I'm torn. Part of me wants to file a police report against both of them for what they did, but I'm scared of how messy it will get. Another part of me just wants to cut ties and move on, but that feels like letting them off too easy. I don't know what my next step is, but I do know this. I deserve better than this. Thank you to everyone who has supported me through this. Your comments and advice have meant the world to me, and I'm truly grateful for the kindness and understanding. It's helping me find the strength to figure out what comes next. Update 2. After everything that's happened, I've been thinking a lot about my next steps, and I've come to a heartbreaking but necessary conclusion. I don't think there's any coming back from this. I trusted Tim with my heart, my safety, my life, and he betrayed me in ways I never thought possible. I can't imagine a future where I feel safe with him, where I can trust him, or where I don't carry the weight of this violation every day. I'm strongly considering filing for divorce. The thought of staying with him feels unbearable. But at the same time, I can't stop worrying about the messiness of it all. I just want to cut ties completely, to walk away and rebuild my life without him or his mother dragging me down any further. As for filing a police report, I'm leaning toward it, but I'm scared of what it might bring. I know what they did was a crime. My own husband let his mother into our home to assault me in my sleep. But the thought of dealing with legal battles or even just having to relive this again and again in statements is exhausting. Part of me wants to hold them accountable, but another part just wants to run far away and never look back. Right now, I'm taking it one step at a time. I've been talking to friends, trying to find some clarity in all this chaos. It's terrifying and painful, but I know one thing for sure. I deserve so much better than this. Thank you to everyone who has shown me kindness and support. It means the world to me right now. Update 3. Hi everyone, I just wanted to give an update after everything that's happened. After spending the last couple of days trying to process everything, I finally made some concrete decisions. First, I contacted a divorce lawyer. I explained the entire situation, including what my husband admitted to and how his mother violated my trust and personal safety. The lawyer was very supportive and walked me through the process of filing for divorce. While it feels daunting, I know this is the best decision for me. I can't see a future where I could ever trust my husband again after what he allowed to happen. Second, I decided to press charges against my mother-in-law. I filed a police report for assault and I've documented everything. Photos of my hair, text messages, and the timeline of events. While I'm still nervous about how messy this could get, I refuse to let her get away with what she did. What she did wasn't just humiliating, it was an act of violence and she needs to be held accountable for it. As for my husband, I've made it clear that I'm done. I've moved out and will not be returning. I've blocked his mother entirely and am limiting any communication with him to legal matters only. I'm still scared and hurt as I figure things out, but I feel a little more empowered now that I've taken these steps. Thank you to everyone who has offered me advice, support, and encouragement. It's helped me more than you know. This is still far from over, but I'm determined to move forward and build a better future for myself. I'll keep you updated as things progress. User Top Ad said, file a police report and tell your husband he needs to choose between his psychopathic mother and your marriage. This is insane. User Acorn Girl said, I think she should tell her husband that he has to shave his head as part of his apology. That should be a requirement before she even considers coming home. Make him send a selfie. Tell him that while this won't fix the situation, it's a step in the right direction to prove he's really sorry. She should also try to get an admission in writing regarding what they did. Something like, you did this to me and I don't feel safe. Hopefully, he or the mother-in-law will apologize via text or at least not deny the incident. She should draw out the conversation over several days and avoid going home during this process. Get plenty of photos to document the incident before letting anyone else touch her hair. She should tell her mother-in-law and husband that they will be paying for the best stylist she can find to fix her hair. Then she can proceed with filing a police report against both her mother-in-law for assault and domestic violence, and against her husband for aiding and abetting domestic violence and assault. It's also crucial to retain a lawyer right after making the police report. Usually an initial consultation is free. She should have a legal representation as she moves forward with a divorce. I recommend not going home at all because it won't be safe, even before the husband shaves his head. There is no way to move past this. I wouldn't let that man so much as touch my hand ever again if I were in her position. Someone who would do this to you is sick and dangerous. What might he do next time he thinks you're cheating or doing something he doesn't like? Will he scar your face so no one else will want you? Will he do something worse? I'm so sorry they did this to you. This story was posted by a user named Recovering with Shame in the Support for Wayward subreddit. The post is titled, My Selfishness Ruined My Family. I'm a selfish person. At least that is what I tell myself repeatedly almost every night when I hear the silence in my home. My children aren't here, my ex-husband hates me with good reason, and my immediate family is divided. I have never stopped hating myself for what I did. My selfish act happened in 2015. I had just turned 39, and I admit that I took my ex-husband for granted. He always told me that I was beautiful on a daily basis, always wanted to have sex, always took care of me, and treated me like his equal. He never treated me like a queen or a princess. I was his partner. By that time, we had been married for 20 years, high school sweethearts, each other's one and only, and it felt right. My family loved him, my brother looked up to him, and my ex helped him through many tough situations. He was the one people called when they were in trouble, and he always helped them. He was a good man. Over the years, I gave him 2 headstrong boys and twin princesses. I gained weight and felt self-conscious, but he would tell me that I was beautiful. Our arguments were few and far between. We talked everything out. However, when we did argue, it was usually about sex, or the lack thereof on my part, and the things I refused to do in bed. It wasn't that I didn't want to do them, it was just that I wasn't in the mood and he understood. When I turned 39, my birthday party revealed the new me. I spent all year in the gym doing yoga and Pilates. My efforts took me from 180 pounds to 135 pounds, and for me, it was an amazing transformation. I have always been a chubby girl, so having a body that was tight and fit was a new experience. My ex-husband also went to the gym with me, but not as much. However, he went from 260 pounds to 225 pounds and was starting to shape his body. My ex-husband couldn't keep his hands off of me, but for some reason, I still wasn't in the mood. It's not like he didn't try. He took me out to dinners, danced with me, went for regular walks, and always helped around the house. I could see in his eyes how much he loved and lusted for me. After 20 years together, he still looked at me with desire. I believe any woman would desperately want that, but mentally, I just wasn't in the mood. At the time, I thought I was going through early menopause since we only had sex 2 or maybe 3 times a month. I was just a one and done kind of person, but he wanted more. No matter how hard he tried, I just wasn't into it. He mentioned couples counseling, but I refused. So now my selfishness comes into play. A new manager started working in my office a few days after my birthday. He was slightly younger and handsome. For some reason, he took an interest in me. At first, I ignored him, then it progressed from ignoring to casual conversation. Eventually, he flirted with me, and although I showed him my ring, after 2 months of constant flirting, I flirted back. This led to me telling him about my life, and soon enough, I found myself thinking about him more and more. This was an emotional affair, I know that now, but at the time, it felt exhilarating. My ex-husband suspected something was off with me. We had a heated argument about it, one that I honestly believed started with me. He leaned in to kiss me, and subconsciously, I made a disgusted face, not towards him, but because of thoughts of this other man swirling in my mind. A week after that day, I told the new manager to meet me at a cafe so we could talk. I intended to tell him to leave me alone, to say that I couldn't do this, but before I could say anything to him, he kissed me and my mind went blank. That was the beginning of our 6-month affair. During that time, I did things for this man that my ex wanted. I was more eager and willing, I was always in the mood. It felt like something new and exciting. My ex and I did have sex during this time, but not as frequently as before. Gradually, I began pushing him away, nitpicking at little habits, and even belittling him. I'm ashamed of how I treated him during this period. It wasn't until my brother came to visit that it hit me hard. He told me that my ex had confided in him about how depressed he felt and was considering filing for separation because he believed that I no longer loved him, and that snapped me out of it. So I immediately called off the affair, quit my job, and told myself that I would make my husband feel loved and wanted again. I was determined to fix this. I wanted to be a better wife if only I could. My AP showed up at my house with a box from my office, stuff from my desk that I had requested to have shipped. We spoke. He wanted to know what he did wrong, and I told him that I needed to fix my marriage. I told him to leave, but he wanted one last encounter. I refused, but he begged and pleaded, and like a fool, I agreed. We went to the guest room and became intimate. I don't know how long we were at it, but when he was on top of me, I felt him violently jerk back, and there was a loud bang. I sat up and saw my ex looking at me. My AP was on the floor and there was a large hole in the wall. I tried to say something to my ex, but his eyes were bloodshot, tears were flowing, and his lips were trembling. I could see he was in so much pain, and I felt disgusted with myself. I watched as my AP stood up and attempted to leave. My ex looked at him and my AP told him that if he knew what was good for him, he'd step back. So my ex attacked him. I screamed and cried, telling my ex to stop, and out of desperation, I jumped on his back, which resulted in me getting slammed to the floor. Everything got hazy for a while. Words sounded muffled, but when I came to, my ex had my AP on his side and he was on the phone. All I could do was stare at my AP's swollen face and the blood and teeth on the floor beside him. There was a loud bang on the door and I watched my ex put the phone on speaker, slowly place it on the floor, drop to his knees, and put his hands on the back of his head. The door opened and the police came in, handcuffed him, and paramedics arrived moments later. I soon learned that he had called 911 on himself. Everything went to hell in a handbasket. At the hospital, my father didn't utter a word to me. He just looked at me with shame. My brother was yelling at me, looking crushed, asking how I could do that to my ex. My mother was consoling me, telling me that it was all right, which caused my father to yell at her. My ex's family was furious. His sisters threatened me, and his parents looked like they wanted to send me to an early grave. I approached my children, but they refused to speak to me. My sons couldn't even look at me. My AP was heavily injured and needed reconstructive surgery on his face. My ex had practically shattered it. At the hospital, a woman came to my room and immediately attacked me. My brother pulled her off of me, and it turned out she was my AP's wife. I didn't know he was married. He never wore a ring or said anything about it. It made me feel even more terrible. Leading up to the trial, my boys stayed with their grandparents on my husband's side, and my girls refused to talk to me. My ex didn't want to see me either. I tried to visit him at the county jail, but I was denied. My brother made sure my ex went to the correctional facility where he worked so he could keep an eye on him. When I asked my brother if he could relay a message for me, he told me to go to hell. During the trial, it was the first time in 3 months that I saw my ex. He looked at me with such anger. It hurt more than anything I could ever imagine. He had always looked at me with love, even when we were mad at each other, but during that trial, it was hate. And I needed to excuse myself so I could cry in the restroom. As the days went by, I was forced to recount my affair in every detail for all to hear. When I told them how long it had been going on, my ex looked crushed and my father stood up and walked out of the courtroom. During my ex's testimony, I learned that he had come home to surprise me with lunch and a weekend trip for 2 to the Catskills. He had a full romantic getaway planned only to walk in on us, and he reacted. He stated that when the AP ordered him to step aside, he snapped and beat him, only stopping when he tossed me off him. He quickly called 911 and we heard the recording in court. Hearing the pain in his voice, his sobs as he did what the operator told him to do was soul-crushing. The AP couldn't verbally testify and was heavily medicated, so they used images of what he looked like, which turned my stomach because I was responsible for all this. My ex had smashed his eye socket, cheekbones, and destroyed his jaw. They stated that there were bone fragments too small to piece together. My ex was charged with a third-degree felony and sentenced to 7 years, which caused my sons to shout in protest and my daughters and his family to let out a wail that haunts me to this day. Those first 3 months were torturous. I was sued by my AP's STB ex-wife for alienation of affection. My ex filed for divorce. My eldest moved out, my other son stayed in his room, and my twins were rebelling hard. My former sisters-in-law attacked me in the middle of Price Chopper. His mother spat in my face when I tried to apologize to her. My father and brother refused to speak to me. Eventually, I needed to find a new job. There was no money coming in, and I nearly went through the savings, but I was pretty much blacklisted in my field. It was bad publicity for the accounting firm, so I started working in retail and worked as a seasonal H&R Block adjuster during the tax rush. I almost lost the house. My ex refused to allow me to visit him, and every letter was returned. Crying in the shower became an almost daily occurrence. My parents almost separated because my mother constantly defended me. My brother refused to acknowledge me. Even my friends whom I'd had since grade school were divided. Soon, I began to have thoughts of ending things, of picking up my belongings and disappearing. The guilt was so heavy. Eventually, I saw a therapist and she scolded me. She told me that I had just gotten comfortable with my ex. I didn't see him as a husband, I saw him as a friend with benefits and treated him as such. She was right, I did. I got too comfortable with him. I saw him as a companion, yet he saw me as his wife, mother of his children, the woman he loved and desired. I took him for granted. Almost a year went by, a year of silence from my children. When I cooked dinner, they would collect their food and go to their rooms, refusing to even look at me. I did have a few meltdowns, begging them to say something to me, but nothing. My brother got married and I wasn't invited, but my kids were. I continued to try to visit my ex in hopes that he had placed me on the visitor list, but I was always denied. My letters were still being returned. It made me severely depressed and I knew I deserved it. Then one day, out of the blue, my brother showed up. I was shocked to see him and happy. This was the first time since the trial he had come to my house, and he just came to scold me. He told me that my ex was in the infirmary after getting stabbed. An inmate had tried to assault him in his cell, resulting in my ex getting stabbed in his stomach and the inmate getting his spine broken. My brother screamed at me, "You did this," before going back to his truck. I cried for days after that because he was right. I did this. I tried to visit him at the infirmary and I was still denied. For 4 additional years, I tried to talk to him and still wrote letters, but they were returned. Thankfully, our children visited their father a lot. That is how I learned he was placed in protective custody by my brother after his attack. Through the years, my eldest went to the same college my ex attended and even took the same major. He only called his siblings. He never wanted to talk to me. He never came to the house for the holidays, only to his grandparents. My other son followed suit, going to the same college and refusing to call me as well. My twins were hard on me, but they visited their father weekly, which improved their mood, and whenever they got overly rebellious, they had their uncle put them in their place, but my brother and I still hardly spoke. I tried to visit his wife when they had their first child, but I was asked to leave. My mother kept me in the loop on what was happening in their lives. My father still refused to acknowledge me. Then, at the beginning of May this year, my kids were happy and my sons came home. I didn't know why, and I didn't care. They were home. For 4 months, my children were around, and I did everything I could to show them how sorry I was. But I was mostly ignored, though they were talking to me, and it made me so happy to have a conversation with them, to know what was happening in their lives. My eldest was dating a woman for over a year. My second-born was on a college track team. Even my girls began to talk to me again, and I hated myself even more for what I did to them. Seeing them smiling again, joking, and eating dinner together, I missed it so much. At the end of August, I was gearing up for the twins' first day of their senior year, which also falls on their 18th birthday. I expressed my excitement over their birthday party, told them what I was planning to do, and without hesitation, my girls asked me if we could do it on a different day. It confused me because I thought we were starting to get better. When I asked why, one of them said, "Because Dad is throwing us a party and I don't want you near him." That comment shocked me. I asked when their father was released and they said he got out at the end of April for good behavior. I cried because he was out and it broke me a bit more. They were around more because he was out. They were happier and cheerful because they had their father back in their lives. It wasn't because we were starting to heal. They had him back. I asked where he was staying and they told me that he was staying with my brother. I tried calling, I needed to talk to him, but he refused. I tried going over, holding all of the letters that were returned through the years, and I saw him briefly through the door crack. I shouted out his name and I was asked to leave by my brother. I handed him the letters and left. When I got to the driveway, I heard his voice. I turned around and he was walking towards me. I instantly started crying and went to hug him, but he handed me back my letters. "You forgot these," he coldly said to me, and I cried watching him walk away. I begged him, I pleaded for him to just talk to me, and he just walked back into that house. My children were staring at me by the door, and they all had no love in their eyes for me. At that moment, I realized that my children were just tolerating me. However, I still want to fix this. I want to tell him how selfish I was. I want to tell him how much I missed him. Tell him that I am so sorry for destroying what we had. So I'm trying to still push through my daily life. I learned from my mother that my AP's ex-wife was visiting my ex 2 years ago, and she's been coming around to see him. I don't care really. I just want him to somehow forgive me. I want him to talk to me. I want him to be beside me. I want him to look at me the way that he used to. I want my kids beside us. I just want my family back. Yet I know I don't deserve it. Even if by some miracle we become one again, it will never be the same. I was selfish and I wish I could take it all back. User Repulsive Day said, "I would say to just stop trying. This was a hard read, something that my worst nightmares are made of. I sincerely offer this advice. Live your life and stop trying to contact your past family or those who discarded you. This will only come across as harassment on your end. Sometimes you need to respect and acknowledge that some things are too far gone." User The Mockingbird said, "This was a difficult read. Please don't take this the wrong way, but given the circumstances, I'm fairly sure the only reason your kids didn't go no contact fully was because your twins were still underage and living with you. Given what happened, this is the sort of situation where people typically cut others off completely. Your kids and family essentially lost their dad. Your ex lost years of his life and was put into a hostile environment. Your letters and apologies are utterly worthless. He isn't interested in hearing you apologize, let alone seeing you feel guilty. For the sake of your mental health, let him go. Focus on moving on and improving what little relationship you have with your kids. Your dream of wanting him to talk to you, be with you, and having things return to what they were is just that, a dream. He doesn't need to forgive you, let alone hear you out. Respect his choice and leave him alone. Focus on yourself and your kids. Try to be realistic about your relationship going forward. Maybe in time it'll improve since your ex is back, but don't delude yourself into thinking it'll be what it previously was. Again, none of this was meant to be a personal slight. Your situation is one of the worst I've seen, but given the circumstances, I think it's time you accepted the situation. A deleted user said, "It's over, OP. Time to cut the cord. He's had 5 years to cool off and come around. It sounds like this is your new normal. It's time to accept it and move on. Good luck." This next post was made in the AITAH subreddit by a user named Fishing Under the Sun. The post is titled AITAH for not shaving my head to support my best friend. I have known my best friend Grace since we were 11 years old and I love her to bits. We've been each other's rocks throughout all our hard times, so obviously I was devastated for her when she was diagnosed with ovarian cancer a few weeks ago. Thankfully, her prognosis is optimistic, but she needs surgery and is about to begin chemo. I cried a lot when I first heard about her diagnosis, but Grace is one of those people who uses humor to cope in hard times, and she's been powering through it with her head held high. She's honestly my hero. We have a group of good mutual friends we've known since school, and yesterday they invited me to a video call without Grace. One of our friends told us about an idea she had that we should all shave our heads in support of Grace since she's going to lose her hair and make a video to put on Instagram and Facebook and the like. Everyone else looked a bit horrified when I firmly said I wouldn't be doing that. I never had long hair my entire childhood as it's very thick and my mom didn't want to deal with it, and after having short hair as a teenager I decided to grow it out. I haven't had a proper haircut since I was 17 and now it's almost long enough that I can sit on it, so I'm not keen to shave it off and start again. As someone who has lost close relatives to cancer, I also feel really uncomfortable with people who shave their heads in support, as to me it just seems like performative activism to get attention on social media. My friends all went off at me about how I'm selfish and have no empathy for Grace and what she's going through, but I don't think that you should have to put yourself through someone else's struggle in order to support them. I left the call and woke up this morning to a tidal wave of messages from other friends and family asking me why I was so nasty to my friends when they just wanted to help. I don't think it's made it through to Grace yet, and if it has, she hasn't talked to me about it. At this point, I'm questioning if I'm really being selfish and horrible because I adore Grace with all my heart, but I really don't want to lose my hair as well. User Cats for Life said NTA, but I'd speak to Grace and actually check what sort of chemotherapy she's having and whether she's expecting her hair to fall out. I'm also under the impression that posting on social media is a bit of an attention-seeking thing, and to be honest, you should tell them to talk to Grace about it before doing anything. She might not want the whole world to know. You're her best friend, and you can support her by being there, not by making a huge spectacle out of it. My best friend died a couple of years ago, and you wouldn't believe what some people who were never close to her still post on Facebook. The thing is, we knew what we meant to each other, and nothing else really matters. User Ella West said, "The last thing I'd want is to look at a reminder of what I'd lost and feel guilty that I'd made my friends feel they had to suffer too. What I would want when I was terrified is a friendly face to drive me to chemo, pick me up, bring me dinner when I can't face cooking, or send me an 'I love you mate, sleep tight' text at night when I'm feeling scared and a bit lonely. Tell them to shove a razor up their bum and just offer the acts of friendship you know will actually get Grace through this." Update. It's been way too long, but the dust has settled, so I'm finally able to give an update on the situation. Thank you for the awards and all the love and support for both me and Grace. I'm happy to say that she is doing very well and is still in great spirits nearly 2 months into chemo. I haven't been able to see her in person much, which is horrible, but we spend most of our days on FaceTime and I've been giving her all the support I can. After my first post, I made what I think most would agree was the smartest decision. I told Grace about our friend's plans. She actually laughed it off. She didn't think they were serious or that they'd really do it. Unfortunately, I received an invitation to a Zoom call with Grace and the rest of the group not long after I made the post, and I immediately got an awful feeling. I really didn't want to go, but I went because I wanted to be there to defend either Grace or myself, depending on what went down. As soon as I arrived, I was horrified to see that 3 of our friends had already shaved their heads and another was planning to do it in front of Grace during the call. Long story short, Grace was absolutely mortified. She completely decimated them about how they never should have done this without her permission or even told her that it was going to happen. Instead of feeling supported, she now has a constant reminder of the fact that she has cancer. We both accused them of being self-centered and narcissistic people who didn't really care about her or her illness and only wanted to do it to post on social media and get attention and have people ask why they did it so they could tell them what good people and good friends they are. I was trying to stay composed because it didn't feel like my fight to lead, but Grace did not hold back and used far more colorful language. As I said in my last post, she's my absolute hero. Needless to say, neither of us is in contact with those 4 people anymore, though we are civil with the others from the initial call about the head shaving who didn't actually go through with it. Both Grace and I are very happy that I decided to tell her beforehand, so it wasn't as much of a shock when it happened, and she's glad she doesn't have to endure what would likely have been a lot of mock support from our ex-friends throughout her cancer journey. And for some extra satisfaction for everyone who was as mad about the situation as I was, although Grace says her hair has thinned, as of right now, she hasn't lost any hair. This final post was made in the relationship advice subreddit by a user named Sensitive Elastic. The post is titled, "I feel like my husband puts things off until I end up handling things myself. All to count because my husband is on Reddit. My husband and I have had a rocky relationship. It's been 3 years since we've been married and I always hoped it would get a bit easier. I feel like we've tried a lot of different things to improve our relationship, but I often find myself feeling defeated and sad because it seems like nothing will ever change. Right now, we're in the process of moving. I stayed behind to finish things up at our house, and he's gone ahead to start working. We're literally starting from scratch. I sold everything, including our cars. We need a car, so I asked him to buy one and have it ready for us once I'm ready to move. He's met me with so many excuses, and I'm just tired. I'm finally flying to meet him next week, and there's still no car. It's been a month. He mentioned to me offhand the other day that he was planning on buying a car once I fly in. But doesn't that defeat the purpose? All I asked was that he have one ready for when I arrived. I really don't want to go car shopping the second I get off the plane. I was excited and hopeful about the move. We talked about how things were going to change and he seemed so motivated, but now I feel defeated again. I don't even feel angry anymore. What was I expecting? I'm not sure what advice I'm looking for. We get along pretty well when there aren't any big life decisions involved. He's a nice guy, I just don't trust him to take any responsibility in the relationship. I guess my questions are, has anyone been in a similar relationship? How did it go? When was it finally enough for you? Is there anything that can change? I'm really interested in starting couples therapy, but I'm afraid of putting effort into something that might not even work. User no thanks, and then some said, regardless of the specific issue, it all really boils down to what you want for yourself and your marriage. Couples counseling is basically like any other form of counseling. It can only work if you actually want it to. If you are already at your wit's end and just don't have it in you to continue putting in effort to maybe not save your marriage, then there obviously isn't any point in pursuing couples counseling. If you still want the marriage to work out, then couples counseling would be a good idea as a last-ditch effort. Personally, I think that if you married someone with whom you had a rocky relationship all along in the hopes of having things magically change in the future, then you basically set yourself up for failure. And this is what you are experiencing more and more. You're only 26. You have your whole life ahead of you, and there are plenty of people in the world who won't make you feel like you're carrying the relationship alone. User Miss Veronica Lee said, unfortunately, you have the man that you have, not the partner you think he has the potential to be. Marriage makes problems permanent. You can try couples counseling, but you both have to go into it with the willingness to listen as much as you want to be heard. It won't magically fix your relationship, and it certainly won't transform him into the man you wish he was. I'm not saying it's not worth trying. You should go if you honestly think it will help. But if you're looking for someone to take your side and tell your husband he's wrong, you'll be wasting your time. 3 years later, OP gave us an update. I made a post 3 years ago about my husband not taking the initiative when it came to purchasing a new car after a big move. My post didn't get too big, but I've always liked seeing updates, and a lot has changed in 3 years. So I decided to log back in and make my own. After making the post, my husband made an appointment to go look at cars. I remember feeling really good about everything in that moment. I felt a huge relief knowing that this big thing was finally getting taken care of. When his appointment came, my husband called to tell me some good news. He had seen one car, decided it was good, and told me that this was the one we would be buying. While he was still in the dealership, I asked him to tell me the details like how much the interest was and how much the car cost. I asked him if he had compared it to Kelley Blue Book to see if it was a fair deal. My husband was kind enough to ask the salesman everything, but after each question, he would add, "I'm sorry my wife is making this so difficult." I was pretty hurt and embarrassed by this and told him so, but he said all my questions were frustrating and were slowing down the process of the one thing I had asked him to do. In the end, he decided to wait for me to arrive so that we could sign for the car together. I ended up getting picked up from the airport and taken straight to the car dealership. We got a good interest rate on the car, but we ended up overpaying by about $7,000. I should have said no to the car and just looked myself, but I was young and embarrassed and I felt like I wasn't being supportive. Thankfully, that car ended up being our only shared piece of property in our divorce. I didn't trust him to refinance the car, so I ended up taking it. We owed so much more money on the car than what it was worth that I couldn't get it refinanced for several months. I ended up trading it in, and even though I'm still in the hole financially because of it, I am so much happier now. We did try therapy before ultimately divorcing. My ex-husband was quite the prodigy. He was cured after a week. He said that he had it all figured out and didn't see the point in continuing. He also told me that he was the only one who had ever put any effort into the relationship, and that it was 100% my fault that we were divorcing. He told me that no one would ever love him again if I left and that he might as well off himself because there's no point in going on. When that didn't work, he said that no one would ever love me again and that I was lucky he had stayed around as long as he did. Anyway, I'm happy to report that he was successfully able to move on from the trauma I put him through. He's still around, but I've kept my distance because I can't be bothered, so I'm unsure of what he's up to. I was able to find someone after some time. My boyfriend is so kind. Sometimes I feel like it's too good to be true. Then again, I get Twitter-pated when he does simple things like taking out the trash, cooking, or maintaining a full-time job, so the bar is set pretty low. Looking back, I knew that I wanted a divorce. I just wasn't ready to admit it. My ex-husband didn't love or respect me. I didn't put many details of the relationship in my first post, and I don't really feel the need to share them all now, but I know now that if someone truly loves you, they make sure you know. This story was posted by a user named Looking to Survive in the Surviving Infidelity subreddit. The post is titled, "I ghosted a cheating ex-wife. Years later, I married my child's nanny, and now I am a statistic and a trope. But I am so happy. I really struggled with making this post because my divorce is still a great source of anger at times. Not as much as it used to be, but it really triggers my negative thoughts. My therapist told me that it helps to write in a journal. My ex-wife and I had a 2-year relationship. We had our son before we married, and I tried really hard to be a good husband and father. Starting as an introvert meant that I really had to start from scratch, but I can honestly say I did my best to learn. My ex and I were total opposites. Maybe opposites attracted in the beginning, but then we started to butt heads a lot. My ex-wife, I learned, hated to compromise and would use bullying and gaslighting tactics to get her way. She was a spender and wanted to splurge on things because she thought she deserved it. Looking back, she wasn't really a good mom or wife. She was very self-centered and spent more time on her phone than with me or my son. I took care of everything, including my son's hospital visits, while she didn't want any more responsibility. I was burned out from all the work and responsibilities. The last straw was when she cheated on me with her ex. Both of us knew that infidelity was unacceptable from the beginning and a deal breaker. As soon as I learned about it, I knew that I needed to leave or start a fight. So I carefully planned how I was going to leave. I found a house to rent 2 hours away from where we were, removed myself from the apartment lease and all of the utilities, took my name off the joint account we had, and moved while my wife went out for some facial therapy. Before I left, I took her divorce papers with copies of evidence that I also sent to her family members at the same time the moving company, and I left our old apartment. I blocked her on everything I could. Basically, I left everything in 6 hours. After moving everything into my new place, I was bombarded by texts and calls from her side of the family. Mostly, I received apologies from her cousins since they knew what might happen from the beginning. Her mom apologized a lot, saying that she didn't raise her daughter well, and both she and my ex's aunt begged me to reconsider the divorce. Then I started getting messages of threats and insults from my ex at a different number. I just kept blocking those numbers, but it got so bad that I ended up getting a new phone. The divorce was slightly rough because of my ex. She tried to say that I kidnapped our son and attempted to sue me, but I presented all the facts. I was solely responsible for everything at home and for our son's health and speech therapy, etc. The judge was surprisingly understanding and said that since I was the primary caregiver for my son, he dismissed my ex's claim. Then I presented all of the evidence of my ex's infidelity, including all the money she spent. I even got the AP to confess. Because of all the evidence, I was awarded almost all of our money. I just had to pay my ex a little bit of alimony for a year since she quit her job. During custody proceedings, I was granted primary custody while my ex received a supervised visitation. She only got that because of all the threatening messages she sent me. She literally shot herself in the foot. It was difficult for her because I now lived 2 hours away from her by car and she couldn't drive. So she didn't even visit our son for months until she got her cousin to drive her. I really realized how bad it was only after I started living by myself with my son. I felt like a huge weight was lifted off my shoulders and I felt at peace with myself, so I decided to make the best of this change. I still worked from home, and because of my son's autism, I was able to get a care provider to look after him and a therapist to help with his therapy at home. It was so much better that I can't describe it in words. My ex shifted tactics after a few months of seeing our son, saying that she regretted her actions and wanted to be a better person for both me and our son, but I wasn't having it. One time, she came with her luggage and tried to move in, but I refused and called the cops. She resorted to everything from gaslighting to crying in an attempt to get her way again, so I told her to never come back. I even got the judge to deny her visitation since she tried to force her way into moving in a few times. She then started love bombing me with texts. She even got her mom and aunt to help her, but since that was still with my old phone, I ended up giving it up for cell phone disposal for a chunk of change. Then about one school year passed, and my son's care provider and I got really close. She was very sweet and gentle, so much different from my ex. She was helpful, thoughtful, and positive. However, she was 11 years younger than me, so I didn't make any advances. But one day, when my son was down for his nap, she cooked me a wonderful meal and we ate together. She confessed that she was attracted to me. She told me that she wanted to date me for real. Initially, I thought it wasn't going to be that smooth since respite care providers have rules about fraternization and getting close with clients. The age gap was certainly an issue as well, but she said that she would quit her provider work if she had to. I told her I needed time to think and process. My divorce had really shattered my desire to date anyone, but I was so attracted to her. So I told her that I would like to take things slowly and properly. After 4 years of dating and her graduating to become a full-time nurse, we tied the knot. I learned from my past mistakes and decided to be a much better husband to her. Thanks to her vivaciousness, that wasn't hard to do. My son even calls her now. In fact, the first time he did that was when I knew that I had to marry her. I admit that I took the relationship very slowly because I wanted to be careful. Strangely enough, I am still close with my ex's cousins. They are all old school. While they care for my ex, they respect me even more and always ask about my son and how I'm doing. All of them are either firefighters or military personnel, so they don't play around. They even invite my family and me on vacations with them. And now the sore portion that still makes me angry, my ex. She somehow found out about my wife a few years back and confronted her at her nursing school. That really scared my now wife, and I nearly punched her when I came to break up the situation. My now wife and I filed more restraining orders against her. Now my ex is not allowed to be anywhere near my family, even our son. After our divorce finalized, she returned to work and got herself living alone. Over the years, she tried to get her cousins to convince me to help her, but they straight up refused. Even her mom and aunt gave her up. In our last conversation, she told me what she could have done to get me back, and I jokingly said that she would have to join the military to learn some discipline. And she actually did join, only to be kicked out for some disciplinary reason. Now she is just passive-aggressive, posting on social media about forgiveness, second chances, and how modern women are victims. Some of her followers actually believe her lies. My current wife told me not to worry about it. She is so kind and understanding, knowing that I have many trust issues. We are planning to have our first child together soon, and I want to do things better this time. I guess the moral of the story that I want to tell every betrayed man is that there is always someone who will love and respect you more than your current spouse. Don't settle for anything less. User Technical Button said, I honestly wish I had moved like this after I got cheated on. This is some next level boss shit. I'm happy you respect yourself. You deserve better. Good for you. Update. So I've been getting a lot of chat requests for additional context, updates, and information. A lot of people ask me about red flags and not seeing them before and after I married both times. The first time I married, I didn't see any glaring red flags, but in my defense, it was 4 years ago, and my list of red flags to check for was pretty short. In my second marriage, my list of possible red flags was significantly larger, hence the 4-year relationship before the marriage. I would say that experience from my first marriage definitely helped in that. Not to mention, my second wife is leagues above my first wife. To be honest, that is somewhat expected as my first wife came from a broken home with multiple half-siblings. Her mother never married yet had 4 daughters with 3 different fathers. That should have been my first clue. And that's just not her. Her aunt is like that, most of her cousins on her mother's side are like that, etc. My second wife, on the other hand, came from a very stable family. She is the second youngest of 6 siblings, and they have a very tight family support system. After I proved that I was serious in this relationship, they have become my family as well. As for my wife's occupation, there seems to be this notion that nurses cheat with other nurses and doctors in the hospital. With this, all I can say is I trust my wife enough that she doesn't cheat on me because she goes out of her way to call me during her work hours and to placate my fears. She and I signed a prenup as well that if she cheats on me, she gets nothing. I can't control her actions or push myself to be a helicopter husband or hire a private investigator to watch her every move. I have taken another leap of faith with her, yes, and I just pray that this time it is different. But if it is not, my nuclear option remains. My child is getting along very well with my current wife as well. Since his mother spends little time with him because of the restraining order and everything, he has grown so attached to my current wife that he cries when we drop him off at school and runs after her whenever she walks away. He's currently 4 and still at that age when children are attached to their mothers. Since my ex never really spent time with him, I guess he never got attached to her in the beginning. Another thing involving my ex-wife is that she has been trying to get over the restraining order so that she could see our son in person instead of just video chats. She even said that she would pay all of the child support and arrears that she owes, which at first made me surprised that she even had that much money to give, because I believe she owes about $10K. I reached out to her cousins, who I still talk with because they respect me more than they do her, to see what changed for her, like if she got a sugar daddy or something. It turns out that she started in OnlyFans, at which point I went to the custody center saying that I will not allow her to interact with a sex worker. This may seem extremely petty to some of you, and while it may be, I will not allow our son to be in contact with sexually transmitted diseases. I don't know what kind of content she does on OnlyFans, but I don't care, and having an OnlyFans worker as a parent just doesn't sit right with me. I'm debating on asking my ex to sign away her parental rights. This is not to punish her, but I need to set hard boundaries. If she did have a sugar daddy, maybe it would have been better because those things can be ignored or hidden. But an OnlyFans account? Come on. Final update. So my ex-wife is now in prison for public indecency, breaking the restraining order, public intoxication, DUI, resisting arrest, along with many other charges that I didn't know about. She got 5 years. She was arrested a few months ago and couldn't afford to bail or bond herself out. She asked me to help her, but I rejected her because it was ridiculous. She then got a public defender who tried hard to reduce her charges to misdemeanors or something, but the judge didn't want to take a chance on her due to her history. She was finally sentenced last month, 5 years in prison, out at the end of 2029. She might get out early for good behavior, but who knows. If I was still angry at her, I would feel satisfied, maybe even euphoric that karma finally caught up with her, but all I can feel for her is pity. Sure, she put herself in this situation, and all of her actions following the separation and divorce were on her and her alone. This was made more evident for me when I finally visited her in prison. Through the public defender, she begged to talk to me and my wife one last time. She didn't want our son to come though, because she didn't want him to remember her in prison. So last week, my wife and I visited her through one of those rooms with the glass and phone. Honestly, she looked better than I had seen her before, probably because she wasn't under the influence. After a few introductions and words, my ex apologized to my wife for everything and asked her to watch over her son. Being the angel that she is, my wife accepted and assured her that she has always loved him like her own. After that, my wife left and left me and my ex to talk by ourselves. We talked about how we were doing, and she finally said that she's sorry and that she won't ever bother me again. She is planning to go back to her home country after prison because she can't really do anything with a record. I told her that I wish she would get better, and she said that she can't go lower than what she is now. That's it, I guess. I won't be bothered with her again. I had already ghosted her, divorced her, put a restraining order against her, and removed her from my life before all of this. This next post was made in the relationship advice subreddit by a user named Practical Leg. The post is titled, "I think my husband is starting to resent our daughter. How do I deal with this?" I'm posting this on a throwaway account because my husband knows my account and I feel bad about bringing our problems to the internet, but I don't have anyone else I can turn to about this without things getting worse. I don't even know where to start with this. For some context, my husband and I have been together for nearly 16 years and married for 10. We met while he was passing by the city I lived in at the time for work-related reasons. After keeping in touch over the phone for a long while and multiple hints and signs from my end, he confessed his love for me, and we've been together since. He moved in with me after 3 years and settled in well. My family loves him, and he managed to land a good job as a high school history teacher at a nearby school. Throughout our entire relationship, he has been very loving and nurturing, always taking my feelings into consideration and going far out of his way to keep both of us happy. He is incredibly sweet and a huge sweetheart, and even after being with him for 16 years, my love for him hasn't faltered at all. With that being said, it's a big reason why his recent behavior has completely blindsided me, and I have no idea what I'm supposed to do. We had our first child, who I'll call D for now, almost 5 years ago. My pregnancy was incredibly smooth and easygoing, and throughout it all, my husband was even more gentle and loving towards me, which made me feel incredibly lucky to be starting a family with him. There were some complications with the birth, but overall it was a very wonderful experience, and we were both overjoyed to finally have our daughter. For the first month or so, my husband was stubbornly persistent that I let him do all the heavy lifting and focus solely on myself and Dee. During this time, he took up nearly all the house chores and made sure to spend time with Dee whenever I needed a break. Once we both started going to work again, he called my parents during his lunch break to make sure everything was going okay. During Dee's later infancy and in her early baby years, he laid back a little bit more and stopped checking in as much, but by no means did he give her less attention. However, over time, I noticed that he was gradually spending less and less time with Dee and seemed to be focusing on his work more. I love Dee with all of my heart, and I am so incredibly grateful and happy she is in our lives, but I would be lying if I said she was an easy baby. She is incredibly stubborn and lively for her age, so when my husband and I aren't scrambling to make sure she doesn't get herself hurt or do something she isn't supposed to, we're busy calming her down from a tantrum, and it can be a little taxing. Moreover, I've begun to notice how much it seems to be wearing down on my husband. Nowadays, he is less motivated or energetic than he used to be. He is still sweet to me, but he's beginning to pull away from me and Dee, and our life in the bedroom is completely dead at this point. Despite this, the most upsetting thing I've noticed recently is how distant he's become with Dee. The other day, she was excitedly trying to tell him during breakfast about this show she had been watching, and he just put his cereal in the fridge and walked away. The look on Dee's face after she asked me why he was ignoring her completely shattered my heart. Another problem we've been having recently is how little he's doing to help with Dee. Every morning I wake up early to get her dressed and fed for the day before driving her to school and then picking her up later that day. I take her to every doctor appointment, every dentist visit, every play date, and every event at her school. It feels like the only time my husband is around Dee is after she gets home from school to make everyone food. This has caused many arguments between the two of us where I'm asking him why he doesn't put any effort into his relationship with Dee, and he gets defensive but never really gives me an answer. What compelled me to post here was an argument we had earlier this week right as I was ready to walk out the door to get Dee to the babysitter since no one would be home to take care of her. I honestly can't remember how it started, but I know it started as something small that escalated quickly. Many hurtful words were exchanged, and I'll be the first to admit that many of the things I told him were out of line. He started going on a rant about how much he did for our family and how hard this was on him, to which I interrupted him and asked how it was so hard for him when I was the one doing everything related to Dee. He just snapped at me that if it weren't for her, things wouldn't be this hard. We both went quiet after he said that, and I probably would have torn him a new one if I weren't so shocked. He suddenly decided he needed to go on a walk to clear his head. This all feels like a complete shock to me, as I'd been under the impression that my husband was happy and just going through a rough time. Yet after that comment, I haven't stopped rethinking every aspect of our relationship after Dee. I feel heartbroken and numb, and I have no idea where to go from here. My husband and I have hardly been talking to each other since the fight, and honestly, I have no idea what I'd even say. At this point, it's starting to drain me, and although I love him very much, if he doesn't start getting his act together, I'm not sure I'll be able to handle it much longer. What can I do about this? I can't imagine my future without him, and I don't want to divorce him, but I'm tired and stressed out and trying not to cry myself to sleep tonight thinking about it. User Competitive Mud said, "From everything you've said here, I can't help but think your husband is burned out. You need to talk to him, as several others have said, and ask him to finish that sentence. Then you need to give him a safe space to be honest with you. That's very important. You talk about him taking on everything, and I just wonder if he eventually wore out and this is the result. If he is feeling what you think, there is probably a lot of shame around it, and he is probably just shoving it down and making everything worse by shame spiraling. Talk when tensions are not high. Don't address this during a fight. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt based on what you've said, but be prepared that you might not like his answers. Of course, always protect yourself and your child first." To this, OP said, "I am starting to worry that there might be something going on with his emotional and mental health. In the past, he's shown signs of something underlying that made me raise an eyebrow, but I shrugged them off because most of the time he was very happy and well-rounded. I guess it's all starting to boil over at this point, and I'm really worried I made it worse with the argument since he's even more distant now. User Valiant Strawberry said, "Does your husband have anywhere he can open up emotionally without fear of retaliation? You said yourself that you expressed things during this argument that were way out of line. Does he have anyone he can talk to about this without fear of being judged or you blowing up on him? I'd be distant with my partner too if I thought opening up about my feelings would make them fly off the handle and say cruel things to me." The communication breakdown here is severe, and I agree that couples counseling is probably your best shot at salvaging your relationship. But you need to take a good hard look at whether you're an emotional safe space for your husband or if he's distancing himself because he feels he can't be honest with you for fear of your reaction. User Thin Knight said, "This is not good, OP. It sounds like he's been stuffing his feelings because a good man wouldn't dislike his daughter. If he had been able to be vulnerable and say he was feeling upset and exhausted months or years ago, he probably could have laughed it off together. Yes, sometimes kids can be difficult, and it's normal not to like them at times. It doesn't make you a bad parent as long as you continue to take care of yourself and the child. Look for ways to connect with them and appreciate the joy they bring when they're being less difficult." But it very much sounds like he has let himself ruminate for so long that he feels stuck, and the problem doesn't appear to have a solution or an end. Instead, he is living in a fantasy land where the child just isn't around. It has gotten bad enough that he is allowing himself to actually act out some of those fantasies by avoiding and ignoring her. It may be worth saying aloud at least once, being a parent is allowed to be hard. You are allowed to feel dislike for your kids sometimes, or to feel like it is hard to connect with them if they are fussy. You are allowed to ask your co-parent or other resources for help connecting with a strong-willed child who wears you out. I am so sorry you have been feeling alone in those thoughts and let it get to this point. It doesn't have to feel this way. We can't ignore that you are feeling like your child is the reason for your adult problems, and I know that's not the man you are. I want to help. And offer to help him, making it clear that he needs to accept the help for you both to move forward in a healthy way. If he breaks down in relief and asks for help and is receptive to it, I would try to practice the same grace for him that you would want, focusing on getting him some parenting skills support. If, however, he remains adamant that this is all your daughter's fault, it will be time for some really hard choices. Update. A lot has happened since I last posted, and in all honesty, I don't know where to begin. I guess I should start by telling you that my husband and I are going to couples counseling, and I'm very optimistic about things going back to the way they were before everything started to boil over. I want to take a moment to thank everyone who commented and helped me understand what he and I are going through and how to navigate it. Someone even recommended an episode from a podcast that helped me a lot. I didn't expect this to get so much attention, but either way, I am very grateful for everyone who left helpful and insightful advice for me. That being said, this update is going to be very long, so buckle up. When I originally posted, the argument that sparked my post happened almost a whole week before, though now it has been a little over a week since we had the argument. The day after I posted, I decided to look into therapy and counseling for my husband and me, as well as play therapy for Dee. Some people suggested that her being so dysfunctional wasn't normal and that she might be going through something related or unrelated to my husband's and my behavior. I spent all day making a list of what I needed or wanted to bring up during our talk that I planned to have later that day. I was kind of obsessing over what I wanted to say and how to say it, as many of you suggested, being gentle with my wording and encouraging honesty and transparency. Dee was sick, so she didn't go to school, and I alternated between focusing on preparing for the talk and making sure she was okay and taken care of while my husband was at work. I was in the middle of getting some medicine for my daughter around 12:30 p.m. when my husband called me. I answered, and he asked how my day was going and if there was anything he needed to do after he got off work or when he got back home. I was a little surprised by his call since he hasn't called me on his lunch break for a check-in in a long while. I could be crazy, but it sounded like he'd just been crying because his voice was a little raspy and quiet. We talked for all of his lunch break until eventually he had to go and hung up. To be honest, it made me really worried because although he used to do this all the time before Dee arrived, he hasn't done it in a while, and I was overthinking why he would have called me. I think Dee realized I was troubled because of her father because when I came back, she asked who I was talking to. When I told her, she asked in a very quiet and sad voice if I was sad because Papa was ignoring me as well. Now, I'm a very resilient woman, especially when it comes to putting on a brave face for my daughter, but after she said that, I felt so distraught and guilty about how aware she is of the situation and how she thinks about her relationship with her father that I started crying, which in turn made her cry as well. While we were hugging, I made sure to reassure her that her father will always love her and that he's just having a bad time. She then told me how she didn't want him to be having a bad time. I took the chance to ask her if she was having a bad time, and she admitted that she was sad because she thought Papa didn't love her and that she wanted him to be happy again. We both cuddled on her bed, and eventually I fell asleep comforting her. I woke up later that day, and by that time, the sun had already set. Dee was still sleeping, and I could hear my husband watching something in our room. I got up, and after making sure Dee was properly tucked in, I headed into our room. Once my husband noticed me, he paused the show he was watching and asked me how I slept. I told him I slept fine and asked how his day went. He said it was fine as well. I decided to join him in bed, and he offered me a pillow for my back before unpausing the TV. It felt awkward. It was clear there was something he wanted to tell me and that I needed to talk to him, but neither of us knew how to start the conversation. Eventually, at some point, he laid his head down on my lap and I started stroking his hair. He had his arm under my legs and we both sat in silence for a while as we watched TV. Eventually, I decided that we needed to talk and I wasn't going to delay it any longer. So I paused the TV and asked him if we could talk. He seemed really hesitant and kind of tensed up, but he said sure. I took a deep breath and tried to remember everything I'd written down on the list earlier. I started off by saying how I'd noticed him withdrawing and being distant for a few years now, and after our argument a week ago, I was starting to get really worried. I didn't try to sugarcoat it, I wasn't being hostile or accusatory, but I made sure to be very clear that Dee and I were starting to be affected by his behavior and that under no circumstances could this go on. I was tearing up a little bit, and at some point, he flipped around in my lap and hugged my stomach as I kept talking. I went on a bit of a rant about how tired I was, how I felt like he wasn't doing enough to help, and how worried I was about him. I brought up a few of your points and mentioned how his behavior toward Dee was negligent and that he was setting her up for a lifetime of pain if he didn't stop. I didn't feel good about saying it, but I needed him to understand the gravity of the situation. At this point, I could tell he started crying because his breathing began to hiccup, and I could feel my shirt getting wet where his face was. Not to mention, he was trembling as he held me tighter. My husband is and has always been a very emotional man. Though typically he doesn't cry much, seeing him cry so silently while shaking so hard made me really nervous and worried. I practically begged him to talk to me. He just kept clinging on to me for a long moment, and I thought he wasn't going to answer me before he told me with a very choked up voice how sorry he was. He sat up and explained how he'd never wanted to hurt me or Dee, but that everything had been so hard on him recently that he had no idea what to do about it and just started clamming up. I asked him to elaborate, but he just got really choked up and seemed to struggle to get his words out. I was worried he was going to shut down and pull away. In that moment, I admitted that I had posted here to get some advice and thought he should look through some of your comments to understand things better. He agreed, so I gave him my phone while rubbing his back as he read through the comments. After reading for a while, he gave me back my phone. Even though he tried to keep himself together, it was clear he was barely holding it together. I told him that I wasn't going to interrupt him and wanted him to be honest with me about what was going on. After saying that, he completely broke down. He talked for a very long time, and his thoughts were all over the place. So I'm going to try my best to explain everything he said in chronological order here to avoid confusion. As I mentioned in the original post, my husband and I met a while back while he was visiting my city before he eventually moved in with me while we were dating. Something that's relevant now, which I hadn't mentioned previously, is that my husband is from a different country and migrated to the US about 2 years before we met. He told me that back home, his dad wasn't really there, and he could count on one hand the number of conversations they had together that lasted more than 10 minutes. His mother was always very stressed out and didn't seem to like him or his siblings very much. Because he has always been very sensitive and was never into what other kids his age liked, he had a poor relationship with most of his brothers. The only family member who is still alive and with whom he talks is his younger sister. However, due to reasons he asked me to keep private, their relationship is very strained. My husband and I are different in many ways. I'm more outgoing, outdoorsy, and confident, while he tends to be quieter, nerdy, and in some aspects, a little insecure. Because of this, our social circles hardly overlap. As a commenter recently pointed out to me, I regretfully knew close to nothing about my husband's group of friends or who he hangs out with besides me. Well, as it turns out, he doesn't have many friends. He told me that at the beginning he met two guys at a bar who he became friends with. He mentioned them briefly early on in our relationship, but didn't talk about them much, and I admit I never bothered to ask. He told me how they were always planting ideas in his mind, that I was holding him back, and that dating an older woman when he was still so young and should have been experimenting was something he would regret in the future when he was old and no one wanted him anymore. He defended me and told them to stop talking about me like that. He admitted he kept hanging out with them because they were his only friends, and when they weren't bad-mouthing me, they were really fun. However, after he got a job and got married, they stopped talking to him as much. When they did finally meet up again, they showed up with a female friend of theirs and told him to have fun one last time before he tied himself down. He got into a huge fight with them that almost turned physical had it not been for the girl stepping in to break them up. My husband came home in a horrible mood. I remember that day a little. When I asked him why he was so mad, he just said he got into an argument with someone at the grocery store and that's why he was upset. Even at the time, I didn't believe him, but I didn't press him further since he was practically hiding himself away in our bed and clearly didn't want to talk. He told me how since then he's been having an impossible time trying to make new friends. Even though he's gotten used to how distant people are in America compared to his home country, he still feels incredibly lonely and isolated. For nearly 16 years, he's been trying to make up for all the social interaction he's been craving through his one work friend, or by ignoring it and putting all his attention and time into me so he felt less lonely. When Dee was born, he put every last drop of effort into me and her, hardly stopping to relax since any time he did reminded him of the giant hole in his life. Through sobs, he admitted there had been many times he'd been tempted to drink or hurt himself just to forget about it, but never went through with it because he wanted to stay strong for his family. He also knew there was a history of alcoholism in his family and couldn't bear the thought of losing himself to it. He explained how, after putting so much focus on his life, he completely crashed and felt tired and lost all the time. With how much Dee started to act out and how taxing it was to take care of her, he began thinking back to what his old friends had told him and wondered if this was what they'd been talking about. He was practically stumbling over himself, apologizing to me for letting them get into his head and for allowing himself to blame and resent Dee and me for everything wrong in his life. At this point, he was having a hard time breathing and was hugging me so tightly, I thought my spine would snap. It was so painful seeing him trying to keep his sob quiet to avoid waking Dee up, despite the fact that he was clearly spiraling. I had to interrupt him so he could calm down because at that point he was going down a rabbit hole of guilt and regret, just apologizing over and over again. There's a lot more he told me about the state of his mental health at the moment, but just thinking about it makes me tear up. I know I shouldn't, but I've been beating myself up for not noticing how he felt so much sooner. I can't help but think how horrible of a wife and partner I must be not to notice he's been drowning this whole time. And I didn't even think to ask him about his life or friends or anything. It was the longest talk we've had in the entirety of our relationship, and by the end of it, we were both crying and holding each other. I made sure he knew how much Dee and I loved him and appreciated everything he's done for us. I told him I would be by his side every step of the way and that I would make sure he got the help he needed. It was the first time we'd snuggled so closely like we did that night in a while, and miraculously, he didn't toss or turn at all that night. I stayed up as long as I could, kissing his face, rubbing his back, and making sure he felt loved, even long after he fell asleep. The next day, I asked him if he could call out of work for the day so we could just focus on each other and make sure everything we wanted to say was said. He agreed. We spent the day bowling, eating at the local cafe, going to an ice cream shop, and then going home to make dinner together and have another talk about next steps. We've agreed to start marriage counseling and also get him into individual therapy to see what's going on and ensure he can recover from all the bad feelings and thoughts he's been having. Many people in the original post theorized that he might be depressed, and after everything he's told me, I'm almost 100% sure that's the problem. We both picked Dee up from school and asked if she wanted to play at the park. She was very happy to go. I let my husband take the lead and watched as the two played on the playground and chased each other in the grass. I hadn't seen him that happy and energized in a very long time, and it made my heart swell. On the car ride home, he sat in the back seat with her and played I Spy out the car window until Dee excitedly told me how happy she was that Papa loved her again. I could practically hear my husband's heart shatter from the driver's seat. He was quiet for a very long time before hugging her without saying a word for the rest of the car ride home. Dee had a very guilty expression on her face seeing my husband get so sad, and I think my husband noticed because when we got home, he quickly excused himself to the bedroom for a second before coming back out almost as happy as he had been in the park, trying to make Dee feel better. The rest of the day went smoothly, and as I was getting ready in the bathroom to go to bed, I heard my husband in the next room telling Dee how much he loved her and how he never hated her, and that he never wanted her to think so. I could hear them reading a bedtime story while I waited in bed, and eventually my husband came into our room and got in bed with me. We talked a little bit more, and I told him how proud I was of him for how far he's come and all he's managed to survive before kissing him and getting him to cuddle with me again, which took no convincing on my part. As I'm writing this, I'm lying in bed and he's fallen asleep against my chest while snoring very loudly. I don't think I'm going to be able to get any sleep myself tonight. We made plans to go on a weekend getaway this week. Dee is going to stay with her cousins for the time being, which she is very excited about since they have a pool and she loves to swim. I am forever grateful to everyone who decided to leave a comment and who helped me through this, as I can only see our love growing stronger after this. My only regret is not having caught up years before all of this happened, but there's nothing I can do about the past, and I'm just going to focus on repairing and rebuilding our marriage. My husband told me to tell you all that he says thank you for all the concern and for also slapping some sense into him about his behavior. He even made a joke about just taking our problems to Reddit every time instead of paying so much for counseling sessions. This is going to be the only update unless our house blows up or something. Thank you to everyone who took the time out of their day to read and listen to my story. If you're going through something similar, I heavily advise you sit down with your significant other and get to the root of the problem. Trust me, it will do wonders for your relationship. Edit, I forgot to add this in, but he explained that the reason he walked away when Dee was having a conversation with him was that he'd been really overwhelmed that day and felt like he was going to pass out. In all honesty, she was starting to get on his nerves. He apologized to her about it and promised never to do it again. Dee was very sweet and understanding with him, and I am very proud of both of them. This story was posted by a user named Material Pair in the AITAH subreddit. The post is titled AITAH for not letting my husband control the money in our house. My husband and I have been married for over a year. He knows what I make hourly, but I don't just hand money over to him. Backstory. 10 years ago, my children's father took control of my bank account and income, spent my savings, and gave me an allowance of $50 a week from my paycheck. This had to cover gas, groceries, and diapers. I gave birth to our second child a year and a half later and would walk to the store so I would have gas for work. One day, I had to make a decision about buying diapers for my oldest child or my newborn. I cried in the diaper section because I couldn't believe my life had gotten to this point. I'll never forget the kind person who purchased the diapers for my children and gave me extra money to hide. When I got home, I was belittled and accused of stealing money to buy so much. When I explained that $50 a week for 4 of us, including diapers, wasn't enough, he told me to figure it out. I asked for $100 a week. Eventually, I convinced him to allow me more money. 3 months later, I left and swore I'd never allow another man to do that again. Present day. Fast forward 10 years. My husband was fully aware that I came with about $18,000 in credit card debt. I've successfully paid almost all of it in full over the past 2 years. I am responsible for groceries for our family of 5, the phone bill for us, and car insurance. I have my car payment and 1 credit card. My husband pays the utilities and the house payment. We recently purchased a new-to-us camper. He took out a loan on it and put the money I received from my totaled camper in the bank, so he has that as well as his vehicle payment. He says I should be giving him $300 or more a month for savings and to help with utilities, but I won't. If something happens to him, I can't access that account to pay bills, etc. I don't believe I'm on his account at all. I opened an account 5 months ago and have $250 from each paycheck placed into it for safekeeping. I also need to buy school supplies, kids' clothes, etc. His ex-wife shares costs 50-50 for their daughter, but my ex and I are not on those types of terms. My husband gets frustrated that my situation isn't like his, but I told him it is what it is. Every pay period, he asks me for money for utilities, and I brush it off or say that if he buys groceries, then sure. He claims that I don't know how to save money and thinks he should have what is left of my paycheck each week for vacations, going out to dinner, etc. I won't do it. The mere thought of having an allowance again terrifies me. Do I overspend some weeks? Yes, but I don't use a credit card to buy items anymore. I don't rob Peter to pay Paul like I did in 2020. I budget right down to using coupons for groceries and calculating what my grocery bill will be before entering the store. He says I need to trust him and let him hold on to all of our money together because his savings account is also mine. However, I just can't bring myself to do this unless I can have full access to the account as well. I don't see that being an option. He recently sold a vehicle and put $16K in savings while giving me $1K to spend on whatever I wanted. So I put $200 in the bank, bought each of my kids one Christmas gift early, ordered myself new glasses and contacts. When I wanted a hoodie for $20, he asked if I'd already spent the money he gave me. When I said, kind of, he said he wasn't buying the hoodie because he thought I'm irresponsible with money and regretted giving me the $1K. He even asked for receipts for everything I'd bought. He knew about my visit to the eye doctor. He knew how much I'd paid. He knew about the gifts I'd gotten because I'd saved more than I'd spent on Christmas gifts. He's been very pushy about holding all the money, and his friends are beginning to make comments about it. They tell me I need to pay when we go out for drinks and insist that I pull out my debit card to pay the tab. I probably have $10K in the bank. I leave the tip. I don't drink when we go out aside from water. Occasionally I will have a sip, but I won't risk a DUI. I tip because the bartenders are usually really good at making sure my water is full all the time and I never go without it, so I take care of them. Am I the jerk for not letting my husband have control of all the money? Edit. I want to be clear that the debt I acquired and had when we moved in together was from a past relationship, taking a huge pay cut, and COVID-19. During COVID, my income was severely impacted. I hardly worked and was continuously looking for work while homeschooling both my kids. I was robbing Peter to pay Paul, and my ex-boyfriend who lived with me didn't want to help with anything and was a huge financial burden. I had to get that situation under control. Edit 2. Our incomes are currently similar. In January, I was put up for a promotion, and once my training is complete, my monthly income will be 1.5 times more than his current monthly income. Based on his base pay, my current income is about $6K a year, less than his annually, but can go up to $20K more with overtime. Edit 3. His bills amount to roughly $700 a month. The house payment is $400, leaving $300 for gas, water, and electricity. As for mine, car insurance is about $250 a month. Last month it was $337. My phone bill is just over $264 and includes internet. My grocery expenses range weekly from $200 to $400 depending on produce and meat purchases, which is a big reason why I haven't been helping with household bills. I also pay for all streaming services, which can be quite expensive too. User Wrong Moose said, "Hell no, you're not the jerk. I walked away from a similar situation that you had with your ex. Your current husband sounds like his true colors are starting to show. Be careful. Good luck." To this, a user named Known Quantity said, "My first husband made me account for every penny, requiring receipts for everything. I never realized how naive I was until I was talking to a coworker. They asked me why I had no money while I was working, but he was sitting at home unemployed because he couldn't find a job he liked." User No Addition said, "I feel your new husband is trying to be financially abusive toward you. I'm on a bank account with my partner. My partner was going to give me access to everything in all his accounts, but the bank employee carefully cautioned him against that. I don't have an allowance. I spend what I need to spend. Usually, I will ask if it's okay if I'm going on a shopping spree, but over the years, I've been very conservative with my spending. I'm concerned you may be getting yourself into a similar situation with your current husband. He's trying to withhold access to the money that you earn. He is accusing you of being financially irresponsible and trying to make you pay all the time when you go out. That is abusive. There's no reason for you not to have access to your own money. Your current husband is waving a massive red flag." To this, OP said, "He says it is part of being married. My sister has been married for 20 years and they don't share bank accounts. To me, having separate accounts is normal. I have never been married before. He's also made a comment about how not allowing him access to my money means I'm hiding what I have so I can plan to leave in the future. Update. I took some of your previous suggestions. I asked him to go to marriage counseling, but he declined because he didn't have any issues in our marriage except for me. I suggested a joint bank account for bills only, while we would keep separate accounts for our savings. This argument was pretty much the end of our marriage for me. I opened my own savings account at a different bank than the one I was currently using. I didn't have a debit card, so if I needed to withdraw money, I had to physically go to the bank. I picked up side cleaning jobs for spending money so I wouldn't have to touch either account I had. We went to a sporting event with our children. After the event, the kids wanted fast food, which was fine by me since it was late and I didn't want to cook. He asked me when we won the lottery, and I told him I didn't feel like cooking, so it was fine, and handed him $20. 3 days later, when I went to work, he apparently had other plans for the money in his account that he wanted me to contribute to. When I came home, there was the ugliest car in our driveway. He wasn't home, he was at the bar, so when he pulled into the driveway, I pretended to be sleeping so I wouldn't blow up at him that night. Since he had been drinking for 5 hours, I knew it wasn't the best idea anyway. He was mad at me when I woke up in the morning because I didn't say goodnight to him and had fallen asleep by the time he got home. He said I didn't have to worry because he was going to take out a loan on the car to put the money back in his savings account. The same thing he did with the camper when I gave him money for it. Had I actually given him money to put in the savings account, it wasn't our money. It was his money. Financial decisions were his and his alone, apparently. I started looking for an apartment when I got to work, and within 3 hours, I was signing paperwork and getting a cashier's check for a security deposit. I told him the day before I was moving that I was leaving, and he asked me how I could do this without talking to him. I said, well, you bought a car without discussing it with me first, so I got an apartment without your permission. I filed for divorce on my birthday. I've been called a gold digger, accused of having an affair, and blamed for his current financial problems. I practically paid for the camper, but he decided to take out a loan on it to have money in his savings account. He doesn't want it anymore and said I have to pay for the cost of the loan to get it out from under him, but I don't see why I should have to. Since I gave him cash, I don't have a record of what it was for when I gave him the money, nor did he ever put it in the bank after I gave it to him. So if I want the camper, I don't really have a choice but to do it. He's asked for cash for the camper, and I literally laughed out loud at him. I told him I did that once already, and I'm not doing it again or paying any additional costs. He calls me asking for the truth about whether I was really cheating on him and if that was why I left because I wasn't watering his garden. I told him marriages end for many reasons, not just affairs, and suggested he seek therapy because he has a lot of unresolved issues from his previous marriages if he assumes I cheated on him. I'm getting a divorce. After the divorce, I'll be looking to purchase my own home and have absolutely no contact with him. My children and I are thriving already in our little apartment, and I'm managing my money very well. He wanted someone to depend on him and need him. That just wasn't me. This next post was made in the same subreddit by a user named Sweetie Beanie. The post is titled AITAH for leaving my husband after years of putting his friends and family above me, then finding out he might not even want our baby. Evan, since I know you might see this, I know you'll probably say I'm overreacting, but by the time you read this, it's too late. I've already left and made arrangements with a lawyer. Context: I married Evan 5 years ago. We've been together for about 8 years. For the first couple of years, I honestly thought I'd hit the jackpot. He was attentive, thoughtful, and supportive, or so I thought. But as time went on, he slowly became more and more absent, putting his friends and family before me in every way possible. Background: Evan has this group of friends he's known since high school. They hang out constantly, and he's made it clear that they come first, even when it interferes with our life together. We'd have plans and he'd cancel at the last minute because they needed him for some urgent video game session or to help out. I didn't think much of it at first, but it got to the point where I realized I was always taking a back seat. Then there's his mom, who's difficult, to put it lightly. She's never liked me, and Evan has never defended me or set any boundaries. When she told me I wasn't good enough for her son at our engagement party, he laughed it off. At our wedding, she accidentally got into a fight with me over a small detail about our ceremony and has constantly undermined me since then. The final straw: I'm currently 6 months pregnant with our first child. Recently, Evan sat me down to tell me he's not sure he's ready for the responsibility of a baby. When I told him it was a little late for second thoughts, he got defensive, saying he wasn't convinced this was the right time and that I was putting too much pressure on him. He mentioned he'd talked it over with his friends and they all agreed he was just being honest. That's when I realized that in his mind, their opinion mattered more than his family, more than us. The last straw came a week ago. I had a small health scare and he didn't even show up because he was busy with his friends. That night, I realized I couldn't rely on him and I didn't want my child growing up in an environment where their father wasn't present and prioritized everyone else over them. So I packed my bags and left. I'm staying with a friend for now and I've made arrangements to file for divorce. I'm ready to build a life on my own for me and my baby, even if it hurts like hell. Usercat LolaFat said, if it makes you happy. My cousin was like your husband. If his friends needed anything, he would ditch his significant other in a heartbeat. He had a great girlfriend that we all loved, but his friends told him to dump her since she called them out on their nonsense. She ended the relationship because, according to her, she wanted an adult, not a child. What happened was that all his friends got married and the group broke up because the biggest jerk of the group stood up for their girlfriend. Now my cousin realizes how toxic this friend group was. His ex met someone else and has been married for over 8 years. To this day, he regrets listening to his old friends. It's been over 12 years. User Inevitable Divide said, it takes 2 to make a baby the last time I checked. Since he was involved in creating the baby, he needs to step up and take responsibility for his child. If he doesn't think that he is father material, no problem, he will have to pay child support once the baby is born. Maybe his friends can help him with that too. You deserve better than this immature idiot. This final post was made in the same subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled AITAH for punishing my son harshly for a prank on a vulnerable person. I have a son, Jack, and a daughter, Alyssa, and I am married to Tom. Tom is Alyssa's father, but Jack's father is my ex-husband, Dan. Dan and I had a pretty ugly custody fight and he lives in New York while we live in Texas. Over the years, Dan has unsuccessfully tried to get Jack to move in with him. It wasn't easy to fend him off since he is a very successful lawyer. Jack is a pretty popular kid in school. His friends on the wrestling team came up with a prank for him to ask a heavily autistic girl who had a crush on him to the prom as a joke and for him to show up wearing a gorilla suit. Jack originally said no, but the wrestling team actually raised a fund that ended up being somewhat north of $800 for him to do it, and they paid for the gorilla suit. Jack agreed. If it matters, this is very out of character for him. After the prom, I was looking around on Instagram and saw pictures of him in the gorilla suit. I was surprised that he didn't take his girlfriend, Jess. After reading the comments, I learned what happened. To say I was furious doesn't even begin to describe it. I woke Jack up as soon as I saw it and screamed at him until my lungs gave out. Then, when Tom heard what was going on, he joined in. Tom and Jack have never gotten along. I can't prove it, but I suspect Jack's father, Dan, has a hand in that. Jack told Tom, "Screw off, I'm talking to my mother." So, we took away all of Jack's electronics and his phone. We had also paid for a car as his graduation present, but because of his prank and disrespect toward Tom, we instead gave it to Alyssa. We also forced him to give us the $800 that was raised for the prank, gave it to his date, and made him write a letter of apology. He was grounded for a month, and we canceled his 18th birthday party. When Jack's birthday came, there was a knock at the door. It was Dan with suitcases. Tom said, "What is this? The custody agreement says you don't get him on this birthday." Dan just looked past Tom and said, "Hey kid, I'm here for the jailbreak." He then pointed at a Mustang and said, "Hope you like Fords. You can practice driving your new car on a road trip back to NY. Let's take a detour to NOLA." The two of them were laughing, high-fiving, and backslapping as they ignored us while we tried to intervene. The only time Dan acknowledged me was to look me in the eye and say coldly, "Checkmate," while Jack yelled as they were driving off, "Screw off, Tom." Since then, Jack has gone completely no contact with me. He talks a little bit to Alyssa, and from what little she tells me, he's doing well. Dan is giving him the royal treatment, bringing him to steakhouses, Yankees games, and just giving him outright cash. It has been almost a year since this happened, and I'm going crazy thinking I've lost my son. So am I the jerk? Edit, I see there is some confusion about whether Alyssa is my biological daughter or stepdaughter. She is my stepdaughter. We really have a mother-daughter relationship to the point where it doesn't even occur to me to call her my stepdaughter. At the risk of understatement, Jack never warmed up to Tom in the same way. Update. On the advice of some of the posters, I reached out to Dan to see if he would be willing to consider brokering peace between me and Jack. About a week later, I got a response telling me to meet him, Jack, Jack's girlfriend Jess, and his friend from a past firm, Jonathan, at a cafe in Manhattan. He arranged a 6 a.m. flight and put me in a dodgy hotel in probably the most dangerous neighborhood in NYC. I arrived and saw Dan, Jack, Jess, and Jonathan. I noticed Jess had an engagement ring on her finger. Jonathan said Jack has a claim against me for stealing the $840, and until that is resolved, I am not to contact him, but only to contact Jonathan. I told Jonathan that was the money his friends paid him for the prank, and that I gave it to the girl. Jonathan said he was aware of the circumstances, but nonetheless it wasn't my money, and under the law it was considered theft. Jack has a legal claim against me. I said I didn't care if it was against the law. Jack had no right to that money, and they could sue me if they wanted. Jack said, "You locked me up in my room like a prisoner for a month, took the car bought for me with dad's child support money, took the money, and berated me for hours on end. Unless you're going to give me the car, this is the only thing you can undo. You said you wished we could have handled it better, so here is your chance." Or was that just bullshit lip service? I told him I was sorry, but I couldn't do it. Jonathan then gave me a cease and desist letter telling me not to contact Jack and to address all communication to Jonathan. Then Jack and Jess left, and I asked Dan if he could talk for a minute. I asked him if he brought me there to humiliate me, and he said actually no, he didn't. He brought me so I could humiliate myself. He'd actually worked very hard to get Jack to the point where he'd be open to talking to me again if I were willing to back down just a little. But since he knew that if I had to choose between my indignation and my own son, I'd choose my indignation every time, just like I did in our marriage. I asked him why he'd put us all through that. He said it was because a part of him wondered if I'd ever learn to pick love over anger. He bet his future that I wouldn't when he divorced me. So he had to see for himself how it actually turned out after all these years later. I asked him if Jack was just a pawn in his game. He said no. If I actually would have picked Jack, he'd be with me now and there would have been nothing anyone could have done to stop it. But instead, my indignation over a stranger was more important to me than learning to move on with my own son. I asked him, what about the girl? He then said, "I hope she'll be a wonderful daughter to you since you lost a son for her." I told him I didn't know the girl. Then he said, "Sounds like a bad trade," and left. Also, I'm apparently not invited to Jack's wedding. User Fuzzy Tutor said, YTA for the fact that you felt a custody agreement meant anything on an 18-year-old's birthday. Taking away a graduation gift and giving it to your other child is also really unfair. What does Alyssa's mother have to say about this stunt you pulled? User Background Owl said, every step-parent relationship is different. What people don't realize is that your child may not like something you say, but at the end of the day, you and your mom will work it out. However, your husband, as his stepfather, can't say the same things. He just can't. I make it a rule not to correct my stepchild if his parent is in the room. It's not my job. Your husband walked into a situation you were handling and joined in. That was unnecessary. You took gifts away from one child and gave them to his stepsister. How do you reward a child for another child's misdeeds? It doesn't even make sense. So your question isn't fair. He needed to be punished for what he did. What he did was awful. Did he need his stepfather joining in on the tirade? No. Did his stepsister deserve his gifts? No. There is so much wrong here. This story was posted by a user named OKCartoonist in the AITAH subreddit. The post is titled, "Would I be the asshole for divorcing my wife for accusing me of cheating on her? Me and my wife Grace have been married for 13 years and together for 16. I met Grace around the time I got out of the military. It was a medical discharge and I met her while I was in the hospital for surgery. She was a nurse on the floor where I was staying, a single mom who had been divorced for a couple of years. After leaving the military, I went back to school and now I work from home as a software engineer. We started dating and took it slow during the first couple of years because of her daughter Maya, who was 5 at the time. Grace is still a nurse and Maya is now in college. Until last month, I would have said that our marriage was pretty solid. We've had arguments. I admit I was not great at housekeeping when we first moved in together because I wasn't used to how much kids can mess things up around the house. But other than that, things were good. There were no step-parent issues. I had an active role in Maya's life because her father lives overseas for work. We went on dates and intimacy has always been great. We wanted kids, but it just wasn't in the cards for us. Honestly, I am a bit blindsided. I have had friends who were blindsided by divorce, but I never understood how it happened. Usually, there were problems they glossed over until suddenly their wives left them and they just didn't see it coming. The rest of us could see it from a mile away. So here I am saying the same thing, wondering if I just missed something huge. In the past few months, Grace has been more stressed than usual. Ever since COVID-19, she has been burnt out. I've asked her multiple times if she wanted to quit her job, at least for a couple of years. I thought the burnout was coming to a head. She was withdrawn and angry. She snapped at me constantly and ridiculed Maya over everything, but she's my wife. She was traumatized by the pandemic, and both Maya and I were understanding. We could manage with just my salary, so last month I sat her down to suggest again that she quit and take some time off to heal. Then everything blew up. She started yelling at me, saying that she knew what I was doing and that she had known for months. She claimed to have proof. At first, I didn't know what she was talking about, but it didn't take long to realize she was accusing me of infidelity. I can't lie, I was furious. I opened my phone, handed it to her, and told her to go through it. Then I got my laptop, unlocked it, and told her to check that too, all while she continued shouting about some other woman. I don't have traditional social media accounts. I'm on Lobsters, Hacker News, and I have a Reddit account. I told her to check everything. There's no secret Facebook or Instagram or whatever. No messages from anyone. I opened Discord and even Slack. Everything I could think of, but she wouldn't even look at it. She just got angrier and angrier until she picked up my laptop and threw it. That's when I'd had enough and left. I went to my parents' house. All the while, Grace was texting and calling me, leaving more unhinged messages about this woman she believed I was with. When I got to my parents' house, I called her once and told her that I needed a few days because I was too angry to talk to her. My sister called the next morning to tell me that Grace had called her multiple times as well to see if I was really there. After a few days, I called Grace to talk, and at first the conversation was productive. She apologized for throwing the laptop, but said I made her so angry because I was being so calm. I told her I was not calm. I was furious because I was being accused of cheating on my wife. However, it was either try to talk it out or start shouting, which I didn't think was a good idea. Then she got angry and told me I was twisting her words, and things fell apart quickly. She started going on and on again about how she knew I was cheating and that she had proof. I asked her what proof she had because I would like to see it. I don't remember how we got there, but she said she was going to send everything to the lawyer, and I said fine. Send a copy to mine because this was going nowhere. She got really quiet after that and asked if I was serious. I told her I wasn't going to stay in a marriage where my wife thinks I cheated on her but won't tell me why. We ended the call there, and I've been at my parents' house since. My dad is on my side. My mom thinks Grace is just having a rough time and that we can talk this through. My sister is upset that she got dragged into it, so she thinks we're both at fault, and Maya is miserable because she's being torn between me and her mom. I feel like maybe I jumped the gun and should have stayed calmer. Edit. My morning meetings are finally over and I need to concentrate on my job, so I'm going to log out for the day. I'm going to talk to my mom to see if she'll talk to Grace and suggest therapy, couples therapy, etc. I believe those of you who suggested there are underlying reasons are correct. Something is causing this. I just don't know if it's something I've done, stress in her life, or if it's full-on projection. I don't think it is, but you never know. I'll assure Maya again that she has a place here no matter what. As far as I'm concerned, she's my daughter, and of course, she has a place here if she needs it. However, I also won't try to pressure her since that's her mom, and I know this situation is pulling her in two directions. Edit 2. Okay, so I took a quick break and thought I'd come back to read a couple of comments, but there are way too many to read. However, there is an overall theme to them, so I'll try to quickly address them here. Someone asked if I was cheating. I understand why you asked that. I never came out and said it in the post, but let me assure you, no, I'm not cheating. I never have. Granted, those are just words, and I'm sure some will think that I'm lying. But I love my wife. I never wanted to cheat. I'm not a saint. I've been attracted to people. I think Salma Hayek is gorgeous. However, the thought of cheating has never crossed my mind. A lot of people think she's cheating on me. Again, I don't think so. She's home every night at the same time, and she doesn't hide away her devices. Could there be someone at work? Yes. Do I think she's cheating? No. But as many pointed out, those are famous last words. Regarding divorce and staying calm, I have PTSD. I've worked a lot in therapy over the years to process intense emotions. The talk to my lawyer comment was one of those moments that I didn't process well. I don't think it's a good idea to divorce her after over a decade together because of this past month. On the other hand, I know that since it's not a safe place for me mentally, I'll stay at my parents' house until we resolve this. Could it be hormones? Yes, it could. However, my wife is already taking hormones because of a medical procedure she had when she was in her early 30s. As I mentioned, having kids wasn't in the cards for us. She has to see the doctor usually every 6 months to check her levels. Her last appointment was in March. However, her mood changes started before that. Mental health issues, this is what I personally think it is. Grace has been building up to burnout for a while now. These mood changes started some time ago. It's why I brought up taking time off work. It's also why I mentioned it again last month when she blew up at me. I believe this is stress. It's why I haven't actually contacted a lawyer, because I hope my marriage can be saved. I think I just wanted reassurance from a neutral third party because I'm so far out of my depth here. To those who say not to get my mom involved, my mom already is involved. She and Grace are incredibly close. She's called Grace every day to check on her. Grace has no contact with her own family, so I'm not really involving my mom as much as I'm just asking her to suggest marriage counseling to Grace the next time she calls. I certainly don't want to get another party involved in this, so I'm not going to contact a friend to talk to my wife. I haven't been no contact with my wife since I left. I probably should have clarified that. She messages me. Sometimes it's the same silly stuff we've always talked about, like random memes she's found or things her coworkers are doing, and sometimes it's her begging me to just tell her the truth. I'm exhausted mentally from all of this and at the end of my rope. I've suggested therapy a couple of times already, but that's gone nowhere. Hopefully, my mom bringing it up might help. Why the throwaway account? Because my coworkers also have Reddit accounts, and I don't want them to see this post. They might find it anyway, but hopefully, software guy in his 40s with a wife in nursing is generic enough for American audiences that they won't know it's me. If it's on my actual account, they definitely will know. No one at work knows about this situation, and I'd like to keep it that way. I think that's everything. However, please don't disparage my wife. I'm upset over this because she is a great woman, smart, funny, and sweet, and she's been a wonderful mother. That's why I've been worried about her these past few months. This behavior is so out of character for her. User Traveling Photo Dude said, I wonder if she fell for the scam your husband is cheating text that's been going around. They typically claim to have been cheating with your husband and usually ask for money in exchange for proof. She received the text and thinks it's proof that the other woman did cheat with her husband, and now she's waiting for the proof, which is why she hasn't provided it. This has become a common scam lately. The proof will never come if they pay for it. They just get dragged along for a while. To this, OP said, this is something I never even thought of, so I will definitely look into it. Thank you. I had no idea this was even a thing, but it would explain why she hasn't shown me the proof yet, because she's waiting for it. Sam said, there's more to the story, as you obviously know, but without knowing what it is, it's difficult to advise. It could be that someone from your past is sabotaging you. They could have mocked up any sort of proof these days. With AI, it is crazy easy. There could be some mental illness at play, so marriage counseling would be good, as a professional can try to help you guys get through this. There could be some physical illness at play, either making her more insecure or even a brain tumor or something, which is making her paranoid. I'd suggest she speaks to a doctor first of all if she won't speak to you. Update. I don't have the energy or patience to go back to AITAH, so I am just doing this here. A quick and dirty update. No, my wife is not cheating on me. As far as I know, she's not sick, doesn't have a tumor, or is showing signs of early dementia. If she were, those things would be easier to process. Maybe it's perimenopause or menopause, I don't know. I don't care. Yes, I will be seeking a divorce. No, I will not go into it further. I have already spoken to a lawyer. Maya is currently living with me and my parents. I will be looking for an apartment or condo to rent soon. I feel like I've overstayed my welcome. Maya is thinking of taking some time off to visit her dad. I don't blame her. I'm a complete mess right now. I don't even know why I logged back into this account other than to say no, my wife really wasn't cheating on me. I can honestly say I wish she was. It would be so much easier than this situation. Thanks for the advice and the concern. Update 2. I saw my wife earlier today. I wanted to sit down and start talking about what divorce was going to look like between us. We have over a decade of our finances, our home, our lives intermingled. I have been paying for Maya's school. It's her job that we get most of our insurance coverage from. I put the down payment on our house, but she's paid off just as much of it as I have. We'll have lawyers do all this, but at the same time, I just wanted to look at her and make her see what she was doing. Divorce isn't just a word, it's a real concrete thing. The lives that we have been living are over as we know them. We're not old. It's not like we can't move on from this, but at the same time, I've been her husband for so long, I don't know who I am without her. When I got home, I started drinking and I haven't stopped all evening, which is stupid. Don't do what I did. I just couldn't stop. I kept seeing her, sitting across from me, refusing to look at me. I don't know her anymore, and I'm not sure if I ever did. My therapist talks about masking, right? Because of the PTSD and ADHD and such, I mask a lot with coworkers or clients or whatever, but I never had to mask at home. And now I'm wondering if this entire marriage she was just masking being happy with me. Was she miserable the whole time? Did she pick me because I was stable and a good father figure to Maya? I'm not ugly, I'm not handsome either. Our sex life was good, but was it? Was she just doing it because she learned all that stuff as a kid that she had to please her husband? I feel sick. I feel like I abused her because I don't know how much of it was her and how much was just the programming she went through in that church. And Maya, Christ, Maya is just, she's not great. She's trying so hard to be stoic and strong, but she's my baby girl. I taught her how to fish and she's better at it than I am. She taught me how to knit when I was having trouble with work during the pandemic and struggling with the lockdown. She's such an amazing kid and she's hurting, and I hate Julie for that. I hate her for hurting our kid, but I love her and that hurts too. I don't know what the point of this was. I came back to read over the theories about her cheating on me or menopause. I thought what we had was fixable. I thought if I worked at it, we could change things. And it's just over. It's so final. Let that be a lesson. Sometimes things just end, and there is nothing any of us can do about it. Update 3. I planned on updating last night before bed, but I fell asleep quite early. So here's a quick and dirty update before coffee and work. First, I officially met with a lawyer last week. From what she said, it will take about 10 to 20 business days before my ex-wife will be properly served. Beyond that, it could take anywhere from a couple of months to over a year, depending on how complicated untangling our finances is. I am no longer in contact with my ex, and neither is Maya. She has texted me a few times, sometimes accusing me of not being man enough to be a proper husband, and sometimes sending me cute cat pictures. It's like I see the person I married in there, but for the most part, she seems to be gone. I've received a few different messages, and as I'm not the best at replying to strangers, I'll try to address them here. No, I'm not going to have my ex-wife committed. I know the version of Christianity she's involved with is cult-like. It demands obedience in all forms and punishes anyone who steps outside of that. She certainly has religious trauma, but she's also an adult and not psychotic, as one person so eloquently put it. I think that if she were to ever get proper help, she might be able to move on from the trauma. But no one can force her to do that. I know I tried for years to talk her into therapy. I'm not abusing alcohol or becoming an alcoholic. I got drunk one night, which I don't recommend to anyone. I haven't really done that much since my early 20s, and it was a very uncomfortable experience. I forgot how awful it is to feel so numb, yet feel everything so intensely. Don't worry, I'm not going to fall off some sort of edge into an addict's abyss. If anything, that just cemented why I don't drink more than a beer or two at a barbecue. I can't get custody of Maya because she's an adult. I pay for her college, and I'm going to continue to do so. She's my little girl, no matter how old she gets, and she'll always have a home with me. As for Maya, she's officially put a pause on school this semester. She's going to stay with her father for a month, travel around Europe for another month, and then hopefully be back before Thanksgiving, no later than Christmas. I'm apprehensive about her traveling around Europe by herself. I know people do it every day, but they're not my kids. She is. So I worry. I still haven't found a place. I looked at some rentals, but my parents reminded me that it would be better to buy if I can find something small enough. So right now, I'm looking at various condos in my price range. A condo feels more manageable than a house. Depending on where I am in the divorce, when I finally find something and get offers accepted, my parents will front me the costs and I can pay them back over the next year or two. I guess the only shocking update I have is from our mutual friends. I found out from a few of them that my ex-wife had just cut them off or told them we didn't want their friendships. Since my ex and I were pretty much attached at the hip, they didn't think to ask me if that was true. Or maybe I was so distracted with my own issues and with my ex having such a difficult time that I didn't notice they had stopped coming around, texting, or left group chats or whatever. I need to take more responsibility there. I wasn't paying attention to anything but my ex. I didn't notice just how stressed Maya was. I knew she was tense, but I didn't realize how bad it had gotten. I didn't notice our friends slowly disappearing. I didn't notice changes in my own behavior. That's the insidious part. We were circling the drain back in January, but I was clinging to this hope that if I just got my ex some help, things would mend themselves. Now, Maya is so stressed she doesn't want to go back to school. My work has suffered, though thankfully my boss has been very understanding. My friendships need to be repaired, and I don't even know where to start getting them to trust me again. That's it. Everything feels like it's moving at a snail's pace, and I just want everything to be over with. Yet everything feels like it's rushing by and still turning my life upside down. I know it will eventually even itself out. Things will get better, or at the very least, I'll no longer feel like I'm stuck in a tumble dryer with sneakers. Update 4. The divorce papers have been served this past Wednesday. Grace didn't take it well. There were several angry phone calls that I ignored, and one I finally took. She accused me of turning Maya against her, as if calling her own daughter a whore wasn't enough on its own. We hashed out the whole cheating thing again. She waved it off. Evidently, to her, the accusation wasn't that serious, and I should have forgiven her for her mistake. Instead, I've abandoned her, which I guess in some ways is true. I left. But I don't know what she wanted. I don't know what she thought was going to happen. I still don't understand the end game here. Her family's goals, sure. They wanted to split us up, and they succeeded beautifully. But what did she think was going to happen? She said I wasn't a real man. A real man wouldn't have let her work, I guess. Once again, I pointed out that I told her multiple times she could quit her job, but that fell on deaf ears. She made it abundantly clear that she's going to fight me on every bit of this divorce, so there goes any hope for something as simple and clean as possible. She's told me she's already looking for other men to replace me, but almost in the same breath told me that I can't divorce her. Because of her reaction, I have put on hold any thoughts about buying a place. My parents are thinking of buying a cabin near a lake, and if they do that, then I can eventually buy their current home. But until then, I will be looking for an apartment. I need the space. I can't keep tripping over them. I love them to death, but they're hovering because they're worried. I just want some quiet and some time to myself. Maya left for her dad's. She arrived last Monday and we FaceTimed twice already. She's enjoying the time away from her mom and away from the drama. I told her to go and enjoy herself and that things are fine here, but I think she's worried about me too. So we set up Sunday nights to be our weekly Skype call. Some of my friends have been bugging me to go out or start a dating profile, and some friends have been making me random food items. I appreciate the food a lot. I've probably gained 5 pounds just from the jams alone. My friend Heather made me homemade apple butter, and quite frankly, I ate it all in 2 days. It was amazing. I'm staying away from dating. I'll try to stay away from the apple butter as well. Update 5. My soon-to-be ex-wife and I are going through an acrimonious divorce. I had divorce papers served this past week and she didn't take it well. After a really angry phone call from her, I thought that was that. However, I got an email from my boss this evening about some concerns he had. Quick history. I didn't have Facebook, but my wife did. She was the more social of us two and kept up with group chats and whatnot via various social media platforms. I knew that some of my coworkers and their spouses had become friends with her online because sometimes we all went out to dinners, and that's how we set up group dates. I never really thought about it until the email from my boss. I'm sorry if I'm rambling, I'm just not sure what I need to include. Before I left my wife, she accused me of cheating, which I had not done. Then she accused me of sleeping with her daughter, who I raised since childhood. She's my daughter too, as far as I'm concerned. That was the last straw, and I filed for divorce. My ex announced our divorce on a Facebook post, claiming that she left me because I abused her and our daughter, and that my daughter has left the country because she's so ashamed. From what I gather, my coworker's wife saw it, she told him, he told my boss told me. There have to be steps I can take, but I have no idea what they are. My boss, thankfully, knows me and knows it's not true, but I have no idea how this is going to impact my job, what my coworkers think, what their spouses think. It's just one terrible moment after another, and I don't know what to do. I made a Facebook account and reported the post, but I have no idea if that's going to go anywhere. I've emailed my attorney, but it's Sunday, so I won't hear back from them until at least tomorrow, but possibly not for a couple of days. Is there anything else I can do?